Zoom edition of the DeProgram Show with Ted, Rall, and John Kiriakou. I'm Ted, that's John. And John, thanks for joining me to do something a little different than our show, which tries to be serious and hard-hitting and tell you all the stuff you need to know. This is a little extra, sort of some background on everybody's influenced by popular culture. We're no exceptions. And so this one is going to be about cinema, movies, our favorite ones, what we look for, how it's influenced us, and so on. So without further ado, let's get to it. So John, do you remember what your first favorite movie was when you were a kid?
I do, actually. My first, this is going to sound kind of silly because it's a little bit on the romantic side, but
That's
my
all right.
first favorite movie as a kid was Rear Window with Jimmy Stewart and Grace Kelly and Raymond Burr, and directed by Alfred Hitchcock.
You could do worse.
I still love it. It's still in my top 10. But I remember being so captivated by it. There were a couple of things that I loved especially. Number one was, how Alfred Hitchcock always appears in his own movies, always, just briefly, fleetingly, momentarily. Mm-hmm. And I remember, the setup of the movie is Jimmy Stewart is a National Geographic photographer, and he's broken his leg. Mm-hmm. So he lives in this New York apartment, this East Side apartment, and all he can do is just sit there in the wheelchair and stare out his rear window. And there are 3 other buildings, and he's just watching his neighbors, who he's never met, go about their daily lives. And
he doesn't have television, apparently.
There's no television. That's right. In 1956, there was television, but he didn't have one. Mm-hmm. And so his girlfriend is Grace Kelly, who is like ridiculously beautiful and sophisticated. And so he just sits at the window and watches his neighbors go about their lives. And they're all kind of lonely, alone, depressed, struggling.
It's New York City. That seems realistic.
It's the big city. It's New York City. And then he thinks, he doesn't actually see it happen, but he thinks that one of his neighbors murders his wife. Mm-hmm. And he becomes obsessed with it. So I don't know. I remember thinking even as a kid, this would be a fantastic Broadway play, because the entire thing takes place right there at his rear window, the whole thing. And the only other characters, aside from the neighbors, are a visiting nurse who comes to, do whatever it is that visiting nurses do, and his best friend, who is a New York City police detective, and who doesn't believe him when he first calls and says, "I think my neighbor killed his wife." So that was my first. I will say the first movie that I was passionate about, and I actually lied about my age to get into it, was The Exorcist.
Oh, wow.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, Ted, I have probably seen The Exorcist 50 or 60 times. Of course, I've seen Rear Window 50 or 60 times too. But The Exorcist is something that just has stayed with me all my life. How about you? Do you remember the first movie that meant something to you?
I remember being really disappointed. They showed an old, maybe 1950s version of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer when I was in elementary school. It was like you could go in on the weekend and see it, and I loved Tom Sawyer, and the movie's not so great. And and so I was just like, it was my first realization, movies didn't start out well with me, but both of my parents were really avid film buffs. And I'm sure it was something that they had in common and brought them together. I remember my mother would, people like my son doesn't understand this because he's, from the streaming generation, right. But my mom would say like, oh, The Longest Day is on. It's about D-Day. It's important. It's at 2 a.m. So you're going to sleep early. I'm waking you up at 1:45, and then we're going to watch this movie, right? Like that's how fanatic she was about, I grew up with her, but my dad and I, on the weekends when we had court-ordered visitations, often a movie would be part of the mix. And he was really good at providing me with context. Like, remember the first time he introduced me to, he's like, I'm going to sit you down. You're going to watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
I was like 10. And he's like, it's British humor. I remember him saying this. It's different. It's not like ours. You just have to go with it. And you might have to see it a couple of times before you start to understand. That's totally true. And so the first movie that really meant something to me, it's some unnamed Western. There were tons of them. And it's killed me. Maybe I could ask AI about who this is, but it's like basically the hero is finally in the last scene. He has to decide to either go out and almost certainly die to rescue his love interest and be gunned down because he's cornered, or stay safe in like where he is and where he's taking cover. And then and a woman says, "You can't go out there. You'll die." And he says, "Everybody dies. It's only a question of when." And he's out there and like, and I remember the thing is, I thought that he had really been killed because I was like 5 or 6 and I was crying and my mom, it sort of dawned on my mom like, oh, he doesn't know. Like, and she's like, no, he's fine. He's an actor. It's like he's at home with his family now. It's fine. And it's like, and I was like, what about the horses? And she's like, yeah, actually they killed them.
Oh my God.
But yeah, so I love, I loved Westerns. I remember my mom, she introduced, it was very strange, French movies you couldn't avoid. Like she loved Truffaut. And so, she started me out with the beginning, pretty grim, Jules and Jim, everybody dies. And that's the French way. And It was super influential to me, that sort of dark, that dark comic kind of sensibility. And I'm sure it was hardwired. I remember the first movie that I thought was objectively cool. And my dad shouldn't have taken me to see it, but it came out when I was 10. So totally had to be R-rated. He took me to see The Day of the Jackal.
What a great movie.
Fantastic movie.
Yeah, fantastic.
I mean, I've watched that more times than I can count. I watched it like a year ago with my son, and I was like, the thing that's about this film that's so cool is it's so economical. I mean, every second of that movie counts towards driving the plot forward. There's no bullshit. There's no, leaves falling off the tree. It's not atmospheric. And not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just like boom, boom. And of course you root for the villain.
Yeah.
And also what's so amazing about it is the outcome. And yet, because Charles de Gaulle died in his bed, but you're still on the edge of your seat. And that's the magic of
makes your heart race. I read something very interesting recently. I'm going to appear in a documentary, an HBO documentary on Carlos the Jackal, only because I've been talking about Carlos lately in podcasts. I'm teaching a class in Spain, a grad school class on the history of terrorism, and Carlos figures, very prominently in the 1970s terrorism. Well, Carlos's real name is Ilyich Ramirez Sanchez. Mm-hmm. The press dubbed him Carlos the Jackal. It wasn't that the movie was named after him. It's that he was named after the book on which the movie was based. And what it was the cops were hot on his trail, and they knew that he was staying with a leftist troublemaker in Brussels, and they raided the apartment. Carlos had left the day before.
Wow.
But there was a copy of The Day of the Jackal on the bookshelf. And some reporter saw it and then just named him Carlos the Jackal.
Wow.
Well, there's no evidence that Carlos had ever read the book or had ever heard of the book. The book just happened to be on the shelf and the media ran with it. But
well,
what
the
a great
media
movie it was.
did him a huge favor because Carlos the
did.
Jackal is a cool moniker.
I'll say.
If you've got to be a wanted international terrorist, you should be called Carlos the Jackal.
We had a local news host in Pittsburgh when I was growing up. This was in the 70s. His name was Bill Cardill, and at 11:30 on Friday nights, he did this thing called Chiller Theater. 11:30 after the 11 o'clock news. Every Friday night would be a horror movie. And so they called him Chilly Billy, and he was the host of Chiller Theater. And I remember my mom telling me, we have to stay up late tonight because there's a movie that's going to be on Chilly Billy, and they filmed it right here in town. It was called Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. And again, I must have been 6 or 7 years old.
What the fuck is wrong with our parents?
I know, right? I know. Although I'm guilty of that. My oldest son says that I traumatized him when I made him watch The Exorcist, but he was like 13 years old.
He's old enough.
So anyway,
I saw it when I was 10. When it came out.
Oh yeah.
By the way, are you partial to the director's cut with the spider walk, or to the original release?
I like the director's cut.
Me too.
Yeah.
Director's cuts
and it's not just
better, but
not always. That's right. And oftentimes they're unnecessarily long.
Apocalypse Now, I like the director's cut a lot.
I agree. But the spider walk was one thing, and just the momentary, instantaneous flashes of the witch's face that ended up on the cutting room floor in the theatrical release. Fantastic.
Yeah, true.
Love it. And also the scene where Reagan is getting a spinal tap is much longer in the director's cut than it was in the theatrical release. Good stuff. Yeah. Hey, I wanted to tell you too, I've struck up a friendship over the last few years with Stanley Kubrick's daughter.
Oh, wow.
Vivian Kubrick. We traveled to Iceland several times to shoot a documentary that never came to anything. But she very openly talks about her dad and his work, not just Dr. Strangelove, but all of his work, The Shining. And I said to her last time I talked to her, I said, I read this interview with Scatman Crothers. I always liked Scatman Crothers because, he was an old vaudeville guy and he could sing and dance, tap dance. He could play the piano. He was an actor. He could do all kinds of stuff. And he was at the tail end of his career in the 1970s when we were coming of age. But I read this interview with Scatman Crothers, and he said that was his one and only film with Stanley Kubrick, and that he would never work for Kubrick again because, number one, Kubrick was insane.
Yeah.
And secondly, he said nobody, and I mean nobody, should have to do 100 takes for every single
Kubrick
scene.
was notorious for that. I mean,
notorious. He said that at one point
about it. Everybody who ever worked with him was like enough. What the fuck is wrong with you?
He said there was one scene where he had to walk up a set of steps and just utter one sentence. And Kubrick made him do it more than 100 times. And he said he broke down and started crying. The guy's like 75 years old. And he just sits on the steps and starts crying. And then he vowed never to act again. That would be the end of it for him.
Wow.
So I asked her also one thing. I said, your dad was infamous in his inability to get along with anybody, right? Everybody who worked for him hated him.
True.
And she readily, agrees. Yes, everybody hated him. And I said, except Inspector Clouseau.
Peter Sellers.
Except Peter Sellers. And she said that she remembers when she was a child, Peter Sellers hanging out at the house all the time. And Sellers and her dad really were close friends. But she said, you have to look at it this way too. She said, none of my dad's kids spoke to him. None of Sellers' kids spoke to him.
So they were both weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, I have read some actors who were victims of working with Kubrick who said that, basically the results spoke for themselves, but they would never put themselves through that again. It's kind of reminds me of this story. One of my favorite directors is Paul Verhoeven, who did RoboCop and Total Recall. And
love them both.
Black Book, one of my favorites. And he talked about working with Sharon Stone, and he said that he loved Sharon Stone. That he said that, but working with her was apparently very difficult. She was a diva. She would blow off shootings entirely. She would show up late. She was annoying, and he's like she was a pain in the ass. I hated her. I would work with her anytime. He's like, how much I suffer doesn't matter. What matters is what ends up on the screen. And, she's my actress. I love her, even if she hates me. I wonder if anyone felt that way about Kubrick working with him. He got, Tarantino sounds a little insane. But think about Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah.
He's never good unless he's working for Tarantino.
Yeah. And then he's fantastic.
Yeah,
that's true. I'll tell you a little secret, and I'll tell our viewers, don't tell anybody. But when I got divorced in 2018, I decided, you know what? I'm going for it. I'm old enough that there's no sense in wondering, what could have been, might have been, would have been. So I called my friend Bob Scheer. Bob's a long time, 60 plus years in journalism, multiple Pulitzers, and now he's a professor of
and abused by the LA Times
and terribly abused by the LA Times. Now he's a professor of journalism at USC, and we're old friends. So I called him and I said, Bob, do you know Sharon Stone? And he said, no, but I know people who know Sharon Stone. I said, she and I grew up one town away from each other. She's from Meadville, Pennsylvania, which is just north of my hometown of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. I had read this article about Sharon Stone. She was on Bumble, and every time, the dating app Bumble, and every time she would open her account, they would take it down because they thought it was somebody impersonating Sharon Stone.
Right.
So she went to the LA Times and she's like, doggone this app Bumble, they keep taking it down. And then Bumble's like, oh my God, we thought it was a fake. So they let her have her thing. So I knew she was single and looking. So I called her.
Just like her husband, Phil Bronstein, her husband, he told me, because, I used to work at the San Francisco Examiner. But he told me that Sharon Stone came in for some interview at the office. And he was just like, he asked her out. And she's like, nobody ever asks me out because I'm Sharon Stone.
I asked her out.
What happened?
She could not have been any more lovely. She said that she was looking. She was on Bumble. But because I'm in Washington, she's in LA, it didn't really make sense. She said, when you come out to LA, give me a call. Sure, let's have dinner. And then, that was now 7 years ago and COVID. So I never went back to LA. And then the times that I have since COVID ended, it's just been for a couple of days for work and then straight back to the East Coast. But she was very, very nice about it.
Oh, that's cool.
I've never had the guts to do something like that before. But I'll tell you what, speaking of Sharon Stone, was Casino a masterpiece or what? That's another movie.
Not appreciated at the time at all. No, it was sort of just it's just another movie,
They should have all won Academy Awards.
True.
All of them. Joe Pesci, Robert De Niro, even Don Rickles was terrific in that movie. And there was literally nothing funny about Don Rickles in that movie.
True. Well, that's why.
She was brilliant. Even that awful James Woods was good.
Well, James Woods has had some good performances.
Yeah, he's a good actor. He's just
I don't like his X feed, but
no.
He definitely in Bestseller, he's amazing.
He blocked my brother on Twitter because he said something about Trump, and then my brother tweeted back at him, "Didn't you used to be an actor?"
Oh God!
And then he blocked him.
I don't blame him. I would have blocked him too.
Everybody should have won an Academy Award. You're right. At the time, it was not appreciated.
Yeah. There's just
No.
movies like that. I mean, yeah.
What about the Coen brothers? I love everything that the Coen brothers put out. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou is one of my favorite movies of all
Great
time.
movie.
And then just recently, in the last 2 years, the Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Oh my God, what a fantastic movie.
Well, speaking of the Coen brothers, my friend Carter Burwell does most of their soundtracks. And,
No kidding.
So it's like, I'm like always like, I feel like I'm in Coen brothers proximity.
Well, they won the Academy Award for Oh Brother, Where Art Thou for the soundtrack.
Yeah, that's different because he does.
Yeah.
That's like
that was old folk songs that they
right. Yeah,
amalgamated.
Carter does scores. He's best known for the Twilight scores.
Wow,
so
fantastic! My brother wrote the score to My Big Fat Greek Wedding, and then called it My Big Fat New House.
Excellent.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Which is what it led to in Studio City. Yeah.
So, John, I wanted to. I brought the DVD for my favorite film of all time. If I had to go to prison,
you know what? I've never seen it.
Oh,
and Billy Wilder is a genius. I've even gone to his grave at Pierce Brothers Westwood Memorial Cemetery in Westwood just to pay my respects, and I've never seen the movie.
I mean, look, he's done a lot of great movies. Speaking one of my other favorites, I'm sure you've seen
one of the greatest ever.
And Starlight 17 and the Lost Weekend, the Lost Weekend.
Yeah.
Do you know that they didn't basically toward the end of his life, right? Basically no one would give Billy Wilder any money to make movies. I mean, he was just sort of like, it's like, I think his last movie was the 7% Solution, the Sherlock Holmes thing. Mm-hmm. Very strange, weird, worth seeing movie, but weird. But I mean, I kind of just thought if we were in the old Soviet Union, it would have been like, you are hero of the people. You are Billy Wilder. We give you money, of course. Just because. I mean, but Ace in the Hole, it's so perfect, and you would love it. So Kirk Douglas, it's without a doubt his best performance, which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
American movie classics, when they aired it, they described it as the most cynical and darkest American film ever made. And so it's it's a riff on the story of Floyd Collins, who was the cave guy who was basically trapped in Sand Cave, Kentucky, back in the 19-teens or 1920s. And he was trapped, and basically there was a rescue operation to try to get him out. He ultimately died, but while this was going on, a New York newspaper reporter crawled down there and interviewed him every day and then syndicated the interviews of this dying man trapped under a rock, and he won a Pulitzer for it. And so this is a reboot. It's like 1950, and it's in Albuquerque. And it's just got a million amazing lines, like when the love interest, kind of catches on to what Kirk Douglas is up to. Like, she's like, man, I've met some hard-boiled eggs in my time, but you're 20 minutes. Or he's like, shouldn't you be down on your hands and knees praying for your dying husband? Because she's hitting on him. And she goes, I don't like to kneel. It bags my nylons.
Oh my God.
it's just like, it's a commentary about the press and how it doesn't care about anybody, and it just uses people up, and how the press will spin whatever it can, however it can, to serve its own interests, and how the carnival comes. And the original name of it was The Big Carnival. And then they changed it. The movie died a dog's death. It did really terribly, but it used to be on syndication when I was a kid, like on Channel 19, Metro Media, Cincinnati, and all the time. So
Cool Hand Luke. Cool Hand Luke was on TV like every couple of weeks. It was ridiculous. I've seen it 100 times.
Yeah, and it is a good movie, but nothing's really worth seeing 100 times.
No,
nothing.
You're right.
So,
wow.
Yeah, so if I feel like if you want to know the dark soul of Ted Rall,
there it is.
Yeah.
I have to admit to you that until 3 weeks ago, I had never seen, I'm embarrassed to even say it, I had never seen Citizen Kane.
Oh, wow.
And so I watched it on a plane, and I absolutely loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was as well done as the critics have always said. And it's always jockeying with Godfather on Rotten Tomatoes as to what's the greatest movie of all time. For many years, critics said it was Citizen Kane. Then The Godfather came out, but I just loved it.
So
it was great.
I mean, I feel like there's movies that, like, if they came out today, even though they're old, like The Godfather is one of them, that it's just sort of like, I would find it entertaining as is.
Yes.
And then other pieces are important because they're like a period piece.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Citizen Kane is more of a period piece.
Oh, without a doubt. Yes.
I had this conversation with Roger Ebert at a party once. He was sitting by himself. The party was in his honor and nobody was talking to him.
Oh my
and
God.
You know how that can happen. Like, the great man is over there. I'm not going to go. I had just enough to drink to be like, there's Roger Ebert. I'm going to go talk to him. So I sat next to him and I knew that he felt the same way you do about Citizen Kane. He loved Citizen Kane. So I said, well, so do you feel like Citizen Kane, it really holds up as a modern film? And he went on to tell me this, and he was like, well, you have to understand when it came out, and what was it, 1940 or
yeah,
it was so important, blah, blah. I'm like, I know that. I mean, but absent from its history, is it really as watchable now as, for, like, say, a young person, as, say, it's The Wizard of Oz, which is, clearly a very watchable film now,
sure.
or Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, but it was so important at the time. And he just couldn't understand my question. It was so frustrating to me. I was like, now I know what Gene Siskel felt. It's just like, this guy's not understanding my question.
And my view was that it very much holds up as a period piece because in our history classes, we study yellow journalism of the 19 teens, or even earlier, the very end of the 19th century, and the U.S. entry into the Spanish-American War, for example, and the role that the Hearst newspapers played in pulling the United States in.
The famous telegram.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, stay put, I will supply war.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So I liked it a lot. I rewatched African Queen recently. It was just as fantastic as the first time I saw it. Casablanca, another one that still holds up after all these years.
Totally. Although I wonder with that film, if you don't have a knowledge of World War II history or Vichy,
you're not going to get it.
Yeah, you're not going to understand.
My son watched it recently and thought that they had made up for dramatic purposes a U.S. presence in Africa.
Oh, God.
During the Second World War. And I'm like, no, of course they were Americans.
The Americans who died on those beaches would not be happy to hear that.
Yeah. He didn't know.
Yeah, that's the thing is, it's so, like, I'm 62, and I often have to remind myself that, like, something that happened, when I was 22, 40 years ago would be the same as for me as if it happened in 1943, right? It's just like, it's really ancient history.
Yeah, it is. It's ancient history. Yes.
Like, musically, and we're going to do a show, we're going to do one of these about music. We're going to record it tomorrow, but it's like it would be sort of like when I was, born in 1963, music that predated 1955 didn't have much to do with my life.
No.
It's like, pretty much the world began with Chuck Berry and Elvis Presley, and then barely so, right? Mm-hmm. Really, it starts with the Beatles.
Yes.
So everything.
I told my son the other day. I watch Dragnet and Adam 12 every day. I DVR them, and there was an episode recently that I've only seen about 100 times, and it's about the arrival of LSD in Los Angeles, and people were, losing their minds, bad trips and all this stuff. But
out the window.
Yeah, but it wasn't illegal because nobody had ever heard of it before. And so it took them about 18 months to make it illegal. anyway, the episode starts with a kid who's painted his face, so half of it is blue and half of it is yellow, and he's on a bad trip. So his parents come to get him, and the father is very defensive, like, how dare you arrest my son, that kind of thing. And the mother says very condescendingly to the cops, Joe Friday and his partner, I thought you men were supposed to be experts in young people. He's probably just emulating those British singers we're always hearing about. I laugh every time. I've seen it 100 times. I still laugh. But getting back to movies, I wanted to ask you, my top 5 or top 10 change periodically over the years as I rewatch them and reassess. And I think for the last decade or so, my favorite movie of all time is North by Northwest.
Oh, wow.
Another Hitchcock film.
Great movie.
I've even gone to see the famous house that overlooks Mount Rushmore. Mm-hmm. My son and I went 2 summers ago just to see the house where it was filmed. It's just such an exciting movie. And Cary Grant is just so elegant.
He's fantastic. And
then the final scene where he's on the train and the train goes into a tunnel. It's just so like 1950s sexual, Oh my God. Really great movie.
My favorite, Hitchcock obviously is pretty unimpeachable. My favorite is Suspicion.
It's great.
Yeah. It's so psychological, even for the master of psychological filmmaking.
Yeah.
You really, I've seen it a bunch of times, and you sort of, how much of it is paranoia? How much of it is real? You never really know. That ambiguity is always there. I love the fact that there's no reveal.
I agree.
It's so great. And it's kind of like how
Ted, I was complaining just a couple of days ago that there really are very few movies these days worth watching. There might be 1 or 2 a season, but last year, for the very first time in 40 years, I skipped the Academy Awards. I just didn't care. I didn't know most of the movies, and the ones that I knew of, I didn't really like very much. But when people went crazy over Everything Everywhere All at Once, which I thought was bad to the point of being unwatchable.
Agreed.
And then went on to win Best Picture, Best Actress, Best Director. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. I kind of soured on things. I'm very proud to say that now I get a vote for the Screen Actors Guild Awards, not the Academy Awards, but the Screen Actors Guild, which is going to be fun. But are you seeing a drop-off in the quality of new films?
Oh, there's like absolutely no question, right? First of all, it just seems like realistically most films are being made for streaming, and the metrics there are different, right? Even people who've been making films for a long time. We've been talking about great Hitchcock, so it's weird to bring up Will Ferrell, right? But I actually like Will Ferrell comedies quite a lot, and the most recent big one was the one about the music festival in Europe, Eurostar or whatever that's called. God, what is that thing called? Eurovision.
Eurovision. Yeah, it's big.
And the thing is, the movie would be it's too long. It's like 2 hours and 40 minutes or 2 hours and a half, and should be, if it were cut down to the best hour and 40 minutes, it'd be fantastic. And it's like, the structure of streaming movies, they want to keep you on longer, so the movies are longer, and so that's part of it. But I think what works in a theater isn't really necessarily what works in streaming. It's a completely different vibe, and I think the streaming. I think that the audience that pays like $50 to go and get popcorn and a pair of movie tickets is pretty demanding, right? It's like, and I'm going to get in my car or get on a bus and go see this thing. And I think your standards are just lower. And also it's just harder to make movies. Now when you at the beginning of a movie, you'll see 7 production companies.
Yes.
partners
Yes.
to make one, right?
Yep.
There's too many cooks in the kitchen. It's not enough. There's not enough Hollywood. I think the golden age of cinema is the 60s and 70s, when the model was, if we have one blockbuster a season, it pays for all the weird experimental strange shit that we do. And we just have fun and snort cocaine with it and just do it and like fuck it and see what happens. And it's definitely really hard. I mean, I will go to the movies and see just about anything.
Me too.
But I hate superhero movies.
I won't see them.
I don't
Not
have
interested.
anything against the idea of them. I mean, I'm a cartoonist. I grew up with those things. But the real world execution of American superhero movies, they're just shitty movies. They don't have to be. They just are. It's sort of like how nobody makes good porn. You know, porn movies are just shitty. They don't have to be. They could be made great, but they're not.
Yeah.
And like it's just like everything about them, the ponderous delivery, the like, I will remember this.
Right.
Like like the end of Aquaman, like, I used to think there were two worlds, the surface world and our realm. Now I know there is only one. It's retarded.
Yeah.
You know, it talks down to the audience. I mean, you know, so yeah, I feel like an old dude for saying it, but I don't think I'm wrong either.
No, I think you're right. I feel the same way. I won't go to these superhero movies. First of all, it's expensive to go to a movie.
Yeah.
And if you want to see things, you gotta subscribe to 4 different streaming platforms or more. And then you're going to spend $50 to go see a movie on top of that. I can't do it.
And I want to be surprised when I go to the movies, you know? Yeah. I mean, like, so for example, okay, Verhoeven, Black Book. Like, so that's a surprising film because the SS guy is the good guy and the Dutch resistance guy is the villain. And this is done by a leftist filmmaker, right?
Right.
But it's great, you know? And I just love stuff like that that's really weird. Or also, I grew up with schlock. Do you know this?
Oh my!
You know, Ilsa.
I know that one.
So
the SS. That was the one that Ed Gein was. That was the woman that Ed Gein was obsessed with.
Yes. Do you know? So Diane Thorne, who played Ilsa for many, many years, I don't know if she still does. She's still alive. I'm pretty sure. She had her own wedding chapel in Las Vegas, where she would marry you in full Ilsa SS regalia.
Oh my God!
I used to always kid my wife that, like, if we ever renewed our vows, we would do it with Ilsa.
Oh, see, I thought it was just Elvis out there.
No. Everything's there. Very strange.
Oh my heavens!
Oh, okay. One of my other favorites, Bertolucci's 1900.
Yeah, that's a classic as well.
Long.
Mm-hmm. Long.
4.5 hours. And you're like, and you're at the edge of your seat. You don't want to get up to go to the bathroom once. Mm-hmm. I mean, fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic.
I was going to ask you about this. Have you ever seen this, Olivier?
No.
So did you see? It's the same director as Europa. If you know that one. Oh, so yeah, great movie. French Polish director. I don't want to give too much away, except to say it's extremely. It's perplexing and based on a true story. Well, I'll tell you. So the story is basically this happened. It was in the French press, and this is a dramatization of it. So basically, this little boy named Olivier, living in rural France in a little village, went biking to get the baguette in the morning, never came home, disappeared. So, and it was a couple who only had the one kid. Their marriage fell apart over the grief and everything. And the cop who was in charge, the local cop, who could never figure out what happened in this kid's disappearance, basically ended up at the bottom of a bottle with depression and just couldn't handle it. Long story short, 15 years later, that cop had himself transferred to like the worst neighborhood in Paris. And one of the things that's cool is like, it's a more modern French film where you see the seamy underbelly of French society, which you didn't used to see really in like movies prior to 1980 or 1990. And anyway, like La Femme Nikita might be the first one where you sort of see dark France. And so this he picks up this kid, and he's like, this looks like what this missing boy should look like at this age. He runs the prints, and it's him. Wow. So it turns out that he's and this kid is like a troublemaker. He's a druggie. He's a little street hustler turning gay tricks on the streets of Paris. So he brings him back to his family, and the family reunites and gets back together, and everything seems to be kind of pretty normal. And there's all the things that fit, right? Like when he pees outside, he whistles the same song as little Olivier did. Long story short, he's walking in town, and he hears screaming from inside a house. The kid's 20, right? And he busts in to find some pedophile like raping a little boy. The cops break in, search the guy's house, go to the crawl space, and then dig it up, and they find the true 6-year-old Olivier's body. And so these two people, they did have the same prints. They had, apparently that is possible. Like the odds are like something like 1 in 4 billion or something like that. But nobody could really explain. Like, so it wasn't really him. He's decided to play this role, but there were all these weird analogies. And anyway, what's so amazing about it is the last scene where basically it's like all this has happened. The family doesn't know what to do. And the three of them are just sitting around the table in their little French kitchen. And finally, the mother's like, Olivier, pass the salt. We're just going to go on. And it's so existential. It's so great.
Wow, that sounds fantastic. No, I've not seen it.
Yeah. And Europa is also great. It's also a true story about this Jewish kid who basically survived the Holocaust by becoming sort of a mascot for a Nazi troop group, like a squadron, and basically passes himself off as a Nazi, but he has to make sure nobody sees that he's circumcised, and he he's a perfect Aryan specimen, and it's about survival, and it's pretty funny too, but it's not a comedy.
I'm gonna seek them out, both of them.
Cool.
Yeah, good.
So do you like blaxploitation films?
Oh my gosh, yes. I watch them every time I can find them on either Amazon or Netflix.
Yeah. I was a huge, my mom introduced me to, I think she was hot for him. She was into Richard Roundtree. She's like, you have to watch Shaft. He's a bad motherfucker. Nobody understands him but his woman. It's hard to explain like why white people would be into blaxploitation, but they were. We were.
It was big in the 70s.
And it wasn't, like now the way it's being framed is like, it was for the Black community, by the Black community, but that's not really true.
No, it's not.
Everybody watched it.
A lot of white people made lots of money on blaxploitation films.
And watching them.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. I loved all the variants, like Black Shampoo.
What was the one that Eddie Murphy came out during COVID? What was it?
Dolomite.
Oh man, that was so much fun. I watched it twice.
Best. I've seen the Dolomite movies like scores of times.
It's fantastic.
Dolomite and Dolomite 2, The Human Tornado. not to be eclipsed by Avenging Disco Godfather.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Petey Wheatstraw, the devil's son-in-law.
Good stuff.
But I think Dolomite is still the way to go. Oh my God.
I agree.
Yep. Eddie Murphy, like, he was amazing in that film.
Yeah, fantastic.
I'm surprised he didn't win any awards for that.
And it was supposed to be his big comeback film.
Well, it should have been.
It should have been. It should have been. I don't know why it wasn't. But he essentially dropped out of sight for years. And then that was the big comeback.
I always wondered if he was like difficult to work with, or is there something else going on? I don't know. And he's made so many great movies. I mean, like
Trading Places,
so good.
Oh, Trading Places is still, talk about holding its humor. And that movie came out in 1981.
And the political resonance of that. I mean, it's exactly like today.
And the Wall Street Journal says that movie, until the release of Wall Street, that movie taught people more about how commodities are traded than any other movie in history.
Well, they did film it on the floor of the World Trade Center Commodities Exchange.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I worked on Wall Street around that time, not at the Comex, at Bear Stearns in the clearance order. But we knew about commodities because we had orders for them. Right. And it was like, that's what it's like down there. It's exciting. It was exciting. That's all fucking automated now. It's all gone. I mean, the old days of like shaking your ticket and throwing the paper on the floor, that's done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can say that.
It's all done by a computer. And I can see why, but it's just not. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same.
Yeah.
Well, next time, what are we going to talk about? Books?
We can do books. We can do music. We can do whatever we want because after all, it's our show.
That's right.
What do you think? Right. What do you want to talk about? Books? You want to do books next?
Yeah, let's do books next time.
Okay. All right. Let's each bring some books.
Okay. That sounds great.
All right, John. It was great.
Good to see you, Ted.
And I'm going to go ahead and end the recording hold on. There we go.
Welcome to DeProgram, brought to you by Firefox, which will apparently allow me to use the correct microphone, unlike yesterday. I'm Michelle Whitty. I'm here with John Kiriakou and Ted Rall. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome
Great to hear you clearly. Thanks.
And you sound great.
Thank you. People always say that.
If this podcasting thing doesn't work out, you can always go take on Taylor Swift.
I would love to do voice acting. I think that'd be so fun. I'm such a bad singer. We have a lot to talk about today. I want to talk a little bit more about the perversion of justice that we're watching in our country, right? Where the FBI is now apparently just doing corporate security guarding for Tesla specifically. And we have plainclothes agents rounding up residents for the crimes of writing op-eds that this administration disagrees with. It's truly frightening. I've got a fun Boeing update, a sort of not a shot chaser, a one hand and then the other hand update from Boeing that I think is pretty fun. We have a disgusting display by and for Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem down in El Salvador. And then maybe if we got time, we've got a little bit more evidence for the Mike Walls is a lying liar column when he says that he has no idea how Jeffrey Goldberg's information or contact information got sucked into his phone. So I don't know where you guys want to start.
Donald Trump actually said that he believes it was a glitch in the app, that it was the app that generated this whole conversation about targeting the Houthis and adding a reporter to the mix.
I thought Trump was supposed to be clean and sober.
Right.
Right. Also,
happened to
the
me.
press secretary yesterday again repeated this story about the phone number being added. In Signal, you don't add a phone number; you add a name.
A name.
I use Signal every single day. Used it for years.
And it has the person has to already be in your contacts for you.
And they have to be a member of Signal.
And they have to be a member of Signal.
Yep.
Right.
Yep. It's a pain.
And I want to add something too that I think I mentioned yesterday, but it bears repeating. Tom Drake, the NSA whistleblower, who is one of the country's leading experts on these technological issues, said that just because Signal or any other encrypted app is encrypted doesn't mean that it can't be intercepted, because it can be intercepted as you are typing it. It only becomes encrypted once you hit the send button. And the technology is such, the technology that governments have is such that they just get it as you're typing it, and it plays out on their screen so they can read it.
Yeah.
So
The app.
I would venture to say the Russians saw this, the Chinese saw it, the Israelis saw it, and any host of other countries, North Korea. Yeah.
The app does not defend your phone.
No.
You know, the app is not a line of defense against your phone being penetrated. Yeah. There's been some funny reporting about just what information is out there about our elected officials. I forget where the source was, but it was probably Wired or somewhere, reporting that Tulsi Gabbard, among others, her phone number, in some instances, passwords are publicly available, which, you know, okay, this is too much to hope for. But if we wanted to look on the bright side, we've been having conversations for years about how we need to maybe change our definition of, change our understanding of privacy when it comes to, quote, publicly available information, because of, you know, software, including AI, that is able to sort of scour the internet and pull together bits of information that can create actually a very complete picture of someone that you couldn't do manually, right? It would take so much effort. And that we need to sort of update privacy laws to reflect this. Maybe the fact that, you know, this can be done for people in positions of significant power now, and is being done because we do have a bunch of people in significant positions of power who haven't bothered to do the sort of like information hygiene or whatever you want to call it, that they probably should have, that we can get some kind of privacy update along the lines of what the European Union has done. But I see Ted shaking his head there because
Michelle,
no, of course not. Why should that happen for just regular
clean and
people?
sober.
I know. And along those lines, we also had, I think it was Wired and the American Prospect got a hold of Mike Walls, National Security Director Mike Walls, his or security advisor, his previously public list of Venmo contacts, which include, you'll be shocked because I guess he doesn't talk to reporters, but it included the contact information of several reporters, and not just conservative ones, but people at CNN, people at MSNBC, and then of course some people at Fox. So I don't know how that data got sucked into his phone. But he should maybe take it to the Geek Squad or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's not blaming the app, which is what Trump did this morning.
Yeah.
Which, you know, Trump doesn't, you know, use, right? I think the only tech he's got facility with is either X or Truth Social, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's all computer. It's all computer to him.
Just as an aside, and I apologize for jumping off topic, and we could jump right back on, but did you happen to see the email this morning from Caleb Maupin that he has been permanently banned from Blue Sky?
No.
Oh, I didn't realize it was permanent.
Well, for what? For what?
I think just for being Caleb Maupin. He's a well-known communist. He's a supporter of Russia and the Ukraine conflict. He's just reporting the same stuff that he's always reported. And he's shocked, I tell you, that he's been suspended by Blue Sky.
I believe also we should probably put communist in air quotes. I think he's got an idiosyncratic definition there of communism.
I think that's an important point. Yeah.
Yes. Did you guys see the report from yesterday that the FBI is creating a brand new task force to deal with vandalism of Teslas?
Yeah. Yeah. What kills me though is how, if you key a car, then you pay a $50 fine and maybe some restitution. If you key a Tesla, it's a hate crime and you can go to prison for 20 years.
I think I have just pulled this up. There's a guy whose Tesla was keyed at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. He's filed $1 million lawsuit. He's suing him for $1 million, saying that the keying of his car caused him emotional distress and anguish.
Well, now, in fairness to this guy, I don't know if Texas is one of those states, but New York is. When you file suit, you have to specify an amount that you sue for. And you always want to go big because
Fair
you
enough.
want to say, hey, you know what I mean? So people then say, well, you sued for $1 million. But I like it better in states like California, where if you sue, it's up to the jury to decide what damages, if any, you're entitled to.
Yeah.
That's how it should be.
That's how it should be. That's right.
It's just, it is, I guess, again, we have the Trump administration. They make overt and extreme what was previously the case, but to a somewhat lesser degree. And in this case, we're talking about the use of, state and federal police to do almost nothing but protect private property, and in particular, some people's private property and not others. You know what I mean? Like your bike gets stolen, your car gets stolen, whatever, your packages get stolen. Good luck, right? But God forbid people be able to organize protests in front of Teslas without ending up on some kind of FBI watch list. So we don't know how big this task force that is being put together is going to be, but it's just, okay, I guess the FBI exists specifically to try to salvage Elon Musk's business ventures and punish anyone who would dare to, because I don't know as I understand it, there have been a couple of instances of arson, right? Yeah. So, okay, a thing getting caught on fire is a little bit scary, right? But
also, it's also an environmental problem. Burning cars, that generates a lot of very bad stuff into the atmosphere.
Yeah, maybe someone should go after Tesla for making all these cars that catch on fire so easily and burn so hotly, right? Burn so intensely. There is a CNN story that's sort of going into the different things that have happened at Tesla dealerships. And one is where an employee saw something suspicious. You see an employee saw something suspicious at a dealership, called it in, the police came, they were warned about potential hazardous materials, and the police came and they determined that these devices were incendiary and took them away. And my joke is going to be what cars are they going to sell now that they've taken away all the incendiary devices? Because there are people who are still trying to get some money out of Tesla by claiming that their cars are unsafe, but the placement of the batteries, the nature of the fires that they generate, make them a hazard, and that their loved ones would have survived a crash in another car. There was a woman whose husband was trapped in a burning Tesla.
And the door handles don't open. So if your car catches fire and a first responder happens upon it quickly, they have to break the windows to get to you. Yeah,
they do.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I can't believe this was ever approved by federal regulators.
Well, that's how Mitch McConnell's sister-in-law died, isn't it? She went into a pond. And
she didn't catch fire. She just backed into a pond and slowly sank.
And couldn't get out. Couldn't kick the window out.
It's insane.
Yeah.
But what does the FBI have to do these days, I guess, but keep an eye on people who are organizing these Tesla takeover protests, which are not necessarily the same as anybody, randomly throwing Molotov cocktail at a Tesla, but protests, organized to show up in front of Tesla dealerships and protest Elon Musk and hold picket, signs and whatever, and protest this, billionaires running roughshod over the processes of American government. And now, let's snoop into all of their social media history, right? Because there's nothing else going on in this country.
Well, I do want to, there's so much to unpack here. First of all, there's the irony aspect, right? Which was that until a year and a half ago, owning a Tesla was a liberal side.
Totally.
It was like an NPR tote bag. Right? It's like,
that's right.
And now suddenly everything's flipped. So if you bought your car a couple of years ago, like my ex-wife, what did you do? You didn't, suddenly your political sign is off. And then there's also the fact that, what about the Streisand effect? It seems to me like Musk and the federal government are programming, are basically, spreading the word that it's open season on Teslas. It's like they're giving ideas to people who might not normally get them.
Yes. And the media is partly to blame for this too. I'm on the email list of a hyper local news thing called arlingtonnow.com. So it's just news from Arlington, Virginia. And they sent me this hair on fire breaking news, and it has like 2 police sirens on the side of it as a GIF, breaking news. Someone painted a swastika onto a Tesla in the courthouse neighborhood. Detectives are on the case. It's like, seriously? This is breaking news with the 2 sirens going like this.
Yeah.
This is where we are today.
Here's the thing, right? You have, again, it's FBI task force. You have Pam Bondi, the attorney general, calling attacks on Tesla domestic terrorism. You have Kash Patel, the FBI director, saying the same thing. You have the president joking grotesquely about the prison conditions in El Salvador where any of these domestic terrorists might be sent. Right. And again, this is over mostly. If you burn up somebody's Tesla, you should get charged with vandalism and property damage. Right. Sure. If you damage a dealership, there are already crimes on the books for the things that might occur during a protest. But I seem to recall conservatives for the last 4 years, howling that their free speech rights were being violated, applauding the new regime where people were going to be allowed to speak their minds and protest what they want, whether it be wearing masks or not reelecting Donald Trump. And now I guess it turns out the only things that you could safely protest are not wearing masks and not reelecting Donald Trump, because anything else is going to get you threatened with terrorism charges and explicitly threatened with being renditioned to another country, while the president laughs about how you're going to maybe starve to death and get beat up.
Yep.
And then we have...
Well, everything's terrorism now, right? If you protest, if you write an op-ed about Gaza, you're hurting the foreign policy of the United States, and you're supporting Hamas, a State Department designated terrorist organization. If you vandalize a Tesla, you're a terrorist. Everything's terrorism now.
We should mention, because I don't think we said on the air, but what happens to that Turkish student who wrote an op-ed supporting the Palestinian resistance?
Yes. Yeah, this was at Tufts University, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tufts University. She's a Turkish PhD student. She wrote an op-ed, and there is security camera footage of her just walking down the street, minding her own business, and 3 plainclothes undercover Department of Homeland Security agents who are milling around their unmarked SUV walk up to her, confront her, and in less than 30 seconds, she's in cuffs.
They take her phone out of her hands.
Yeah,
they take her phone out of her hands. They grab her hands. This is a dangerous person. This woman walking down the street with a purse and a phone and nothing else. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's sick. But this is the thing. The courts are only ruling on individual cases. Like Mahmoud, what was his name at Columbia?
Khalil.
Khalil, thank you. So in the Mahmoud Khalil case, they've only come back with a temporary decision on that one case. There's no blanket federal court decision saying you can't be expelled for thoughts that don't align with the government policy.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to have to sue individually, and by then, you could just as well be deported already.
Yeah. I was just looking for, I mean, the thing is, this is not novel, right? This attempt to charge protesters with terrorism is not novel.
No.
This was being allowed to go ahead under the previous administration, the Biden administration, when it comes to the Cop City protesters in Atlanta. They're just the handiest example to grab, right?
Yes.
Where they were being charged with racketeering, right, and stuff for donating to a protest food kitchen or whatever, right?
Yes.
This is an expansion of the use of these kinds of charges, and basically bowing to the will of the variety of corporate entities who have faced mass protest over the years and don't like it, right? With the Dakota Access Pipeline kind of being a big, I don't know if you can call it the starting point, but like the Standing Rock protests there against the Dakota Access Pipeline were
we should mention in context here that Greenpeace just got slammed with over $500 million verdict for their role in the Standing Rock protest, and they're worried that they may have to close up shop.
Oh yes,
you had factory farms wanting to charge trespassers on their farms who want to film conditions or whatever with terrorism, and there hasn't been a principled defense of this from either party. I mean, of course, you have the case of Luigi Mangione, of course, who shot one person and is being charged with terrorism. And so, again, I think that it's incorrect to say that both parties are exactly the same. I think that this administration and the Republicans are taking it a little bit further. But there was an opportunity to draw a line in the sand here, right? And neither party has taken it. And so now, again, we are seeing like the door was left open, right, by Democrats who were like, sometimes it's okay, sometimes it's not okay. We're going to sort of leave it halfway open and just sort of stand here leaning against it. And what has happened, the Trump administration has come through, kicked it in, and said any kind of protest, any kind of speech that we don't like is, a jailable offense.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And we still don't have any principled opposition to this. And you know what I was just wondering? Where's old Thomas Massie?
Yeah.
Where's our boy Thomas Massie, who, again, not the worst congressman, simply because he has appeared to have some principles in the past. He's done things like vote against this incredibly expansive and dangerous definition of anti-Semitism. And he's I think he's against violations of privacy, right? That kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I don't see anything about Thomas Massie coming out and talking about how people should have the right to. It only occurred to me this morning to look, so forgive me if I've missed it. But I don't see headlines about Massie breaking ranks. He's
not, but I think I can tell you why. It's because he voted for himself for Speaker of the House. The president was furious because Trump had called Massie personally that morning and told him to vote for Mike Johnson. He didn't. And so Trump announced that he was going to support a primary challenge. And I think Massie has concluded that he's in enough trouble right now as it is with Trump that he just can't take on anymore right now.
Man.
It's ugly.
Yeah, it is. It is. And again, dumping money, private entities dumping money into primary challenges is something that was tolerated when it was AIPAC for years and years and years. And now that it's also, Elon Musk in particular, well, oh boy, that's a real issue now, isn't it? And it's like, you can't defend against this when you're doing it piecemeal. You have to defend a principle. You can't just say AIPAC's good for some reason and Musk is bad for other reasons.
Yeah, that's right. That is right.
There's no consistency. I mean, never has there been we're in such a stark period of free speech for me, but not for thee.
Yeah.
Law for thee, not for me. I mean, I don't see it getting better. I mean, really, nobody cares. I mean, it's like when you really tell us when you read the comment sections to controversial stories like the Gaza protests, like the Mahmoud Khalil story in, say, the New York Times and the Washington Post, and I look at those because these are some of the most educated American journalism consumers are subscribers to these two publications. And, like if you're, for example, you support Israel, you really don't care about Mahmoud Khalil. And you don't even see from a selfish standpoint how these kind of tactics could be turned against you and your supporters in the future. It's just like, he deserves it. Fuck him. Send him away.
Yeah.
And I mean, and it's just like, and it flips around, whenever it's, people who are Democrats, they have the same kind of thing. Like when lawfare was being, deployed against Trump unfairly, they were like, fuck him. We don't care. I mean, civil society is breaking down.
The other thing is, and I think this goes to your point, Ted, I think if you asked most Americans what is unique about our country, what makes our country different from the rest of the world, they would give you some variation on our freedoms, right?
Yes.
And I don't know if you pressed a lot of people if they could really define what freedoms exactly those were that we have that other countries don't have. But I bet speech would be up there. Oh, you can do what you want. You can say what you want. You don't, you're not tyrannized by your government, etc. Well, now what?
Yeah.
That's not true. So what are we as a country now? And that goes to society breaking down. Like what is the idea of the United States except a place where you will probably go bankrupt if you get cancer? Unless, I'm exaggerating mildly, but it's less of an exaggeration every year, like truly. And so, now I guess there is going to be at least if there's an explicit fight for what is the definition of this country, it's people will realize that there is a possibility of creating and defining it. And in my opinion, that would be good rather than just sort of like entertaining ourselves in the ruins of empire forever until we expire. Because that's what we had been doing until things got really uncomfortable, right? We're all just sort of like jerking off inside this giant blood-soaked edifice that we don't really understand the function of or the consequences of. So great. But we have to like contend now with, I guess, a group of people whose idea of the United States is like, I don't know, should be whiter or something. I don't know really what the conservative vision is except orderliness. But yeah, I mean, because if at some point people, I would think at some point people are going to pay attention when like this whole foundational understanding of what this country is picked apart.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we never really understood.
No. I mean, there's been an erosion for a long time, but it's speeding up now, right?
And there's just no sense. I mean, nobody's taught at all. You have to defend the free speech rights of the people with whom you disagree vehemently.
Absolutely.
But there was The People versus Larry Flint. When did that movie come out? 25 years ago or something? Like there was a time when that was sort of recognized and celebrated, and the ACLU was sort of recognized, and people get mad, but like it was at least it was like a conversation. I don't think they were being called traitors or whatever. They would take on unpopular cases like.
Oh, they were. Oh, they were. Like they were accused of being anti-Semitic when they sided with the Nazi marchers in Skokie, Illinois, and so on.
But it was at least a debate. It feels like now. I mean, the ACLU is still sort of kicking, but every what we haven't talked about very much on this show, sort of Trump's attacks on big law, who are just lying down one by one, donating, pro bono work for him so that he won't bar their lawyers from entering federal buildings and strip their clearances and whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I think, I guess the good news is, right, like the sort of role, the corporate role in our current state is exposed as I feel like it never has been before. And to the extent that the entities that are supposed to share this with the population are doing it, that has the potential to do some good. People to see their country as it really is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think everybody's got their heads so far up their asses.
I said that earlier this morning on another podcast.
Or like to be charitable people. People are out busting their asses just trying to stay on top of the rent, It's like either head up their ass disease or, I'm trying to like get someone to watch my kids while I finish my shift and come home and just like, have a couple beers and go to sleep.
Did you happen to see in the Journal today that this year, for the first time, the average Wall Street bonus is equal to 4 times the average U.S. salary?
Jesus, that's disgusting. Well, one of the stories that we didn't get to talk about over the last couple of weeks is another Wall Street Journal story that discusses the extent to which, remember during the pandemic and after, over and over, the power of the U.S. consumer was extolled, right? The indomitable U.S. consumer that we're always going to spend, and that's what's going to keep the economy rolling over. And it just turns out that actually it is really a tiny fraction of people who have a lot of money who are actually making the expenditures. I had actual notes about this somewhere, but I mean, we don't need to get into the details necessarily to understand why this matters. Like let's see. Oh, well, I can't find it right now. But like this U.S. consumer, indomitable U.S. consumer, that is actually a myth, right? It is the top 10% of earners account now for almost 50% of all spending. So households making $250,000 a year or more account for 50% of all spending, a record in data that goes back to 1989, about 2/3 as much as what it was 30 years ago. And so like those are the people who are keeping this economic project afloat. It's not the rest of us, right? So it's like that's the head up their ass crew. And then the rest of us are just trying to get by. And I understand why you might not have time to like wrestle with the total demise of your society if you're just trying to not get evicted.
Yeah.
The grim though.
So let me ask.
Sucks.
So let me ask. I think we all believe deep down that this is an anomaly in American history. We've never seen anything like this happen, where you're in the country perfectly legally, but all of a sudden you don't have the same constitutional protections that Americans have. Do you think that this anomaly will go back to its happy place where it's been for 45 of the 47 other presidential administrations? Or do you think that this is a sea change and that even if a Democrat is elected next time, he's going to begin expelling, or she is going to begin expelling people whose politics he or she don't like?
Well, don't forget, John, about the Japanese American internment camps.
Yeah, that's a great point I did forget about. Yes,
they were citizens.
They were citizens, American citizens.
Some of them green card holders, or whatever the equivalent was back then. Yep. And so, so they were legal, and that was never really fully repudiated, despite Reagan's kind of small apology and token checks that were issued to the survivors. The Korematsu decision, which he's got a school named after him, but it's still case law, and it's still used and cited by American administrations, including the Bush administration, to justify the Guantanamo. And so, I mean, it's like the problem is that we don't really it's not like at the end of World War II when, say, the French government came in and said, everything that happened between 1940 and 1944 is invalid.
Yes.
We erase it. It's like it never happened. We don't do that. We kind of we keep a lot of this old, disgusting shit.
Yes.
And so it's not really settled. I mean, I think we'll return to sanity, probably, but not fully. That's the problem.
I mean, the other problem is that, leaving aside the sort of deportations of migrants who were deemed to be here illegally or had the wrong tattoos, these students who are getting picked up and these green cards holders who are getting picked up are being picked up because of criticisms of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a topic where our two major parties are in agreement that if the equation is, if the balance is Israel, the benefit of Israel versus any principle whatsoever, we come down on this side of, does it benefit Israel or does it hurt Israel? And that's the problem that we're stuck with. So my answer would be, I think that if Trump does leave office and a Democrat is elected, there will be a change in degree, but nobody's shown themselves really to be willing to stand on the side of principle when it comes to anything having to do with Israel, except I will say for occasionally the people like the Thomas Masseys of the world, right? But I'm not going to build my political future on that guy, right? So that's the problem. If it was about almost anything else, I could imagine a party taking a stand, if people were being deported because, I don't know, whatever, for protesting Donald Trump or something, sure. But when it's Israel and when the only defense that the Chuck Schumers and the like have been able to come out with has to follow a sort of page-long diatribe about how disgusting, for example, Mahmoud Khalil's views are, I don't have a lot of faith that they are going to go to the mat for him. And if they're not going to go to the mat for somebody like that, who, as we've discussed, has done nothing offensive whatsoever, they're not going to go to the mat for somebody who actually has views that are repugnant to them, but who is here legally and has done nothing illegal.
It's a dark day. I think you're exactly right. I think your analysis is right on. And that means that we have nothing to look forward to in this area.
Well, that's...
I hate to say it like that, but it's...
I wish my head was
although
in
at
the
a
sand.
certain point, Israel might become as popular as smoking. Used to be everybody did it. Now nobody does it. And you're a pariah if you do. Seriously, everything has Israel may have, it does seem like they've gone as far as they can go in terms of American public opinion. It may have cost Kamala Harris the presidency. That could happen, but it wouldn't really change the fundamental flaw here, which is that nobody's going to stand up for a minority opinion, or it's not even a minority opinion. It's an opinion that's just not accepted in the halls of Congress.
Yeah, because how much does again, it always comes down to how much does public opinion matter, right? Because I think the government has, I don't know, when I don't recall exactly where public polling was when it came to legalizing gay marriage or whatever, right? But that might have been a minority opinion where there was a decision.
It was not. What happened was, I remember this very vividly. It was, Joe Biden with his verbal diarrhea basically sort of accidentally brought about legalized gay marriage, right? So what happened was that the Obama had weaseled, and when he ran in 2008, said that he believed that marriage was between a man and a woman.
Yes.
And he believed in traditional marriage. But the public was getting ahead of him and the Democrats, and it became a majority opinion. It was upwards of 60% that the public was in favor of allowing it. And then at that point, Joe Biden, in an interview, went off the reservation as vice president and said, I don't have a problem with it. And at that point, Obama had to say that he was in favor of it, although privately he was kind of pissed. And then that led to the Supreme Court decision.
All right, there we go. So you got to force them every time.
Yeah, the leaders don't lead; they lead from behind.
Yeah, but again, we've seen these studies that show that when we spoke to Jonathan Cohen, I believe, who had done that study finding that fully half the time, Congress does not respond to the clear will of the majority, whether sort of on the whole or sort of locally in their districts. And so the sort of the fights that we are having is over about half of stuff that we disagree on, when actually most people agree on most things. It's just that our government won't act. And so I think this is one of these things, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the only thing that will happen is that Israel one of these days will literally be smoking, and that will maybe be the end of our troubles.
Here's the thing: the nut is going to happen when they have to figure out what to do about the people of Gaza. They can't expel them because no one will take them, and they don't want to go anywhere, so they're staying put. Mm-hmm. They live there, but the Israelis want that land. So now what? So at some point, so something's got to give. Either the Israelis have got to surrender and say, okay, all right, you guys get to rebuild and we give up. Hard to imagine. Yeah. Or they're gonna force the issue in some violent, brutal, horrific way that destroys their international standing once and for all. I'm voting on B.
And which is clearly underway now, right? You know what I mean? Like they are forcing the issue in a violent, horrific, illegal way. And yeah, it's up to the international community to decide when this is going to be unacceptable.
Yeah.
That's going to be soon.
I hope so. I hope so, Ted.
That's going. I mean, I don't want to see how it goes down because people are going to die. It's going to be really ugly.
Yeah.
But it's going to happen. I mean, I think we're going to see it this year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want a quick Boeing update? It's not the most important news, but I do think it's interesting.
Sure.
Well, so there was a fun 1-2 for Boeing in the last week. I don't know if you saw this, but Boeing was awarded a $20 to $50 billion contract to build the Air Force's next fighter jet.
Yeah, the F-47.
Yeah, it's going to replace the F-22.
You know why the number?
Oh, yeah. They did it as a SOP to President R-47 president.
Isn't it disgusting?
Oh, I did not realize that. Well, so they won this award. They were up against Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin was not given this, despite the fact that Boeing, and this is the Wall Street Journal was reporting on this, Boeing has not successfully launched a commercial or military aircraft in 10 years. So they have been, Boeing, one of the most despised companies in the United States right now, I would say, has been handed this massive new contract. I couldn't see when this was first announced a couple of days ago, Lockheed had expressed some disappointment and hadn't said yet whether they were going to challenge the award. But in addition to the, doors blowing out of its commercial airliners and the commercial airliners, less comically crashing twice, killing nearly 500 people, they have had quality problems, scheduling problems, and lost billions of dollars with their military planes, like a trainer. They've got a big Pegasus tanker and some other Air Force programs. In September of last year, they fired the head of their defense sector. And yet the government looked at Lockheed and Boeing and went, yeah, Boeing's probably a safe bet. And this story that I forget who it was. I think it's like a On the Wing or some sort of airline specific news organization spoke to the executive director of the Mitchell Institute for Air Force Studies, who said, it's up to Boeing to make this opportunity a win. But again, it's like, is it supposed to be with our tax dollars that we say, let's see if you can do it this time? You know what I mean? Or are these awards supposed to go to like a sure thing, the company that we feel is definitely competent to make this product, which Boeing has not demonstrated itself to be in a decade? The other hand of this is that a judge has now scheduled Boeing to go on trial for defrauding the U.S. government in the case of those two crashes of 737 MAX jets. So they they got this deferred prosecution agreement back in January 2021 that kept Boeing from having to actually face trial. And then Boeing was supposed to undergo all of these different, regulatory changes and safety reforms and on all of this other stuff. The problem is that under that deferred prosecution agreement, Boeing admitted that its officers, directors, and employees had misled the FAA about these safety details that were, part of the reason these two crashes happened. There was one in Indonesia and one in Ethiopia, like 2016, 2017, or 2017, 2018, I forget. So hard to see how Boeing is going to defend itself in a criminal trial for something that it has already admitted guilt for.
Yeah, I agree. I mean,
and it also feels like
no explanation for it.
And the thing that I think this relates to, sorry, Ted, I know you're getting in here, but like the contract certainly feels like the U.S. government looking at this struggling corporation thinking, we don't want you to tank. One, you're a big company and you're a big employer, and you're also sort of a flagship. It should just be a state-owned company, right? If they're going to be a sort of flagship American company. Yeah. And they're saying, well, we know this trial is going to go badly, so let's give you $20 to $50 billion to get you through this hard time.
They're too good. They're too big to fail.
Yes.
I mean,
that's exactly what's happened. Yeah.
Would that any of the rest of us were too big to fail? You know what I mean? Because it sort of seems like Tesla, Boeing, SpaceX, JP Morgan, Exxon, GM is too big to fail. But like 5 million homeless people, 10 million homeless people, 15 million people sleeping in their cars in the next decade or something. NBD, right? MVD will just build big fences and build El Salvador style prisons, or just send you all to El Salvador, I guess.
Yep. Yep.
Grim times, man.
It is.
It's bleak. Yeah.
Well, I thought Boeing might be a fun way to end this conversation, but it just leads us back to the same principle.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, it's, you know what it is? It's like the old ad for American Express, right? Membership has its privileges. And we're seeing that so much nowadays.
God. All right. Should we let you guys go?
Yeah.
All right. That's been your deprogramming. We'll be back. Thanks for listening, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome to Deprogram. I'm Michelle Whitty. I'm here with John Kiriakou and Ted Rall. Hi, guys.
Hello.
How you doing? Welcome to your late lunchtime deprogramming.
Yeah. Sorry, Mitchell.
Yeah.
It's lunch.
Yes. It's tea. I'm here to report that apparently the New York Times has joined us in deprogramming because they have, hold on to your hats, discovered the secret history. Let me read the headline here, actually. It is the secret history of the war in Ukraine. The untold story of America's hidden role in the Ukrainian military operations against Russia's invading armies. I don't know.
Yeah. Times is on it.
I feel like this has got to be a secret to exclusively New York Times readers, I guess. Because I couldn't find, I guess there was a little bit of detail about maybe a little more detail about the presence of British troops in Ukraine early on. I do have a question about one of those things, but basically it's like, yeah, Americans and Ukrainians and other members of NATO ultimately were helping plan strikes, providing all the intelligence. You know what I mean? They had their hand over Ukraine's little hand and were swinging the golf putter for them. Was anything in here a surprise to any of you?
Nope.
No. It was disingenuous of the New York Times to even publish something like this. It's like they just realized after 11 years, wait a minute, there's actually a history to this conflict.
Yeah.
They should be ashamed of themselves.
And I mean, of course, I think this story starts essentially in 2022. Yeah. So it's not it's not going back to 2014. It's not talking about, but the American involvement. But it is crazy to pretend that this is a revelation. I mean, really at all. And it wasn't only, the people that we were speaking to, on Sputnik. It wasn't like only Mark Sloboda, the political analyst who was providing this information. CBS had elements of this story. Like this was simply available. It's mind-boggling to me to call it secret. I mean, I guess they're giving us the names of people, and giving us snippets of their conversations in Germany as they're doing this planning together. But it does fit a pattern, I will say, with the New York Times of brooking no dissent in the run-up to a war and in the early stages of a war, right? When it might matter, when like dissenting voices might make a difference. And then belatedly, deciding, okay, now it's safe enough for us to report on, for example, a big splash they made a few years back with reporting on a rogue American battalion in Syria, allegedly committing war crimes. This kind of thing. Once it's all under the bridge, once it's over, right? Once like we've retreated from Afghanistan, we can talk about how we were actually losing the war there for 18 years straight. It's just incredible that they have the cheek to do this.
Back in the 80s, the punk band, the Dead Kennedys, had a song lyric that said, in 10 years or so, they'll leak the truth, but by then, it's only so much paper.
Yes.
And that's exactly what it is.
It's exactly.
Absolutely true. That is absolutely true.
I do have a question. So early on in this story, because it's a big splashy special, it's very like narrative, and they're trying to do cloak and dagger stuff. And so it starts out with this story of how these two Ukrainian generals are spirited out of Ukraine to Germany to meet with American counterparts and talk about war planning. And it says, 2 months after Russia invades Ukraine, a convoy manned by British commandos out of uniform but heavily armed. They grabbed up these two Ukrainian generals who were not kidnapped. They were wanting to go, and then took them, over the Polish border, crossed over, brought them to Germany. Sorry, it seems reckless to have plainclothes, active British commandos, heavily armed in a potential war zone. Right? Or am I nuts? Right? Doesn't that seem like I don't know, minimum reckless, maybe breaking a variety of rules? I'm not totally up on like
definitely breaking
rules of war, but like
definitely breaking rules. Yeah, no, this is John's expertise. I want to hear what John has to say. It does seem like the kind of thing. It's like it's the regular military engaging in covert activities.
Yeah.
Right. And that's they're not supposed to.
And presumably, since they were armed, prepared to fire upon Russian soldiers if they were attacked.
Which would be an act of war committed by NATO against Russia.
It would be framed that way at all.
No. It would not be framed that way. But this is exactly why so much more thought needs to go into what kind of commitment the West is going to make. Is it really worth the risk of going to war with Russia? It would be World War III. And I'm not overstating it, but it would be World War III if it were to become a war between Russia and NATO.
No, and I want to point out that it is a recurring theme. This sort of recklessness is a recurring theme in this story, because there's another line where they're talking about Ukraine's request of HIMARS, right? And this idea, from covering the war, we all know every 4 or 5 months there would be like a new piece of technology that was going to be the game changer, and it's this thing and it's that thing and it's going to be a game changer for Ukraine. But oh dear, is it a red line?
HIMARS are for people who don't know.
Right.
Go for it, guys. With the HIMARS.
Missiles.
Thank you.
What do I know? I never paid attention in the military briefings.
They're a high mobility artillery rocket system. So you wheel them around. They offer the firepower of a MLRS on a truck chassis. Yes. So it can fire missiles guided missiles 50 miles. You can move them around. So they're supposed to be this great game changer. And
those are the missiles that you see in overhead photography where they're like hidden among trees, or they'll have camouflage nets over it.
There's a big
box. It's a big box, and they can be moved like right to the Russian border. Yes. And then fired up to 50 miles there.
So they finally there's a debate about whether the United States should provide these HIMARS. And there's a quote in the story from an official who isn't named, who says, as they're waiting for President Biden at the time to decide whether he's going to allow the use of these things, the official says, it felt like standing on that line, wondering if you take a step forward, is World War III going to break out? And again, there's not a lot of reflection in here as to, wait a minute, if we are standing on this line and World War II might break out because we give Ukraine this particular type of missile, is this worth it? Right? Is this border worth it? Is this fight that we have, of course, provoked and long been waiting for? But this is what you want to start World War III over? For sure.
Exactly.
And how would the American people feel about that?
Yeah.
Well, they don't know. The American people are not told,
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, this is sort of the recurring theme, right? This comes up in this, the Signalgate chat that we were talking about when discussing Yemen. There's a lot of discussion about the sort of details and the fringes of these conversations, but there's very little thoughtful, deliberate discussion about actually using the way we use war, what ends we are going toward, why we continue to use war as a means to those ends. Do we want to actually do this thing? Not how do we do it and who said what about it and whatever. And there seemed to be sort of precious little discussion, or input collected from, as you say, Ted, the American population as to whether they would like to risk World War III to give Ukraine HIMARS,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's very, it's disturbing, right? I mean, I think in the end, what it boils down to is, they think they're the boss and I think we're the boss, right? I mean, if I were the president of the United States, I'd be very, very reluctant to engage in any military action until after I'd gone on television several times to fully explain what I intended to do and why, and then saw some polls and saw how people reacted to it. I would just feel like it's not my place. Yeah. But that's just not how things are.
Yeah. No. So, of course, we learn, that the United States is making personnel decisions. There's a moment where they insist that some particular general be fired because he's not going to do what the U.S. wants him to do. But basically, this is just, if you were reading anything but the New York Times, you would have had a sense of this already, that, of course, the United States has been deeply, deeply involved in not just slapping Ukrainians on the back and providing them with technology, but collecting the intelligence used, that technology is used for, providing that intelligence, training them on the weapons, giving them targets.
Mainly, that seems to be the big one, right? I mean, it seems like if I had to just pick out one thing from that article, it's kind of like, well, these guys wouldn't know what to aim at, and we told them. And that's a huge thing.
Yeah. But that was known before this. It just wasn't widely reported on. But we would talk to people and say, Ukraine doesn't know how to use these weapons. Ukraine doesn't have this intelligence gathering capability.
May I ask a question? First of all, to answer one of our viewers in the chat, Mike, I apologize that I can't join the chat because I would have to get out of StreamYard. So I want to answer your question, and Brian has a question. So I'm not lurking in the chat, but I want to address this. Brian says Russia has moved the line you can't cross so many times. I find it hard to believe anyone was actually concerned HIMARS was going to be the last straw. That is a really important point. But what that tells me is that the Russians are far more flexible than the West is. Like the Russians could have said, look, we've got this red line here, and by God, if you cross it, all hell's going to break loose. If you provide HIMARS to the Ukrainians, look out, we're going to start killing everybody. But they didn't do that. They didn't say that.
Well, the U.S. Americans have a tendency to view like flexibility as weakness.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the Russians see it as what's the word?
Pragmatic?
Yeah, pragmatism. That's the best word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, it's pragmatism. Okay, a HIMARS is launched. It hits an apartment building outside of Moscow. That's terrible. That's an act of war. Of course, it's an attack on civilians. But then the Russians don't necessarily respond to it. And I think that is a far bigger, far better policy than pushing, and tempting the start of World War III.
Well, because Russia doesn't want to be at war with NATO any more than it already is at war with NATO in this, what we can, I guess, now call a proxy war, which we all got laid off for saying basically for a couple of years.
It was in the article, officially.
Yeah. Which also I feel like, belies this supposed European fear that first Ukraine, then the rest of Europe, that Russian armies are going to march across the continent, and the only thing holding them back is, I don't know, fear of American nukes or something. Like,
they could have invaded Ukraine anytime they wanted. I mean, it was just sitting there. It would have been easier before. They didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, I really, obviously I'm not in President Putin or his generals' minds in their brains, but I think that the reason they didn't want Ukraine to join NATO is very simple. It's like, we all know there can be like drunken border guards can just start shooting at each other at 3:00 in the morning. It actually happens all the time among the former Soviet Central Asian republics. It happened in Kashmir between Chinese troops and Pakistani troops recently, right? It just people get bored, and so like the next thing Article 5 is triggered, and you're at World War III because 3 dinguses tied on too much vodka one night. I mean, that's what Putin's worried about.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he's worried about. What do you make of Trump's complaint about Putin yesterday? That he said Putin is really pissing me off. That was the quote. Because he made a personal swipe at Zelensky and hasn't offered up enough incentives for the Ukrainians to go to the table. Should we take that seriously?
I think basically what happened here is there is some sense that the Russians might be taking too long and that they might be dragging their feet. But I think also, and so I think this is for domestic internal Oval Office consumption, where he's being advised by the people around him, that you can't trust Putin, you can't trust the Russians, you've got to be hard. And so also it kind of is a sop to the Ukrainians. Like, look, what did he tell Zelensky? This is not, I'm in between. I'm not on your side. I'm not on Russia's side. I'm on the side of peace. That's what he said in that famous blow up, right, in the Oval Office. I think this is part of that thing. It's like, okay, I don't want everyone to think now I'm on Russia's side. I'm not on Russia's side either. I'm trying to broker a deal so both of you two knuckleheads cut it out, quit saying disrespectful, mean shit about each other. You're going to have to make peace. You're going to have to shake hands. You're going to have to be nice to each other. I really think in the end, that's what he thinks he's doing.
I mean, I think it's also the US has a tendency to forget that other countries do have strategic interests and goals. And Trump thought, maybe he was going to come in. It's one thing to get Ukraine to acquiesce to your demands because we are 100% supplying and directing their war effort.
They're a wholly owned subsidiary.
Yeah. Russia's not. And Russia is winning. You know what I mean? Like, we would talk to people in the past who would...
And they have more at stake, too.
Yeah, well, they do. They have a lot at stake. They've reconfigured their economy. The entire sort of geopolitical balance of the world has shifted as a result of this. You know what I mean? Like the increasing closeness with China. You can't throw it away. The United States is going to try and drive a wedge between you and China, right? And so, and they've also spent a lot on this effort. They've lost a lot in blood and treasure. And I think that the United States generally, and I think the Trump administration maybe particularly, does tend to forget that you're not just dealing with pieces on a board, right? And we heard people predict for a long time that this war was not going to be over quickly, and that when Russia is winning, Russia's not necessarily that motivated to stop, except on its terms. Like, just because the U.S. has come in and is bullying around its vassal Ukraine doesn't mean that what Russia wants has necessarily changed, or that it's going to decide to have spent all of this money and these lives to not get exactly what it wants.
Well, yeah, and if you're Putin and Donald Trump is opposed to continued, blank checks for Ukraine, you think that you would have an incentive to continue the war, right? Just bleed the Ukrainians until they just give up. They can't fight anymore.
And the summer's beginning now. I mean, that's only going to help the Russians at this stage. I mean, yeah, it just seems like there's a my train of thought is gone. Go ahead, Michelle.
No, I mean, that's it. I think that, in the same way.
What I was going to say.
Go ahead, Ted.
Oh, so it reminded me there was an open mic gaffe. I think it was with Obama and some other world leader, and Obama just says like, "Hey, listen, I'm going to have to beat you up a little bit, but don't worry, we're good." If you remember that, and I think this is kind of like I suspect I would like to think that Trump would call Putin and just say, "Listen, you got to give me something. You got to give me something." Yeah. That I can take back and say, and just otherwise I lose face. I can't have that. I can't be seen as having gotten my ass kicked. So what are you going to give me? I think this is a little bit about that.
I mean, we'll see.
I think so too.
Do you guys want to hear something else that the New York Times has just discovered? This is just...
there's a Twitter feed called The Times is on it, which is only about things that they come to really late.
That's great. I follow the pitch bot, which is pretty funny, but no, not that one. The Times has recently discovered that despite the fact that in its headline, America has never been wealthier, it doesn't feel that way. And guys, would you know it? Household net worth reached a new peak at the end of 2024. The unemployment rate is just above record lows. Debt compared to assets that households are carrying are near a record low. But even a land of plenty has its shortcomings, influencing both perceptions and realities of how Americans are doing. The economy remains deeply unequal, blah, blah, blah. Data designed to capture the overall population may be obscuring the challenges experienced by a broad range of Americans. So this is just another weird, guys. The economy looks great, and yet many people are unhappy. And so it's another, discovery that actually the people who are driving this economy are about 15 dudes in one party bus, 15 dudes in quarter zip fleeces in one party bus driving around while everybody else literally is becoming homeless, living in the streets. And again, never any comments on how the terrible shame of having low unemployment and poverty. Everyone just says, look, unemployment's low, so it's totally fine.
the low unemployment's not really low, right? I mean,
That's right.
Those numbers have been jiggered so many times, it's ridiculous. Unemployment is, really, I would argue the unemployment rate is about 35%. I mean, the participation rate in the economy is only about 65%. So that means 35% of people just don't vote, don't work, don't try to work, don't think they can get a job. You're counted as fully employed if you work 1 hour a week. Those numbers are fake as shit. There's no metric for underemployment. Someone who has a master's degree and is driving an Uber.
This is what I mean.
They're considered to be rocking it. They're living the dream.
Yeah.
And Ronald Reagan changed the numbers so that they now include the military as being full-time employed.
Mm-hmm. Listen to this. The share of wealth held by families in the top 10% has reached 69%, while the share held by families in the bottom 50 is only 60%. This is according to the Congressional Budget Office. So weird how people are so, there's so much discontent. Bizarre. Anyway, this is another thing that the Times has just discovered.
It's not that shocking that the Times, where you can't get hired unless you went to some place like Columbia Journalism School and gotten a master's degree, and they don't offer financial aid, so they only employ rich kids.
Wow,
that's all they have. So they don't know anyone poor.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even that.
It's ugly.
Yeah. You know what, though? It's coming for all of us, right? I mean, you're not making that much money as a, I want to
give the Times some credit, though. it is a newspaper, right? So just because a story ran, like, say, 15 years ago, doesn't mean that it shouldn't be revisited, from time to time.
No.
I want to say it's a good thing that they are talking about the same place that has, more Tiffany's ads than any place else in the world. It's they're sort of waking up. It's just that the problem is that, the same exact newspaper won't cover, like, when a Democratic candidate comes along who actually cares about these issues, they kneecap him and they don't, and, they make sure he gets no coverage whatsoever.
No, I think this story should be front page of every newspaper every day, right? But it is very, the way that they present it, right? Data designed to capture the overall population may be obscuring challenges experienced by a broad range of Americans. Yeah, look at fucking Paul Krugman. And you know what I mean? Like, go take a look at your own opinion, your roster of opinion columnists, New York Times.
Drive across the country. My son grew up in the Hamptons. That's where we lived at the time. And he was like, "We're poor." I'm like, "Dude, we have a pool. We own $1 million house." And so I was like, "Get in the car. I'll show." Like, we're going to go on a road trip. I was like, "This is how most people live. Not some people, not a lot of people. Most Americans live in grinding poverty."
Yeah. Yes. I just thought it was funny that they were discovering that maybe their data is giving them an incomplete picture of the U.S. economy. Again, they are a newspaper. You should be running this all the time, but it's not. There's no may. It definitely is. That's what I think bothers me. Right? If your data is showing you a picture of a prosperous country where everyone has the opportunity to live a full life, then yes, that data is definitely obscuring reality, and you should be looking to different data. Don't pretend that there's a maybe here.
And it does help to explain things that Times readers wonder about, namely, how did Donald Trump get elected twice?
Yes. And is he going to get elected a third time?
I've had several conversations about that with Bruce Fein. And it was covered extensively in today's Washington Post as well.
Explain who Bruce Fein is?
I'm sorry. Bruce Fein is the former Deputy Attorney General of the United States, and he's a Washington-based attorney, constitutional scholar, Harvard Law and Berkeley. He knows these issues very deeply. And he said, look, the founding fathers, not even the founding fathers, is the 22nd Amendment. The drafters of the 22nd Amendment could not possibly have made it any more crystal clear that you cannot run for a third term, period. Mm-hmm. It's in stone. Trump said yesterday that, well, there are ways around it. And he said, there's a little wiggle room there. No, there are no ways around it. There's no wiggle room. You can't run for a third term.
Well, John Dean did say you could run. There's the Medvedev approach, right? You run, you get like, your cat to run for president, you run
Right.
for vice president, and then
that's what George
your cat
Wallace
steps
did.
aside, right?
Yeah, that's what George Wallace did in Alabama. He was term limited as governor. He had already been governor for 2 terms. So his wife ran for governor, and she got elected, but he was essentially the governor. He was the lieutenant governor, and then she resigned, and he became governor again.
That's crazy.
And that's how
I love
that's how
that.
he got around.
So it would work, right? Assuming that you got elected.
I just can't imagine that the Supreme Court would allow this. I can't imagine it.
But the language
who knows?
I don't think the language prevents it. It doesn't. The 22nd Amendment doesn't say, you can't run for vice president. I mean,
no, but then I wonder if
Hillary Clinton considered
If it
having
would be
Bill
passed
Clinton run
over.
as her vice president in 2016.
God,
yeah, but then in the case of a death or a resignation,
you're president
I
again.
wonder if they would skip over you constitutionally.
Well, you wouldn't have run. It says no one can run for president twice. But you wouldn't have run
Yeah.
for president.
This is
I
a
think honestly, I think
dangerous
the Supreme Court
conversation.
would let it go.
The other thing,
Yeah. Go on.
I gotta say, like the amount of time and ink being spent on this. I mean, I know on one hand that Donald Trump is doing some, singularly disturbing things and is clearly, ready for a real constitutional challenge. But part of me also thinks that a lot of the media just want it to be election cycle 24/7. Never cover anything else. Just do will he or won't he, is she or isn't she stuff about who's running for office, and then just cover a fucking horse race that never ends, And so now it's March. It's
Uh-oh.
What
I
happened
hope
there?
we haven't. I don't know. It looks like we've lost Michelle. Maybe she's had a power outage or something.
Oh man, that sucks.
That happened to me once when we were doing our show. I had a power outage, and that was,
there she is.
she's back.
Michelle, you're
She's-
back. You just froze for about 8 seconds.
yeah, I guess it's I'm plugged in, so I guess we can all blame Xfinity.
You've been sounding pretty good so far. Keep going.
But that's
Yeah.
part of what I feel like is the draw to this. There's a lot else that's going on right now. There's a lot of reporting you could do, I feel like, that would ensure that Donald Trump is not going to be successful regardless of whether he attempts to run. But they just love an election. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's where
Yeah.
that's where the clicks are. That's where the ratings are.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that I think the odds of Donald Trump being alive to run when he's 86 years old are actuarially slim. I think the odds of him being lucid enough to run are even slimmer.
And
Yeah.
I wonder how many.
He may
how
not
many,
even want it.
And how many up and coming Republicans are going to say, "Wait a minute. You've had your turn. Now it's my turn. I'm going to run."
Oh, nobody.
You know. You don't
yeah,
think
I would
so?
say I'm not sure about it. Depends on how popular Trump is, because there
Even
have been
after
a lot.
8 years.
Whose turn would it even be? Except for
Yeah.
like maybe JD Vance's, I guess, depending on this stint. Like
JD Vance,
there's not a
DeSantis.
Democrat. Who?
DeSantis, Rubio.
See, DeSantis, I don't think DeSantis can win.
No,
He's
I don't
so fucking genuinely weird and off-putting.
True.
Marco Rubio, maybe, right? Maybe he's going to decide that he wants his turn. But Rubio's not like what's.
Yeah, but he's got a face for radio. That guy. I don't see how.
Well, he also
possibly-
doesn't have a. It's not like Trump's base likes Rubio, so it kind of depends on what is the Republican Party. Is it still this one? Because they're tolerating him right now,
Mhm.
and he's been, pretty quiet.
Well, I mean, I think Trumpism. I don't know if the Republican Party. Let's say Trump dies. I don't know if the Republican Party I don't know if MAGA world stays in the Republican Party. I mean, because Trump took it over using
Yeah, he did.
MAGA, but MAGA needs to be organized in order to keep hold of the. The country club Republicans they want to get it
They want it
back.
back.
Mhm.
Yeah, and they'll
Yeah, they
take
do.
it
They
back.
want it back. Yeah, they will.
They're just waiting.
It's funny too. There are still some neocon elements that bubble to the surface every once in a while. The Tea Party, Ted, was the same way. They were an honest to God movement, and then they kind of just went away. I mean, there are a dozen or 2 dozen of them in the House caucus, the Republican caucus, but they're not they're not what they were in 2009. That's for sure. 2010. I wonder if the same thing is going to happen to the MAGA people.
Yeah, I do feel like it's almost like how, Francois Macron has his own personal party, and it will disappear along with him when he leaves office.
Because there's no,
or Zelensky.
Yeah.
There's nothing if these tariffs drive prices up, if Dr. Oz is allowed to totally get rid of Medicare and make it all Medicare Advantage, right? If all of these state cuts, these state Medicaid cuts go through, people are thrown off their benefits. There's a big chunk of people who I think were moved by Donald Trump's message the first time around and the second time around, who are pretty dramatically getting left behind now by this new sort of Trump X Elon Musk X Peter Thiel, whatever, to use a parlance that I hate. And yeah, they're not going to come and I don't know. There was some particular mystique about Donald Trump that they believed him, right? For some reason, they believed him a little bit,
Yeah.
But the
Michelle,
traditional
I got to push back hard against
Republican Party is not. They're not going to stick with them.
You're giving us the Thomas Frank "What's the matter with Kansas" argument, right? Which is that it assumes that people vote along their for their interests. I don't think they do. I don't, and liberals don't vote for their interests. If they did, they'd probably vote. Liberals tend to be pretty rich, and they would probably vote Republican to get their taxes cut. Their values say they're willing to pay more taxes. Conversely, I think people who are in flyover country who vote Republican, and this is not, a Trump thing. This is a Republican thing. It was true under Reagan and Bush as well. Even though they get screwed, they lose benefits, their schools get shittier because of funding cuts. They'll keep voting Republican because it's their identity. Their identity is I'm Republican. This is my religion. In the same way that Democrats be voting Democratic no matter what. That's
because it depends on the level of people, the amount of activation you need, I suppose, right? You're going to have people who are just going to, fade back into the bushes, Sean Spicer style, who are going to, walk back out of electoral politics and say, gave it a shot and it didn't work. But yes, people are not totally rational in how they vote. And also maybe we're underestimating. I think I said this the last time we spoke. I am a little bit surprised at how much racial and cultural grievance is at the forefront of this administration, with wanting to, tinker around with the Kennedy Center and change what the Smithsonian presentation ship looks like. But that's what they
think it's funny
doing. Yeah.
For them, that's part of the trolling. But I'll tell you what what MAGA world is absolutely ecstatic about is the deportations, and including the deportations of kids, college kids. They're fuck those elite Ivy League grad student effete foreign bastards. Fuck them, deport them all, jail them. They hate them, and that part of that nativism is powerful. That's a huge. That's where policy really hits the sweet spot, I think, with those people.
May I add something too? Sasha Vukovic, one of our viewers, raises something that's important, I think, that I saw earlier today. Oliver Stone, he put this on Twitter, he put it on Facebook, he put it everywhere, all of his social media, that he's so disappointed in this administration because there has been no change in the Biden administration's policy of bombing Yemen and bombing Ukraine and supplying and allowing Israel to continue bombing Gaza and massacring civilians. There's been no change. There's no difference now than what there was a year ago under Joe Biden. Why is that? If this is supposed to be a hands-off MAGA foreign policy, why is it Joe Biden's foreign policy?
Well, we knew the Israel thing would continue.
Yeah. He was clear
was never any doubt
about Israel.
And he did cut back some of the weapons to Ukraine.
Yeah, but it hasn't.
By the way, I can't believe we're talking about Gaza if we don't talk about the aid workers who were found, in the mass grave.
15 aid workers in a mass grave, first responders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
15.
The IDF attacked their convoy of fire engines and ambulances, claimed they didn't know what they were, which is just not credible, and then killed them all, and then buried them in a mass grave. Probably would have never heard of it if witnesses hadn't spoken up, and then they got disinterred, and now, it's almost up to World Food Kitchen levels of anger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I guess nothing will happen. But it is a war crime.
Yeah,
It's
another one.
Definitely a war crime. Most definitely.
Another tick on that side of the ledger.
Yeah.
But
It is horrifying.
a lot of strange evangelical MAGA people, anything for Israel, because they're going to bring about the end times.
Fucking insane.
Did you see this? This speaker was canceled at NYU yesterday because she had sent in her PowerPoint slides in advance, and one of them talked about these massacres in Gaza, and they said, "Oh, that sounds anti-Semitic." And then there was another thing, where she was complaining about how cutting USAID is hampering the development of legitimate infrastructure overseas. And they said, "Oh, that sounds anti-governmental," and so they just canceled her speech. That's where we are now.
I don't know which one is more upsetting, honestly. I mean, the anti-Semitism one is one we've been dealing with for a while. But yeah, now that you can't say, whatever, in my opinion, cutting USAID is going to, if you can't say something that is critical of the actions of the administration, what are you doing? What are you doing as a university? But I mean, we know what they're doing, right? Yeah.
I was asked yesterday to speak to the Canadian Foreign Ministry. Now, mind you, I am banned from Canada for the rest of my life.
It's a trap, John. They're trying to get you to show up.
Why?
I don't know what to make of this.
You'll be Khashoggi'd.
Yeah. They said, we could do it over Zoom. I'm like, yeah,
Fuck
okay.
you. I'm not talking to you if I'm not allowed in the country.
Why are you not? Why are you banned from the Great White North?
Oh, because I'm a dangerous national security criminal.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. We keep forgetting.
Yeah.
So I went and looked up Oliver Stone's tweet because I was curious, and I once again have to raise a question. He asks, why doesn't Trump at least meet with the Iranian leaders as he did North Korea's? Yeah. And so, of course, over the weekend we had more sort of bombast. Trump saying we're going to bomb Iran if unless you make a new deal with us, which is fucking hilarious, right? Considering you tore up the last one, but fine. However, I have been seeing, I've been seeing sort of reporting, citing different anonymous sources that the Iranians are actually, the Iranian government has authorized its members to make overtures to the Americans, that Iran actually is willing to talk. And also, again, it does not seem to me that hyperbolic threats from Trump preclude a willingness to negotiate. You know what I mean? That maybe they are actually an indication that negotiations are imminent or even underway. And so I wonder, who knows what will happen, right? Because Trump has been very antagonistic toward Iran, of course, assassinated Qasem Soleimani. I'm not ignoring any of that. But weirdly, still seems like that is one area where maybe there is some progress that's going to be made that is peaceful, despite the fact that Donald Trump has been making these threats. I don't know. Maybe I'm just grasping at straws.
Well, the reason why, Trump's not talking to Iran. I mean, why.
Israel?
Yeah.
Yeah, but, maybe he's letting them do whatever they want to do, exercise their most disgusting and base urges in Gaza while he, comes to another deal with Iran. I mean,
Israel is maximalist. They want everything.
Yeah.
That's all. They don't, there's no 99% is not enough for them.
Yeah.
They don't settle for anything less than an even 100.
Yeah, I do wonder.
And Iran,
I wonder.
And the the Israelis have always had a hard on for Iran. So, they I think they probably would. I think if they had to choose between getting rid of, if they had to choose between annexing Gaza and the West Bank versus taking out and destroying Iran, they would probably get rid of Iran. They'd probably pick that. They care about it a lot.
They didn't get it. The last time Trump was in power with John Bolton as, was he the NSC?
Yeah, he was the National Security Advisor.
National Security Advisor with Mike Pompeo as Secretary of State. If that wasn't the administration that actually bombed Iran, I don't know. I mean, Rubio, maybe. Witkoff, unknown quantity. JD Vance is a dickhead, but has, the occasional, has like some correct instincts on foreign policy sometimes. I don't know. I wonder. I mean, I'll see. I could be totally wrong. It could just be a prelude to, the war that Israel has always wanted.
Yeah.
Well, that would be, of course, now that's World War III.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be World War III.
And I have to think there are enough members of the Joint Chiefs who are aware of that and who would speak up so that's what's keeping us.
It was always my experience when I was at the CIA that the group that was the most anti-war in these principals committee meetings were the Joint Chiefs. And it was the State Department that always wanted to just bomb everybody.
Talk about ass backwards. It's so bizarre.
There was an interesting piece in the Post today about the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who for the very first time ever is a 3-star general, not a 4-star general. And he's the first chairman of the Joint Chiefs to never lead one of the services. So a group of 4-stars, I guess, pulled him aside and said, listen, you little shit. You're only 56. You're too young for this job. You don't have any of the experience. Did you campaign for it? Because apparently it's considered to be very bad form to campaign for the position of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You just hope to be noticed by the president and he chooses you. Mm-hmm. And he said that not only was he not campaigning for it, but he considered turning it down because he's never gotten his 4th star. And they said that was good enough with them. He'll probably get his 4th star now that he's taken the job. He'll have to be approved by the Senate, and he's going to be the guy now. I didn't even recognize his name. I don't even remember it now. I'd have to look at the.
No, I don't know who any of them are.
These guys, they're so interchangeable. I mean, Eisenhower and Patton, they are not.
No, exactly right. Exactly right.
Do we want to talk about France before we get out of here? You want to talk about Marine? So Marine Le Pen, head of, it was the National Rally. Is it now the National Rally?
Mm-hmm.
National Rally Party. She and the party were found guilty of embezzlement. Embezzlement. And she is, did she get a 4-year jail term and also a 5-year ban on running for office, or have I reversed those?
No, that's correct.
Oh, I think that's right.
Yeah.
She can appeal.
Yes. What do we think?
I like when she stormed out of the courtroom and all she said was incroyable. Which basically, for people who don't speak French, means like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know if she embezzled or not. There does seem to be, however, a pattern, let's just say in NATO countries now, of arresting your main political rival. I don't know if this was going to be Marine Le Pen's time to shine, like 2027, she was going to take her last
way
crack.
Ahead of the polls.
I mean, but this was the most recent parliamentary election was supposed to be a great victory for the rally, and they were thwarted at the last minute by some clever and impassioned whatever, sort of ballot jockeying, kind of like the coalition building among the center left and the true left.
Yes.
And then the center did what it always does to the left. It shivved them.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't have any. There's no love lost, for Marine Le Pen here. I wouldn't doubt. But what do we make of this verdict?
Look, I'm a for whatever it's worth, I'm a dual national. I'm a citizen of France. This is a major problem. It's not. She's not just a candidate. I mean, she represents a long-standing strain that goes back decades to her father. It really actually goes all the way back to Vichy, to the part that was really not settled after World War II. And this strain in French politics has been patiently waiting for a restoration that they were about to receive in just 2 years. And now this court has just single-handedly said to 1/3 of all French voters, we're talking about a country that has like 30 parties, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, if you have 34% of the vote, you're going to win. And they've just been disenfranchised. French people don't take shit like this lying down, whether they're on the right or on the left. Things are going to break. Things are going to be possibly violent. We're entering a frightening period for French politics. It takes I'll hand it to the court. They've got some balls, but I mean, it was like really, and people in the center are saying this is an appropriate, sanction for someone in her position. But the fact is, again, I'm a creature of the left. I would never vote for someone or consider voting for Marine Le Pen. But for me, I think it's always, you've got to be nervous when you take out you kneecap the top running candidate, someone who was almost certainly going to win, who represents a political movement that's been playing by the rules and waiting for their chance. And now it's like, it looks like a trick. It feels like a coup. And when Viktor Orban, of all people, is accusing France of not being democratic enough, you've got a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll, put any weight behind his criticism.
Yeah,
I think it's a serious fucking problem, though.
Yeah, I mean, did they embezzle? like, what's this? That's always a question. I mean, it's like
they use their party as a personal piggy bank, which a lot of people do.
I mean, I guess that's the question, right? Is this another example of, well, who doesn't do that? And then it is purely political. Also, if you're looking to the United States as an example, it didn't work. So
the lawfare? Yeah,
it didn't work. Trump's back.
Yeah.
Well,
baby.
I mean, I'm sure the French are like, we're doing what you should have done.
Yeah.
You should, send him you should have sent him to jail. Made it illegal for him to run.
They didn't. They didn't get things moving fast enough. We also haven't talked about Turkey arresting the mayor of Istanbul, who was going to be Erdogan's major, the major risk for him.
Yeah, and this is what Erdogan does. He's an anti-democrat. He's a fascist. He wants to be president of Turkey forever, and anybody who could possibly pose a threat is arrested. Whether you're a politician, or a general, or a professor, or a member of the parliament, you're under arrest. And that's the end of it.
And they say Ukraine's too corrupt for NATO.
Yeah.
But Turkey's not a member yet.
The problem is, Turkey's in NATO.
Oh,
not
NATO,
in the European Union.
Yeah, not the EU.
The problem, though, is when the NATO Charter was drafted in 1947, it never occurred to anybody that they should write provisions for throwing a country out of NATO. And so there is no mechanism by which a country can be thrown out.
Really?
Huh?
Even if like one member attacked another, which by the way could happen now. Which
probably has happened in Syria. Let's be real. This has already happened.
Greece and Turkey every year are on the brink of war. And Turkey invaded and occupied Cyprus. Cyprus, of course, isn't a member of NATO, but it's pretty darn close.
Mm-hmm.
And then, everybody's like, oh, now what do we do? Oh my gosh, let's try and do diplomacy. That only works, so long.
I mean, the US is threatening to attack Denmark in Greenland.
Yeah.
So that would be a NATO self-conflict.
Yes.
Oh,
Vance just went to Greenland. Apparently made lots of friends. Not really.
yeah, everybody loves him. He's a charmer. That guy.
How long before Usha divorces him?
I
We
know,
should have
right?
a betting pool.
I said from the beginning she should have been the vice presidential nominee.
Oh, yeah.
She's way smarter than he is.
I guess we don't know that much. Who knows? Maybe she's all in. Maybe she thinks it's great. Maybe she thinks this is all
Could be.
terrific. She's trying to rebel against her parents because I think wasn't her mom a sort of architect of DEI programs at a major university?
Oh boy,
I seem to recall this.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, maybe she's just in a.
Well, remember JD, he's quite flexible himself, right? He was like, I'm a liberal. I just know how to talk hick.
Yeah, God. Yeah. All right.
As an Ohioan, he drives me insane. I'm like, I had more grounds to go and run for governor of Ohio than he did.
Well, now you're going to have
Yes.
Ramaswamy.
Yes.
Vivek, isn't he going to be running for governor?
Oh yeah, he's running.
Yeah, his chances of winning are 0.
Well, we'll see. But yes, I agree with you. All right. I think we got to get out of here, guys.
All right.
Thanks everybody.
Thank you so much.
It was nice. Hey, it was nice to see everybody in the chat. That was cool.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
That was fun. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. But there'll be more. That's the deprogramming for today, but we'll have more. Bye.
Bye. Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on the DeProgram Show. I'm Ted Rall. That over there is John Kiriakou. Michelle Whitty can't make it today, but she'll be back on the next one, I guess, early next week, I hope, or middle next week. Well, that is to be determined. Hopefully we'll have a more regular schedule at some point.
Yeah.
So I guess, so John, you're still over in the icy land?
Man, I'm still in Iceland, and it is as cold. If you haven't been here, it is as cold and horrible as you might imagine. I mean, the people are lovely. The food is interesting. But man, it's cold all the time. I went out to a bar last night, Ted, and I asked the bartender. I thought he was Icelandic. It turns out he's Polish, but he's been here for 20-something years. And I said, I read that the all-time highest recorded temperature in Iceland is 78 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow. Yeah. And he said, yeah, that's probably right. I said, how warm does summer get? He goes, in Fahrenheit, 60, 64. And I was like, dude, I just can't do it. I can't do it. And it's always cloudy, always.
That might be the worst part, Before I spent some time there, I used to always read about how people would get so depressed in Portland. It's like, it's raining all the time. It's always, and I was like, well, I don't care about that. I grew up, in a town that was so famous for being overcast that they used to film horror movies there because they needed that overcast vibe. Mm-hmm. But like David Cronenberg, people like that. But anyway, I go to Portland. I'm like, oh, I see it. Right? It's like because it's the relentlessness. It's every day, and it's not even like a good rain. It's like it's constant frizzle all the time.
Yeah,
or at least it was. I think the weather's starting to change there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how it is here. It's not good.
No,
not good. I don't enjoy it.
Well, you're it's not much longer for you. So speaking of things that are not good.
Yeah.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average continued its steady slide today.
And I'm looking at it right now, Ted. The Dow is down 1,848 points. The NASDAQ is down 790. That puts it into bear market territory. And the S&P is down 270 points. Absolutely
So
stunning.
in a 2-day loss, Liberation Day has liberated billions of dollars, maybe trillions of dollars
Trillions.
of market capitalization from people's 401ks.
Absolutely right.
So that's been the effect of this. And so it's 6.5 or more. I guess it's pushing 7% of overall market share. This is basically, I was working on Wall Street in October of 1987. And this is about what that was, except that happened in one day. But who cares? What's the difference? It's the effect that matters.
I purposely went to Fox News this afternoon just to see. I wanted to compare their coverage of this with the other outlets. There's no coverage. Wow. Not only was there not a single article about the State Department or the tariffs, other than one little article at the bottom that said, well, Nancy Pelosi was for tariffs 4 years ago, but they've also disabled their ticker.
Wow.
The ticker just doesn't exist on the website anymore.
Wow.
And it was there a couple of days ago.
I mean, you and I have talked about this before with Michelle. It's like media spin is usually not lies like, Trump is an agent of Putin. It's usually like just what they don't cover, right? It's it's about just omission. Yeah. This is a classic example.
It is. It's incredible.
So Donald Trump he's been putting a brave face on all this. He says, my policies will never change. I mean, I think we've already seen that's not true. His policies have certainly changed many times. You never know. So, I mean, so basically, I mean, is there a chance this could work? I guess we talked about this a little bit yesterday.
Yeah. Well, the goal is to force all these countries to the negotiating table and then to negotiate deals that are more beneficial to the U.S. You look at, for example, our trade deficit with China. In 1990, we had no trade deficit with China. It was even. And then it's just been a cliff ever since then. So if he can force the Chinese to renegotiate a deal, and the European Union and everybody else apparently around the world with whom we have trade relations, sure, that could be a victory. But do you really see that happening? I think we have made so many countries so angry that they're going to soon calculate that if they just stick together against the United States, they can make us capitulate. And I think that's what their strategy is going to be.
I mean, I guess the question is what is the organ that makes that happen, right? I mean, the EU seems like an obvious start.
Definitely. And don't forget BRICS too. We've got to be worried about BRICS now.
And that seems like it was going to be more like it seemed like Trump's short-term attempt to rapprochement with Russia, which I guess isn't really dead, but it seems to be backburnered right now with all the tariff stuff. That seemed to be neutralizing or mitigating the BRICS threat. I don't know if that's the right word, challenge, but that seems to be now. If you're the leaders of BRICS, if you're the Russians, if you're the Chinese, you're the Indians, you've got to be thinking. The phones are buzzing, right? They're talking. They've got to be like, what the hell is going on in Washington?
Trump threatened again today to fire the Fed chairman. I'm not sleeping. I'm not sleeping in Iceland, and I can't remember anything. Anyway, threatened
Jerome Powell.
Thank you, Jerome Powell. He threatened to fire Jerome Powell if Powell doesn't immediately begin cutting interest rates, because Trump can be unhinged, but he's not necessarily stupid. He went to, Wharton School of Business after all, and he knows.
Well, undergrad.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
He always says he went to. So he doesn't have an MBA. He went to. So he spent 2 years. He spent 2 years at Fordham, transferred to UPenn. Not a bad school by any means.
No, it's an Ivy League.
But he majored in business, and so technically, that's the Wharton School of Business. But when people say they've gone to Wharton, you think that MBA from Wharton,
right?
and he lets everybody think that. But yeah, anyway.
Well,
he's still not stupid. I'll give you that.
He knows that these tariffs are going to lead very quickly to inflation.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's trying to get Jerome Powell to cut interest rates so that it can offset inflation to a certain extent. And Powell just ignored him.
Well, it's his job to ignore him, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, the Fed is supposed to be independent.
That's right.
I mean, you could argue that it ought not to be, but it is. And that's our system. I mean, I can argue there's pros and cons either way. I mean, I'm not really sure fiscal and monetary policy should really be in the hands of the president of the United States. I mean, honestly, like, what did Joe Biden know about fiscal policy?
Right. Nothing.
So,
nothing.
I mean, it's interesting. Bill Clinton, his autobiography, which was not very good, but nevertheless, there's little nuggets in all of these kinds of books. He talked at length about how when he became president, he was shocked at the fact that, as he put it, I realized I'm not the president of the United States. I was the president of the bond market. I spent all of my time taking briefings and thinking about things that being worried about the state of treasury bonds and notes and interest rates on those, and fiscal policy vis-a-vis America's massive, now even much bigger debt load. I mean, that's a factor too. I mean, I'm wondering, is this like a bad, bonds tend to track, bonds are a refuge in a time when equities are in trouble. Could this be like a sort of a three-dimensional chess move to prop up the bond market as you tank the stocks?
I suppose it could, but I mean, you have to assume that that everything Donald Trump does is for the benefit of Donald Trump.
Right.
And I don't know, would it not affect his wealth? Maybe it wouldn't, because he's all in real estate. But
and if interest rates go down, that's good for him.
Good for real estate. Did you happen to see this article in the Times today about Newsmax and Christopher Ruddy?
No, I missed it.
Newsmax has been around since 2014. They're a minor competitor with Fox News. They're a little further to the right than Fox is. But they went public day before yesterday. And I know, right? You know where
it's IPO day. Oh my God.
So IPO day before yesterday, $10 a share. It closed the day at $250 a share.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, then the market crashed yesterday, and again today. Yesterday it fell to 77.
Okay.
Which is still pretty doggone high. And Ruddy made this funny comment. I'm gonna look up the price now. Ruddy made this funny comment like, "Wow, it was a really bad day, but at least I'm still a billionaire." And I was wondering today. Let's see, Newsmax stock.
That's amazing. He lost. So he was super rich.
It's down 29% today.
Wow.
To $43.
Yeah, I mean, still, if you've gone, it's so right. Psychology is so interesting, right? If it had just climbed from 10 to 43, everyone would have
said, "Oh my God, he's a genius! It's a buy."
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's down from 250 to 43 in 2 days.
That's insane. I mean, so this volatility. I've been thinking a lot about what you said about how, Putin was like, he's like, I agree with Trump's policies. I like him, but he's so unpredictable. And that really bothers me. And, I think if I were a national leader of any stripe, I would worry about that. I mean, I'd want predictability would be super important to me. And, for Trump, it seems to be a feature, not a bug, that he's completely, it's kind of like the nature, I think, of a semi-autocratic governing style, right? I mean, it's like, we think about like Turkmenbashi in Turkmenistan. Right. Everybody's nobody knew what he was up to. He was insane. And he was like, he had crazy ideas of putting like a giant lake in the middle of the world, in a desert in the world's hottest nation. And he would ban music and then unban music. And, sometimes he'd grow his beards were banned, but when he grew out a beard, then everyone grew a beard to match him. And this, the result is, if you have an autocratic style, right, everybody's just watching you.
Yes.
Right. because it's like, I mean, people are. I mean, it reminds me of like my grandfather was in a camp in World War II, and they had the sadistic guard that they had to deal with, and they all hated him. He got transferred to the Eastern Front, but they were so upset, he and the other inmates, because they were like, we know Hans, like we know when he's in a good mood, we know when to avoid him. Who knows what's going to come next? I mean, with Donald Trump, everybody's studying him because, there's no legislative branch at all. Everything is just executive orders. You never know what's coming down the pike. Everything, I mean, there's no internal consistency ideologically, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a traditional liberal or conservative. I mean, it's a hodgepodge of weirdness, stuff that he promised, stuff he didn't promise, that stuff that's completely unexpected. I mean, this is like twisting our guts up, right? Kind of like as a country. I mean, he's kind of driving us all crazy.
Yeah. It's the unpredictability that bothers me so much. Like every day, before I even get out of bed, I reach over, I grab my phone, and I look at the news. Like, what craziness do I have to think about today?
What now?
Yeah.
And by the way, right before we came on, I don't know if you caught this, but we had talked a little bit about this. A federal judge has ordered that one guy who was accidentally deported to the Salvador private prison to be returned to the United States by Monday. The administration admits that it was a mistake, but I don't understand why they don't just call the Salvadorians and say, send him back. But they claim that they can't get him back because he's no longer under their jurisdiction, that he's in a foreign. Oh, well, we sent him there. It's like, not like we know anyone in El Salvador. They're paying $6 million a year to house these people. Right? I mean, why do you think they're making that argument? Do you think it's like setting a bar for other cases?
Yeah, I do. And I also think it's part of a bigger program, a bigger policy, whereby the executive would be and will always be the first among equals. We say we have 3 equal branches of government. No, we don't.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't. Congress just concedes its authority to the White House. And I think that the White House wants to force the courts to concede their authority.
And that's been, I mean, the thing is, I've been thinking a lot about how so much of the press is, they failed so many ways, but they really failed to see the antecedents here. I mean, as you well know, the Bush administration they rolled back. They posited the theory of the unitary executive first. This goes back for a long time.
With the signing declarations, remember those?
Right, the signing statements, and Obama continued to expand those, and you could really go back all the way to, I mean, really, the power to declare war and is in the Constitution explicitly reserved to Congress, except in the rarest of exceptions. But really, going back to Thomas Jefferson, Congress has abdicated their responsibilities there. And I mean, I guess the whole point is we're acting as if this is all new, but we saw this coming forever, right? I mean,
yes, indeed.
It was all basically like, I mean, up until now, we've basically just counted on if even an asshole like Richard Nixon still respected the system enough in the end to yield to, for example, cough up the White House tapes. Then ultimately to step down. But in the back of everyone's mind is like, well, what if the person's an asshole who doesn't respect the system? Then what? And that's what we have now.
Yeah. I was interested today too, to see coverage of Republican senators and senior Republican House members' opinions on tariffs over the previous 8 or 10 years. They were strongly, stridently opposed to tariffs.
Of course.
And today, it's just silence from Capitol Hill. Just silence. But with that said, the Democrats have been silent too. We complained yesterday on the show that the Democrats just don't have a policy, right? They don't stand for anything. So here we are, at least 2 days into a crisis situation. We're in an economic crisis right now.
We are.
And there's just silence.
I don't understand Democrats here. I mean, this is a place where Democrats have actually taken some heat over the years. Arguably, they lost this election and the 2016 election over their stance in favor of free trade.
Yep.
It seems to me like you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound. Now would be a good time for them to say, we have always been for free trade since NAFTA, since 1994.
Mm-hmm.
And this is exactly what we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And we were right. Why not take the victory dance?
Not a word. The only news I saw today about Democrats was that 15 Democrats in the Senate voted against aid to Israel, which kind of was dramatic, but
that is.
But aid to Israel still got 84 votes, something like that.
Of course. It's like, oh my God. So we should talk about China's retaliatory tariffs. So this is like, it is kind of like the Middle East, right? Everybody's always like, nobody's like, I'm starting it. Everyone's like, I'm retaliating against that thing you did before. So, Israel's like, history begins on October 7th. Hamas is like, no, this goes back. Everybody's like, this is just like how it is for the tariffs. Trump is like, well, I'm retaliating. China's had a protectionist market, which they have.
Yes.
That's no question about that. So he imposes 34% tariff against China. So President Xi's like, oh, you like 34%? We'll do 34%. We'll call your 34 and raise you 34. I would think that at a certain point, someone from the Department of the Treasury is on the phone with their Beijing counterpart in, at the Ministry of Finance or whatever it is over there. Yeah. I would think. But I mean, this is obviously, China's a massive provider of goods into the United States. I mean, this is not sustainable. We can't have a trade war with China.
That's right. I saw, here it is, Xinhua. The Chinese, when you say, I had to laugh when you said, they said, we'll see your 34%, we'll raise you 34%. They also added 11 U.S. companies to something called an unreliable entity list. So this is U.S. companies that are not permitted to do business with China. Mm. And I can't find any of them. I've seen references to a couple: High Point Aero Technologies, Universal Logistics Holdings, Source Intelligence, MOFCOM. I don't know what the heck that is.
MOFCOM.
Skydio. I don't know what these companies are, but they're no longer permitted to do business in China.
So maybe it's completely symbolic, right? It's obviously not Apple.
Right.
Yeah. It's not Tesla.
No.
Yeah.
Although, let's talk about that for a second. There's a Chinese electric car company called Beyond Your Dreams. When I was in Hong Kong last year, I saw one. I was like, what the heck kind of car is that? It's beautiful. And it has this weird logo, BYD, but it's really stylized. Huh. And this Hong Kong attorney that I was with said, oh, that's Beyond Your Dreams. I said, what the heck is that?
What a name.
It's the biggest electric car company in the world.
What?
Yeah. But as soon as we got word that the Chinese were developing this electric car and it was going to be a very cheap competitor to Tesla, we said, nope, banned in the United States.
Did you make up some bullshit safety thing?
Oh, I'm sure that we did.
Yeah.
I'm sure that we did. But you can buy this thing for, 28 grand, 30 grand. So as a result, practically everybody in Australia drives one of these things.
Wow.
And everybody in China who has a couple of bucks drives it. And they're available all over Asia. I saw one, where was I in Europe recently? I was somewhere in Europe and I saw one. But they're banned in the United States. Only because they're cheaper than Teslas and do exactly the same thing.
Wow. That's, yeah. Well, we definitely have some, Americans don't think we ban things, but we do. We even ban movies. There's a amazing movie by Roman Polanski, who's kind of been canceled because of Me Too, the Me Too movement. But it's called An Officer and a Spy. It's about the Dreyfus Affair. Just came out maybe 2 years ago, and it's banned in the United States. You can't buy the DVD.
What?
It's banned. Yeah, you can't. But however, my son, who's almost 21, and therefore, he basically, little hacker. He can like figure out how to get around things. So we streamed an illicit version of this film. It's gorgeous. It's been the same. It's basically the same same kind of vibe as The Pianist in terms of that level of filmmaking. Stunning, and it's just like, I can't believe Americans aren't, at a time when we're talking about anti-Semitism.
Yes.
It's a really amazing thing to watch. But yeah, anyway, things are banned. I can't believe that car is banned. Don't the Chinese also have a regular gas car that's amazing and it's like $8,000 or something? But
I wouldn't be surprised.
Banned.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Yeah, the U.S. banned absinthe for years and years and years. Just a couple of years ago. I'll tell you what. I was in an Eastern European country. This is 25 years ago. Eastern European country, and I'm with a CIA colleague, and we're going to meet a source, kind of a highly placed source. Mm-hmm. So we're doing a foot surveillance detection route, which means instead of driving from point A to point B and then C and then D and then the meeting site, we're walking it. Mm-hmm. And we walk past this bar, and I see an advertisement for absinthe. And I said, "Oh, let's go in here. We got to use this as a cover stop. I've never had absinthe before because it's banned." So I went in and I said to the bartender, "I want a shot of absinthe." And he said, "Well, you have to chase it with a glass of Sprite. It's very strong." He said, "You have to."
It tastes terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. And you take
absinthe sucks. I tried it twice. I was like, "Oh."
Well, I only had one shot, and it like wiped my brain clear. And so we did the rest of the surveillance detection route. We go to the meeting. We're meeting with the agent. And finally, he turns to my colleague and he says, "What's wrong with him?" And I said, "I'm sorry, man. I'm fucked up. I had absinthe." No wonder it's banned in the United States.
Yeah, this is like they were right. I just wonder, like, I know there's like all those French poets, right? Like Baudelaire, right? They fried
They went crazy.
They rotted their brains.
He drank himself insane with absinthe. Just as a ridiculous, unnecessarily trivial aside, Oprah Winfrey has the world's largest collection of 19th century absinthe spoons.
How esoteric.
I saw
love people who have strange collections, like Steve McQueen, the actor, not the current film director, but the good actor. He was insanely wealthy. He made all of his money from one movie, The Blob. So when all these other films, he made like nothing from, but he made 50. So he didn't want to do The Blob. He was an up and coming young actor, 1955. So so they said, "Okay, we'll give you a % of the gross. That never happens in Hollywood, right? Because of creative accounting, like like Sean Connery was told repeatedly that the James Bond films never made any money, right? Yeah. So it's like, it's like, so why do you keep making them? Well, we keep hoping that we'll make money in the future.
Ridiculous lies.
So anyway, the point is, so he took the gross, and The Blob made in 1955 dollars. He got 10% of this. He made $50 million. He got $5 million, $1955. So he was rich, and he loved to collect weird shit. He collected cars like all rich people do, but he also collected like knives from all over the world. So he was created one of the biggest collections of folding and non-folding, historical, foreign. Like, I don't know what happened to all the knives. It kind of drove his kids crazy because he didn't have much money to leave them behind, because he spent all of his money on fucking knives.
Well, that's so strange. Yeah, people have these absinthe spoons. They're silver and they're slotted because you're supposed to put a cube of sugar on them.
Oh, right.
You rest it just into the absinthe until the sugar dissolves. Then you stir, and then you do the shot.
I wonder if Oprah drinks absinthe. I bet she doesn't.
It's she's
too lucid.
Yeah. Well, like Madonna. Madonna has the world's largest collection of Tiffany lamps. It's just, and she has the world's largest collection in private hands of Frida Kahlo paintings.
Oh, well, that's got to be worth some money.
Yeah. Yeah. Museums borrow her Frida Kahlos.
Wow.
They travel. Yeah.
That's like Steve Martin has one of the world's biggest Picasso collections.
He's also on the board of the LACMA, the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, because of his collection. He's got the eye, and he started buying stuff like when artists were nobodies.
Yeah, and I guess he doesn't have a cocaine habit, so
right.
So he saved
right.
money. So
it's like Dennis Hopper. Dennis Hopper bought the very first Andy Warhol soup can.
Wow.
Yeah, he and Warhol were friends in the early 60s. He lost it in a divorce.
Oh,
but he had that early eye too. Yeah. Yeah.
Poor Dennis Hopper. Well, so since we're getting onto the subject of insanity, let's talk about Laura Loomer.
Michelle mentioned this yesterday.
Laura Loomer had she's like Santa Claus. She had a list and she checked it twice, and she gave it to Donald Trump, and it was primarily directed at all the people in the security apparatus at the NSC and elsewhere who participated in the signal leak. I guess it's fair to say, to the guy from the Atlantic, and like now we know that Michael Waltz also used private Gmail, and now we also know, and I guess this isn't surprising, that this wasn't a one-off signal thing, that this is a regular thing that he and others use constantly. There's at least 20 to 25 more discrete groups of sensitive information being discussed on Signal.
It's a felony for multiple reasons. First of all, it's clearly and obviously a violation of the Espionage Act. But it's also a violation of the Federal Records Preservation Act.
Right.
People
don't realize that classified material is supposed to be preserved, still classified at the National Archives.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Because someday it's going to be subject to mandatory declassification, and it should be available to scholars or PhD candidates or researchers or curious Americans.
So Laura Loomer is this strange conservative influencer.
Yeah, she's a nut.
Who believes that 9/11 may not have happened. I'm not really sure what her particular take on this is. Mm-hmm. I had a friend who I'm no longer friends with who he was he believed in all that, like in plain sight and all that crap. He had me watch it, and I was like, but there's no there. And I'm like, it's always like, well, he's like, well, anyway, I don't want to go down that stupid rabbit hole. I get so much shit from these truther people all the time.
I do too.
Because they're like, if you're, you're questioning the narrative. So I'm like, yeah, I question narratives when I don't believe it. But I mean, I live in New York. I know what happened that day. But anyway, so Laura Loomer basically has claimed the scalp of the head of the NSA
and the deputy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're talking about a 3-star general and his civilian senior intelligence service counterpart, or deputy, I should say, both summarily thrown out of the building today and replaced by the director of the Pentagon Cyber Command. Let's talk about Laura Loomer for just another minute. This is a woman who is so xenophobic, Islamophobic, homophobic. She's been banned for life from Uber, from Lyft, and from Target.
From Target?
Yeah.
Not from Target.
She'll just go in and start screaming because people are Muslim and they're terrorists, and it's just she's not a sane person. There's a Republican campaign consultant with whom I very foolishly worked for a while, Karen Giorno. She had run the Trump campaign in Florida in 2016. Karen Giorno ran the Laura Loomer for Congress campaign in 2018. And I said to her, "You're working with Laura Loomer? Are you out of your mind?" And she said, oh, she's not as bad as people say. That's just the liberal media, blah, 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 blah.
God.
Yeah, and then Laura Loomer got like 23% because she is as bad as people think, truly.
Wow.
Yeah.
So,
And now, all
why
of a
does she have the
sudden,
president's ear?
you took the words right out of my mouth. All of a sudden, she has the president's ear again. There were rumors years ago that she had been banned from Mar-a-Lago because she's a nut. And now here she is walking into the Oval Office and firing the director of NSA, the deputy director of NSA, and 4 senior directors at the National Security Council. And did you see why? She said it's because they weren't sufficiently loyal to President Trump. What that meant was at NSA, they had been appointed by General Milley, who Trump fired. And at NSC, they had been appointed by Joe Biden. But the thing is, members of the National Security Council are apolitical. They have nothing to do with individual presidents. And they are professionals from the CIA, the State Department, and the Defense Department, occasionally from the FBI, usually not. But they're there, just for the sake of continuity, for the sake of continuing policy. And they're out now. Out.
I mean, so this is not really related to the Signal or Gmail leak, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really bizarre, right? I mean, because it's like, it's so adjacent to that if you're, you might, I initially thought, oh, this must be related.
Right. I did too in the beginning. And it turns out it's not. She just decided.
Michael Waltz, who's become as a bag of hammers.
Yeah.
He keeps his job, but these pros who've done nothing wrong and probably were good at their jobs, they're out.
Yes.
Is that basically it?
That is it. And a federal judge yesterday overturned the firing of the 19 CIA officers who had been involved in one way or another with DEI policies at the agency. When they were fired, I remember thinking, well, the CIA is different than every other governmental entity in that you serve at the pleasure of the president. And if the president doesn't like you or doesn't like your face or doesn't like that you have a mustache, he can fire you and you're out.
Right.
That rarely happens. It happened once when Jimmy Carter was president. He made a trip to one of our Middle Eastern stations, and the station chief at dinner introduced him to his girlfriend. And he said, oh, are you visiting? And the girlfriend said, no, Mr. President, I live here. You live here with him? Yes. You're living in sin? Well,
oh, wow.
You're fired. And Carter fired the station chief. But that's how rare it is. And it hasn't happened since 1977. Well, this federal judge said, wait a minute. You can't just fire these people and then escort them to their cars. You can end DEI if you want, but these people have to then, have the benefit of CIA's internal rules that you then have 6 weeks to walk the halls and find another job. If you can't find another job after 6 weeks, then you're fired. You can't be extra harsh on them just because.
Well, and that's basically that's what we've seen all throughout government. With USAID, with Doge, which I guess is wrapping up by the end of next month. But
right.
I mean, that's one of the big trade-offs, right? Like when you're a young person and you're deciding, should I stay in private industry or should I go work for government? One of the advantages of going to work for the government, which might pay less and might not be as exciting, or you might not be able to advance as quickly as in private business, is that it's secure. You're protected. You have a contract. You might have a union. You can't just, it's pretty safe. Unless you fuck up, you're not going to be fired. And this upends all this. I mean, are we just going to see pretty much, if you got laid off or fired under Doge, if you just chill and you hire a lawyer, you're going to get back pay with interest, and a judge is going to rule in your favor, and you're going to be back at work sooner. Later rather than sooner, but you'll be back.
These guys pretend we don't have a civil service act. and that they can just go in and just whack people. And you can't do that. I mean, this was all debated 100 years ago. This is why we have this.
People always say like, well, you can't do something because it's illegal. Well, you could totally do something though it's illegal. But if the person defends themselves and accesses the courts, then eventually you'll be held accountable.
Yes. Yeah.
Presumably. I mean, that's clearly going to happen here.
There's no accountability for Laura Loomer. And how this woman earns a living, I have no idea. I mean, does she do commentary? Does she appear on? She's not on Fox. I don't have any idea. I don't know how she makes a living and why she is so doggone influential.
Not hideous woman.
She's quite good looking.
Yeah. Is that why Trump keeps her around? Do you think?
Yes. I think that's exactly what it is. He surrounds himself.
She's easy on the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. That's. I mean, I'm a guy. I understand thinking with the little man downstairs, but by the time you're 78 years old, you should have outgrown that.
I'll tell you.
It's really crazy. So what does this mean? I mean, so the head of the NSA isn't as powerful as he used to be, right? Because the DNI has oversees all of that. Do you want to?
That's right. Yeah. So the head of NSA actually has two bosses. Technically, at least let me rephrase that. On budgetary issues, the head of NSA is going to fall under the ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. But
it was created fairly recently.
Yeah, 2006, 2005.
That was a Bush thing. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And it was because George Tenet had so screwed things up that they needed adult supervision over the.
Also part of just the idea, like we need, the lack of coordination between agencies, supposedly before 9/11. I don't know how true that was, but that was.
Oh yeah, it was true.
Okay.
It was true. So in terms of getting their budget approved, they work for ODNI, but they are a DoD agency. They're a component of the Defense Department. And so they fall under the Secretary of Defense. It's a little bit funny though, because the director of NSA is appointed by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because the law says, and NSA's charter says, that the head of NSA must be a uniformed military officer.
Right.
So traditionally, they've been 3 stars. There have been a handful of 4 stars that have been there, but it's mostly a 3-star. And then you get promoted coming out of that job. You end up becoming a service chief, or you can become CIA director or national security advisor, and you get your 4th star. But now it's just like, it's every man for himself, and who would want to work there?
Try to assess how important or how groundbreaking this move is, John, if you could sort of, how centralized is the leadership of NSA? I mean, is this one of those things, one of those agencies that it's just, people just keep doing their thing. They do their signals intelligence and whatever. And like, they're not the puzzle palace, they call it.
Yes.
They're just doing their thing. And like what happens upstairs isn't that important. Or is there really going to be a leadership vacuum until this dude and his deputy are replaced?
I think it's going to be a little bit of a combination of the two. In normal circumstances, nobody pays any attention to who the director is. It doesn't matter who the director is. You're going to sit there with your headphones on, listening to some Chinese general, talk to his wife and transcribing it on your computer. So they don't care who the head is. And the same is at the CIA. The CIA, I think I've told you this before. When I first started at the CIA, I was there almost 3 years. And it was election day, 1992. And my boss said in our morning meeting, I know we're not supposed to do this, but I'm just kind of curious who you guys voted for this morning.
Oh, God.
Yeah. And I still remember it was 3 for Clinton, 3 for Bush, and 2 for Perot.
Huh.
And I remember thinking, wow, I'm not the only liberal here. I was shocked.
That's great.
Yeah. But it was so apolitical that I never had any idea if the guy sitting next to me, in some cases for 5 years, was a Democrat, a Republican, or didn't give a shit.
That's excellent.
Yeah. There was a woman, when I was working in Near Eastern and South Asian analysis, there was a woman who got in trouble. She was written up because she discreetly put up a Dole bumper sticker in her cubicle. And they made her take it down, and they wrote her up. HR did. It's like, we are not political.
Are those taken over at agencies like CIA and NSA? I mean, do you think like if you put up like your MAGA hat, in your cubicle, that would be okay? But if you had like your, Bernie sticker, it might not be okay.
I think that's probably the case today. Yeah.
That's really unfortunate. And
yeah, very much so.
Yeah. I used to work in banking, and I was always surprised by some of the people who would turn out to be secret lefties.
Right.
My boss, the morning after a parliamentary election in Japan, it was a Japanese company, the Industrial Bank of Japan Trust Company. He said, he came in. I said, "Oh, so what do you think of the election results?" The Liberal Party, the progressives had picked up a few seats, and I thought he'd be disappointed because he was such a capitalist, big earner, hardworking guy. And he's like, fuck those people. He goes, I vote straight communist every election. And I was like, really? Yeah. And he was like, he goes, when you work in banking, why capitalism sucks. And I was like, it's a fair point.
When I voted in the Greek election in 2019, it's such an odd way that you vote there. I voted in my grandfather's middle school, right? So I went all the way to the island of Rhodes. Wow. It's a 10-hour flight from New York to Athens. Then it's another hour. You have
to really want to vote.
Oh yeah, I really wanted to vote. So they give you an envelope that's full of little 4x6 sheets of paper, like this thick. And what it is the name of the political party and the logo of the political party. Mm-hmm. And so you take the one that you want to vote for. You put it in, you go into the booth, right? And then you take the one that you want. Mm-hmm. You come out of the booth, you throw away all the other 35, and then you stick the one in the ballot box. It's very strange.
I mean, you can easily see how this could be rife for fraud, right?
What shocked me was there were 6 different communist parties.
Yes.
6 in Greece. Now, there's only one that's represented in parliament because you have to get 3% to get a seat in parliament. And that's the old school KKE, the Communist Party of Greece. It's an old Stalinist party. But then there's a Trotskyite party, there's a Maoist party, there's the Euro Communist Party, there's a Cuban Communist Party, there's some malcontent communist who broke off from the Stalinists and he made a party. It's crazy.
That's what the left does. I mean, as you know, I'm a French citizen too.
Yeah.
And so I vote, the French, it's not like that. You vote online. Online. Yeah. You could move money through your phone. So you can vote on your phone. So you vote online. What happens? It's all basically 2-factor authentication based is how they do it. So every step you get a key, they reconfirm that you're on your phone and you re-put in another code. But it's really efficient. You sit at home and vote. Anyway, the point is I'm what they call immatriculated here in New York, which means I'm registered with the New York consulate. And every election, I get a big package like you described. And it has each page there are these full 8.5 by 11 slippery paper propaganda sheets for each political party and their candidates. It sort of says, because it has their logo, it has their pictures, what they claim, what their promises are. And there's like you described, there's like 30 or 35 parties always, and the French are always changing parties. Like every election, it's always like something new, called something new. But like you said, there's half a dozen communist parties with hammers and sickles, and it's kind of really warms my heart.
Yeah, I was kind of taken by it. There were two different Nazi parties, which surprised me.
Greece.
Yeah, Greece. And then there was an ultra-Orthodox party that wants to make it a theocracy, that wants to make the country a theocracy. I got a kick out of that.
There used to
Nazis,
be a theocratic party here in the U.S. in the 70s and 80s. The
Really?
theocratic party, like a very minor, like tiny little party. Yeah.
Oh, I missed
I collect
that.
political ephemera, and I have a few theocracy party pins.
Wow. Yeah, fun.
And
Fun.
don't collect knives or
No.
or absinthe spoons.
I told you I collect Lincoln stuff, but no,
What's your best Lincoln thing?
I have 3 of his hairs.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's all about the
You can
provenance.
clone him.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, I also have a 1-inch by 1-inch blood-soaked square of the pillowcase that he died on.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I bought it at Sotheby's.
Oh, okay. So it's fairly authenticated.
Oh yeah. It's all about the provenance. The doctor who dug his finger into Lincoln's skull to fish the bullet out, he took the pillowcase as a souvenir.
Mm-hmm. They used to do that back then, yeah.
Yeah, and he cut it up into pieces, and he gave the pieces away to friends.
Mm-hmm.
So he gave one of those pieces to the governor of Indiana, and he gave it to his daughter, and then it went down through her family, and then to Sotheby's, and I bought it. I have a piece of wood from the gallows that the conspirators were hanged on.
Wow.
And I've got a piece of Mrs. Lincoln's black dress that she wore to the funeral.
I saw on sale. I don't know if this was true, but it did seem to be legit. A ticket to the play.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Wow, that must have been.
Next time I see something, I'll let you know.
Yeah,
it was very expensive.
Would be interested. I have a ballot. I have an Ohio ballot from the 1864 election, where he and Johnson are on. And what else? I have I have an 11-inch strip of wallpaper from the room that he died in.
Oh wow! These are like the piece of the sliver from the true cross, right?
Yeah, right.
You're into relics.
I am. I'm very much into relics, and they're out there. There's an auction house called Heritage Auctions in Dallas.
Oh, yeah, I know it.
They're big. They're the third biggest auction house in America, and they have a specialty Lincoln auction every 2 years, and they get like deep. The only thing I was outbid on that I really
Lincoln campaign coin. They were tokens.
Yeah. Those are highly sought
or
after.
pharaoh types.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly. Yeah,
they're really cool.
Yeah,
they're hard to come by because they're a lot of them were vandalized. Some people hated Lincoln and they scratched out his picture. So you get a lot of them where the picture is scratched out, but like Andrew Johnson, he's fine. Biggest asshole maybe ever.
Biggest.
So
he was so drunk at the inauguration that he couldn't fully say the oath.
And like the way I like to say it is, he fell one vote short of impeachment because by the standards of 1868, like he was considered a racist son of a bitch.
Can you imagine?
By those standards, like a bunch of old white rich guys said this guy takes racism too far.
Just crazy.
So yeah,
just crazy, man.
Well, all right. I think we're probably deprogrammed, as Michelle would say.
That was a fun conversation. Totally. Thanks everybody for joining us too.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks everyone. We'll be back next week. Have a great weekend, and bye, John. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Hey there, everyone. Thanks for joining us. It's a little bit late. We had a few little technical glitches. My fault.
Yeah. No, my fault.
But anyway, John Kiriakou is over there. I'm Ted Rall, and you're watching the DeProgram show for Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. Never a dull moment. I think it's fair to say.
There's a lot to talk about.
A lot to deprogram. So maybe we should just get to it.
Well, Ted, when I woke up this morning, I dove into the Iranian news media, and all of a sudden, like flipping a switch, the Iranians are saying, holy shit, okay, we're going to talk to the Americans. Now, they had been saying for weeks they're not interested in talks. Those talks will take place Saturday morning in Muscat, the capital of Oman. The Omanis have long served as the intermediary between the U.S. and Iran. Now, Donald Trump says these talks are going to be direct. The Iranians say that they will be indirect, with the Omani foreign minister shuttling between two conference rooms. I believe the Iranians.
I believe the Iranians too. Why this setup? What is the reason to do that?
Direct face-to-face talks are going to lead people to believe that some sort of an agreement is imminent. The Iranians simply do not believe that any kind of agreement is imminent. In fact, the Iranians have made it very plain that they see Donald Trump as a bully. They will not respond to bullying, and they're just not sure how seriously to take him yet. And so I think that in these initial indirect talks, they're going to gauge how serious the American envoy is. It's going to be Steve Wyckoff. It's Steve, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Wyckoff, the special envoy for the Middle East. And if Wyckoff is serious and actually brings something to the table that the Iranians believe they can work with, I could see direct face-to-face talks, either again in Oman or in Geneva, maybe Doha, probably not. But from the Iranian perspective, they want to take this one step at a time and then just see where it goes from there.
So what do you think changed the Iranians' mind? They didn't want to talk. I mean, this is being characterized as sort of it's not really a negotiation. It's more like taking each other's temperatures to see where people are at and see if we can, on this show, we always have animals, but to sort of see, where everybody's at in terms of, how serious people are. I guess the Americans also have to assess that about their Iranian counterparts as well.
Yes.
What is the point of the separate rooms, though? I mean, you're next door at a conference center or a hotel, or a government ministry. Why not just meet?
In my second divorce, my ex and I were in the same office. We were in two separate conference rooms, and the mediator shuttled between the two conference rooms. That way you can come up with some sort of a preliminary agreement without getting on each other's nerves, without losing your temper, without things getting emotional. It's strictly business, and it tends to work. One of the things that I actually had forgotten that I was reminded of this morning was that in all the talks over the course of 4 years between the Biden administration and the Iranian government, all of those talks were indirect. They were never face-to-face. So what the Iranian press is saying today is that the Iranians have been enriching uranium, but not to weapons grade level. They want some sort of assurance that sanctions will be lifted, even if gradually. From the Americans' perspective, they want assurances that the Iranians are not going to enrich uranium to weapons grade level, which they had under the JCPOA. That's what the Iranians had already agreed to. And then we go from there. Now, it was interesting. Two things were interesting to me. The Iranians also announced that the foreign minister is meeting in Moscow today with the Russian foreign minister and the Chinese foreign minister. And it's about these Saturday meetings with the Americans. So that tells me that the Iranians are taking this very, very seriously. And another thing that was interesting to me, Khayan, which is a hardline newspaper in Tehran, wrote an article saying What Donald Trump doesn't need is talks. What Donald Trump needs is 3 bullets to his empty skull.
Whoa.
And Ayatollah Khamenei said, you cut that out right now. And then they retracted it, saying, oh, it was just a poor attempt at satire.
Our bad.
Yeah.
Trying to be Charlie Hebdo.
They're taking it very seriously.
Oh, I should certainly think. I mean, so for the Iranians, is this, are they being motivated by fear of being bombed, or by the sense that there might be an opportunity here to finally have, maybe not direct, but more serious talks? Because up until now, there's been a bipartisan approach to countries like Iran to say that talks are like a reward for bad behavior.
Right.
Trump doesn't really seem to have that approach.
No, he
which is to his credit.
Either. Yes, to his credit.
And so,
I got to blow my own horn here too. Well, and your horn, because you agreed with me. Weeks ago, I said, remember the phrase from the 70s that only Nixon could go to China. And I said, perhaps only Trump can go to Tehran.
It would be a big win for him.
He's obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And this might do it if this were to lead to something substantive.
Well, it would be certainly more deserving than Obama's. Would this be, could we see a path toward normalization at some point? I know that's the Hail Mary pass, but this crap has been going on for, the better part of half a century. And at a certain point, it's already been ridiculous for a long time.
Yes. Diplomatic relations were severed in 1979. We've never come close to normalization ever since 1979. The JCPOA was a good step forward, but there were no targets that would have led to diplomatic normalization. The only reason why I'm going to still say no as an answer to that question is Donald Trump can't run for re-election. Ignore what he's been saying. He cannot run for re-election.
Right.
And I don't think 3.5 years is enough time for normalization.
Why not? What would be involved? It seems like I'm naive. I'm like, couldn't you just flip a switch and say, send your ambassador. I'll send my ambassador.
Yeah.
Have your people talk to my people.
Sure. You and I could, definitely. But why didn't Joe Biden do it in Havana in the 4 years that he was president? You get wrapped around the axle on these smaller issues, these details, and you don't see the bigger picture, and you end up not accomplishing anything. If you or I were president, I would say absolutely that we would set a target of, say, a year from now, and we would try to push these talks forward and have them result in a resumption of diplomatic relations. Even if you end up with an embassy like we used to have in Damascus that had 4 people in it, right? You have an ambassador and a deputy chief of mission, you've got a consular officer, and you got somebody that does everything else. So even that would be a victory. The thing is I think that the speed bump here is going to be the Democrats, not the Republicans.
Agreed.
The Republicans are going to do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do.
Well, the Iranians it's always driven me a little insane. They've always been characterized and portrayed in the American media as dying to develop a nuclear weapons program. Mm-hmm. But, when they overthrew the Shah, they inherited the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty obligations.
And they've never dropped out of it.
They could have. They could have said, "Hey, that was the Shah's regime. We're new. We don't have. I know it is customary. At least it used to be customary, even after a revolution, to honor treaty obligations, which is interesting.
You don't want to bite off more than you can chew at the very beginning,
right? But the point is that this is they don't behave like a country who's interested in becoming a nuclear power in that respect.
I would add that twice the CIA has declassified Special National Intelligence Estimates, SNEs, on the Iranian nuclear program, concluding both times, once under George W. Bush, once under Barack Obama, concluding both times that the Iranians are not seeking a nuclear weapon.
So why are the American people being told the opposite by both political parties and media, from CNN to MSNBC to Fox News?
Well, honestly, I think American policy on Iran is written in Jerusalem. It's Benjamin Netanyahu that dictates what U.S. policy toward Iran is going to be.
So now I get into follow the Benjamins. If we had to choose between an alliance or friendly relations with Iran versus Israel, aren't the Iranians more valuable to us?
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Can you imagine how much less money we would have to spend on national defense if we were at peace with Iran?
And Iran is a major oil producing state. It is it has control over the strategic geopolitical importance of its location. It borders a lot of important countries. It is the pivotal country it's the biggest country in the Middle East. I mean, by far. It's the big Shia country. I mean, it's kind of like if you're playing Risk, you want Iran.
You want Iran. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the fact that Iran has entered BRICS had anything to do with the White House decision?
It must have been a contributing factor. I mean,
So
certainly we did know that there has been an appetite from the first administration. You could tell that Trump kind of wanted to talk to Iran, but it was almost felt like one of those things that fell by the wayside while he got distracted by other things. I mean, he's a very ADHD president.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit less so now, or at least more to the point, his team is less so now. But I worry, I kind of feel like Iran was always sort of like a second tier project for him. Like, I'd like to get this done, but I don't really want to spend a lot of work on it because what's your take?
I could see that. The thing is, look at it this way too. Every single president through American history who is in his second term becomes obsessed with his historical legacy. So what is Donald Trump's legacy going to be? I think he wants it to be that he secured the border, right? It's going to be that he stood up to China and to other countries vis-a-vis trade. But he really wants to be the peace president. We saw that in his outreach to the North Koreans, and I think we're seeing the very beginning of it now with this outreach to the Iranians. It was just a couple of days ago, Friday, I think it was, that he talked about bombing Iran back into the Stone Age. Well, this is exactly what he did with the North Koreans.
Right.
It was threat, and then it was the love letters and nothing in between.
And we've seen a little bit of that with Russia, too.
We have indeed.
What's going on with Russia? We haven't really heard much about the Russo-Ukrainian conflict.
What I've heard here in D.C. is that Trump is disappointed in Putin. That Trump believes he went out on a limb to essentially bully Zelensky and the Ukrainians into accepting his tenets for a ceasefire. Zelensky accepted the ceasefire. The Russians did not, and continued to bomb Ukraine. In fact, just day before yesterday, 18 children were killed when the Russians bombed a playground outside of Kiev. And I think that Trump sees this as his reputation being sullied, that he went out on a limb. He's been accused of being pro-Russian and pro-Putin. He went out on a limb, putting his reputation out there to force the two sides into at least negotiating for a deal. And he got the middle finger from Putin.
So is that a misunderstanding? Is that like maybe Trump a misunderstanding if we look at it from the outside?
I think it is. I think Trump has a problem with oversimplifying these very complex issues, like the Middle East peace process, for example. And I think that he really believed that if he forced the Ukrainians to agree to go to the table, the Russians would just fall right into place. After all, the Russians are having such a tough time replacing soldiers on the battlefield that they've had to rely on the North Koreans. And we learned today, the Ukrainians have begun capturing Chinese soldiers on the battlefield. Trump thought that the Russians would run to the negotiating table, and they haven't.
Well, I mean, is that because the Russians don't really think they're losing, or the Russians think they're winning, or maybe the Russians just think we can hold fast, we can hold tight?
I think that the Russians think that no matter how hard this is or how hard this gets, they can outlast the Ukrainians. They're far bigger. They have an enormous population. They're a nuclear power. They have the support of the Chinese. I think the Russians think that they can just outlast the Ukrainians.
It's a triumph of will thing, right? I mean, I'm sure they're saying, look, we defeated the Nazis. This is nothing.
Exactly right.
28 million people.
Exactly.
You want to talk to us about population loss?
That's
losing
right.
Men?
Please.
They're like, whatever.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I wonder if anybody's in the White House is going to explain the Russian perspective to Trump. Is there anyone there who is like a Russia hand, who knows Russia really well?
No, it's my understanding all those people have been either forced out or sent back to their home agencies.
So that's part of the problem. There's no one there to sort of hold Trump's hand and say, listen.
Yes.
I mean, because Trump's not wrong. He did take a risk.
No, Trump's not wrong. He took
a
big risk.
He spent some political capital.
Yep. Let me answer your question from a moment ago a little more deeply. The National Security Council is made up solely, with the exception of the director and the two deputy directors, it's made up solely of rotatees, people on rotation from the CIA, the State Department, and the Pentagon. Pentagon including DIA. So you do a year or two on the National Security Council, and you go back to your home agency. When I was at the CIA, everybody wanted to go to the National Security Council because you get promoted while you're there, and you come back as a GS-15, and that's a big promotion. Well, with Trump, it's been different. Anybody who served under Joe Biden, fired, out. Some of them have been fired. Some of them have been just sent back to their home agencies where they go into, because this is off cycle now. The cycle is in the summertime. You go back to, jobs where you just sit and twiddle your thumbs for the next several months until the summer job cycle. So I don't think he's getting deep, informed advice on Russian expectations and Russian negotiating strategies.
That's okay. So I guess right now maybe he's thinking I can get a win in Iran.
And he can. I think he can. I'm actually excited about this. I've said this, God, from the very beginning of my career, there is no downside to diplomacy. None.
Never.
No. I've said in the past, we used to make fun of the George W. Bush State Department because we used to say at the CIA that we had never seen diplomats work so hard to not speak to our enemies.
Yeah, I think it's insane, but I do hope that if nothing else keeps from the Trump administration, that this keeps. John, let's talk a little bit about tariffs. Looks like, we've been talking about tariffs. So the markets seem to have settled down a little bit.
Yes.
It's been a rough 4 business days. A lot of market capitalization, about 13-14% of the market has been lost in market value has been lost since last Wednesday. I guess you could say it was kind of like a steady crash over the course of several days. Now there's profit taking, there's opportunities, there's people are sort of calming down. Is this a situation where we're hearing that a lot of countries are coming to the table? There's going to be negotiations with a lot of countries. 50 out of 60 according to the White House. Is this going to be a situation where we look back in a couple of weeks or a month when all the negotiations are over and most, if not all of these tariffs will have been rolled back, and the market will maybe even go back up to 42,000, and it'll be like ServPro, like it never even happened?
Well, I'm sure you saw that it was the tariffs were at the top of the agenda in Trump's meeting yesterday with Benjamin Netanyahu. They're
34% tariffs against Israel.
I was shocked by that.
Me too.
The British say that they're already in negotiations with the U.S., as are the Canadians. There's this pause on tariffs with the Canadians. I think for most of the countries on which we put tariffs, and don't miss the article in the Washington Post yesterday about Lesotho.
That's awesome. Also, the New York Times article about the economist whose research had been relied upon. They said nobody talked to him, and that basically Trump's tariffs were about 4 times bigger than he would have recommended.
Oh my God! But I think Trump is underestimating the Chinese. The Chinese have such a hold over us. They're one of the largest owners of U.S. government bonds.
Right.
They export more than 3 times to the United States what they import from the United States, and I think that they're in a very, very strong position.
Although when you owe someone money, the question is who's beholden to whom? I mean, they want to get paid back too, right?
They do. They want to get paid back too. But if the point is to cripple the Chinese economy, it's going to cripple the U.S. economy at the same time. All the Chinese have to do is start selling bonds, and then we're screwed. Right. So I think for most of these countries, it's going to be a quick return to normalcy. With China, it's going to be different. This is going to be a slog.
So, I mean, it does seem like these are two, reading the description in the Times today about where President Xi is at and how he built, he built a reputation, they said, as a strong man who doesn't take any shit from anyone and who's trying to make China great again. I'm like, who does that remind me of?
Yeah.
And so obviously when you have two guys coming at each other with the same agenda or analogous agendas, and they're, at loggerheads, and nothing good's going to come out of it. They're both pig-headed.
Yes, they are. They're both pig-headed.
So, yeah, and these two economies are so intertwined. Both of them have some fundamental problems, I would say, that are
they do have fundamental problems. And tariffs do nothing to address the issues of, let's say, as an example, intellectual property theft. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal, 6-8 months ago, about golf clubs, right? We make the best golf clubs in the world. Well, the Chinese are copying them. And the only way to tell if this golf club is a Chinese copy is that you have to saw it in half and look at the inside. This is how good they are. They're also half the price. That's
the other way to tell.
Yeah.
So they're like fake Rolexes. So, that's the thing too. We don't have shared like values in that way, right? Like where IP is valuable here.
Right.
Although that's being destroyed now here with AI. Like one little tiny story here. I'm one of my, I'm a journalist, so of course I'm losing clients all the time because as journalism dies. And one of my clients is a newsletter called Center Clip. Counterpoint. Their Center Clip is still going. Sorry, but Counterpoint is it's a left versus right editorial cartoonist site. They just announced that they're shutting down. They said, but we've been approached by AI people to ask if we're willing to let AI train on our work. And so, of course, this is like, there's the question now, do you want to let do you want Skynet to train on you before they put you out of business and kill you? And, that's looking more like with AI scooping everything up and training on it. AI here is also not it's kind of, its value is being diluted. It doesn't have to be this way. They could have taken a completely different approach. They could have said AI is going to be like a tool that we're going to license and sell to people, including creatives, and then they still own the rights to their own stuff. But that's not the approach that they're taking so far.
Yeah. And that's scary too. AI is sucking up everything that's out there, every book, every article. And then
do you remember Google Books when they launched that?
They're not paying anybody for anything.
Right. Their plan was to scan every single book in writing in all known languages in the world. And they were like, and somehow that was supposed to be okay.
Yeah.
They got they got a few like wimpy lawsuits by the Writers Guild or the Authors Guild.
Yeah.
And and so they were like, okay, we'll back off. Every now and then I get a check for like $6 from Google as a result. I mean,
my God,
it's so stupid.
I got my first royalty check recently. I got 2 of them. One was for like $1.46, and the other was for 84 cents.
Probably the value of the paper and the issuing of the check cost more than the amount that
There's no money in writing.
No,
unfortunately.
No, there really isn't. You got to get the advance. There's no other way. John, I'm very upset and obsessed with, and I really hope we can dig into this case before Justice John Roberts at the U.S. Supreme Court. The migrant who was, by all accounts, according to the administration, was accidentally deported to the Salvadorian private prison, who, by all accounts, should not have been, is not accused of having committed any crimes during the 10 years that he lived here, or in any other country for that matter. Everybody admits he shouldn't be there. Nevertheless, instead of, a federal court said, send him back by 12 midnight Monday. Then the appellate division, 3-judge panel, in very strongly worded opinion, concurred with the federal judge and said, yeah, you got to send him back. This is outrageous. And now Trump has appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, and I'm not really sure. I can guess what this is about, but I'm not really sure why the Trumpies didn't just say, okay, let's reach out to the Salvadorians and bring them back.
Done.
I mean, obviously they could.
Yeah, they say they can't find him.
Yeah, but that's not possible.
Not possible.
It's just not true, right? I mean, I read the filings. The government doesn't assert that that they need more time or that they're even trying. There's no statement that says, hey, we called the Salvadorians, but they didn't pick up, it was the weekend, Catholic country. I mean, they don't have any excuse. There's just literally like the court is trying to interfere with foreign relations and they're interfering with diplomacy, and that's an executive branch prerogative. The judiciary should have nothing to do with it. It seems to me like it's too cute by half, but what really concerns me even more than the fate of this poor guy, who could be being murdered right this second while we're talking, is the fact that now, if the government's argument prevails in the full, and the court votes in accordance with Trump, logically, any human being in the United States could be subjected to this treatment, right? Like including
absolutely
a US citizen, right? They could literally just say, it's literally like, we just grab you, we, ununiformed goons swoop you up into a rental van, drag you off to a detention center, kick you out to insert name of shithole country here, and then you're gone. And then if and when you ever surface and you call your wife or whatever and you say, hey honey, I'm in Honduras in a shithole jail, literally it's like, well, you can't avail yourself to the courts. So it's like, if there's no habeas, if there's no constitutional rights, if your citizenship doesn't protect you, if you have no access to the courts, and that's true about everyone, well, we're officially in something like fascism, right?
Yeah, we are. If your government, if your own government can just throw you out like that, and you have no legal recourse to stop it or to protect yourself in the process, yeah, that's fascism.
So, two-part question, John. So first of all, why did Justice Roberts? I understand why the court needs time to consider this.
Sure.
The import.
But why not a temporary injunction?
Yeah, order the die to be returned pending, while the clerks get busy and research.
Exactly right. Like you said, it would just take a phone call to the Ecuadorians saying, "Find the guy, bring him to the embassy. We're going to put him on a plane."
And the Salvadorians would be fine with it. They would say, "Okay, no worries."
Yeah, not a problem.
And I wonder if the tipping point that might tip the Supreme Court into doing the right thing is the fact that, like, the president of El Salvador and people in the administration were making fun of the courts on social media. Like, oops, too late, with like emojis and stuff like that. Shalom and stuff like that. Those things, I've got to think Roberts pays attention to the dignity of the court and the respect or lack thereof that it's receiving. He really cares about that more than anything else. If he rules in favor of the administration, he's going to obviously look as well. It's going to look as though he's enabled fascism, but also he's going to look like a wuss, right? If he's going to look like he got rolled.
I think so too.
So how's this going to go with the six conservative justices who make up the majority on the court?
I fear for the way the court's going because they refused a temporary injunction.
Yes.
And if this poor guy who's innocent of any crime has to just stay in this super prison in El Salvador indefinitely, that's not the American way. No. So like you, I would have immediately instituted an injunction. I would have returned him immediately and then give the court as much time as it needs to rule on the merits of the law. They haven't done that. And this poor guy is stuck there. I don't understand why.
Why do you think they haven't done that? Do they just not give a shit?
No, maybe Roberts doesn't think he has the votes. Yeah.
Because he did this by himself. He agreed.
Yes.
And apparently, I guess, as far as by Supreme Court standards, they're moving quickly, right? We're expecting a ruling within a few days. Rather than
to have to wait until June.
Right.
Yes.
These are grave constitutional issues.
I think so too.
I would just think that, the consequences would just be, the implications are just staggering.
Yes.
It's no longer the United States anymore.
It's like there are no protections. You can just be swept up and thrown out. Yeah, disappeared. You can be disappeared.
And then I guess, okay, well, we have to go there. Is that something that's likely to start happening more if the court rules in Trump's favor?
Well,
I would say yes.
Barack Obama is the one who initially allowed it by signing into law the National Defense Authorization Act of 2014. It hasn't been done that we know of until now.
Well, the Attorney General under Obama asserted the right to
kill Americans
on American soil
with no drones. Trial,
extrajudicially. But of course, we wouldn't do that. But we can legally
take our word for it.
Right. The Supreme Court historically has always been extremely solicitous of executive power. It's always kind of felt that part of its job is to stand out of the way and let the executive branch run the government, basically, and not to interfere.
Yeah.
But Justice Roberts, he's an intelligent man. He knows He's thinking about the very issues we're talking about here. He's got to know that this claim changes the complexion of the balance of powers irreparably. I mean, this goes beyond even the internment of the Japanese Americans in World War II, because it could apply to anyone.
Yeah, that's right. And have we learned no lessons from history?
Well, apparently not,
No,
right?
Apparently not.
I mean, the Korematsu decision, right? Which we always, that's case law. Bush relies upon it. Bush relied upon it.
Yes.
Trump relies upon it.
Mm-hmm. That was a writ of coram nobis, is what it's called. I once mentioned a writ of coram nobis to a circuit court judge. Stop me if I said this last week, but
you didn't.
We were at a party, and she told me, "Oh, I'm a judge on the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals." I said, "Oh, how interesting." The conversation got around to a writ of coram nobis, and she said, "A writ of coram nobis. I haven't even heard that term since I was in law school." And I said, "Well, the Korematsu decision." She said, right, of course. Well, now it's part of the public dialogue. We need to be aware of these things, because we're having to rely on them now to protect the rights of Americans.
So
kind of crazy.
I'm terrified of this. And I guess the question is, will they use this against U.S. citizens? Will they? And, why not, right?
Why not? They did it with Hamdan.
Right. Yeah.
He got no relief. He was a bad guy, but being held permanently in a Navy brig without ever being charged with a crime? Come on now. What is that?
Right. True. Wasn't he a dual national, though?
Yeah, U.S. and Saudi.
Yeah, see, that's a little fuzzier. I just wonder if they can do it to some,
quote
unquote, you and me, like normal people, who, white people.
Hey, there was something I wanted to bring up with you, and I will apologize in advance if I'm springing this on you, but I've had a couple of questions about, actually, you know what? I'm going to find it so I can pull it up. I've had a couple of questions about this this cell phone. It's an encrypted cell phone called Unplugged. It's being marketed by Eric Prince, the founder of Blackwater, and there are advertisements for it a lot on the Tucker Carlson show. You can find it at unplugged.com. Now, what this is a normal cell phone. It uses all the usual, T-Mobile and AT&T and Verizon, what have you. But if you're traveling and you get stopped in an airport or at a border and they say, "We want to see your cell phone," you hit one button and it just zaps the whole thing. So it's as good as trying to get information out of an empty shoebox.
Ooh, I like that.
I do too. And they go for about $900 or $1,000.
And it's a smartphone?
Yeah, it's a smartphone.
Huh. So it's an Android, I assume.
Yeah, it's an Android. Should I splurge on this thing?
That's a good question. I mean, look,
I don't know anybody who's got one.
So here's the thing. Yeah, I don't have one either. I mean, for someone who travels a lot and who has cause for concern, which I would say you are one of those people. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I get stopped all the time.
Yeah, I've been stopped more than my fair share. You probably more than me, but still, it's happened. Yeah. And I mean, like if I went to Israel, do I need any shit from those Mossad guys at the Jerusalem airport? Like, not really. So, or Tel Aviv, I should say. So, I mean, the thing is, they can't. If your phone is powered down, and it's password protected, it won't. They can't get anything out of it unless you put in the password.
They can force you now. 2 different federal circuits have ruled that they can force you to open it up for them. If you refuse, they'll take it, and they won't give it back to you.
All right, so take it. All right.
Yeah, you have the insurance on it. They'll just send you a refurbished one.
Yeah, I'll just say it was stolen, which would be true.
Which it was.
Right. I think that's the way to go, right? I mean, just, all right, take it. I had a friend, speaking of Israel, he Jewish, had worked on a kibbutz, leaving Tel Aviv airport. He was traveling alone. They subjected him to body cavity search. And he was like, tried to refuse. And he said, well, and they were like, well, you can always call the U.S. Embassy, but, you'll miss your flight. So he decided to submit and so he wouldn't miss his flight. And I'm like, holy shit, I would have missed the flight. I would have been like, it's not that big a deal. Yeah. Because you and I both know, right? Like when you're detained, like, of course you're upset and it's a scary experience. But the truth is, like, what no one talks about is the guys who are detaining you, you're kind of an inconvenience to them too. They kind of want to process you, get what they want to get, and be done with you.
Yeah. They want you just submit and go.
Yeah. So if you refuse, that's a complication for them.
Mm-hmm. It is.
So
it is. Yes.
I mean,
I mentioned I was in. I've been to Iceland like every month for the last 6 months, and I just got back a few days ago. But my last trip a month ago, I was strip searched by the Iceland border people.
Wow.
When I was trying to leave the country, strip searched to my underwear, and then they took this swab and swabbed my belly right at the top of my underwear, my hands top and bottom, and my feet top and bottom,
looking for
bomb residue,
bomb-making residue. Yeah.
And they kept asking me questions, and I kept saying, I'm represented by counsel and I don't talk to cops. And then they would ask another question, and I'd say, I'm represented by counsel and I don't talk to cops. I said that 6 times. And then finally they told me, just put on your clothes and get the fuck out of here. So I did. I have no idea what that was about and why it happened on the Iceland side of the trip.
Yeah, is it ever possible that they would be doing that at the behest of the United States?
Absolutely. And the reason why I was in Iceland is I'm the spokesman for a tech startup that was founded by 5 former members of the WikiLeaks leadership. So I'm sure that's what it was about.
America's favorite people.
5 WikiLeaks people and a CIA guy. Like, what are we up to? And then I just kept saying, I'm represented by counsel and I don't talk to cops. So they got nothing out of me.
Yeah, no, I think you just don't cooperate.
No, don't cooperate with the cops. Yes, it should be a mantra.
Anything. Yeah, I mean, people really, to quote The Clash, know your rights. People don't.
No, they don't.
And it's hard because you're like, well, I just want to go. And they play on that.
Back in 2020, a person to whom I used to be very close filed a charge against me. And the cops raided my house. Not just the cops, but 22 police and FBI agents raided my house. They did all kinds of damage. And my mantra was, I'm represented by counsel and I don't talk to cops. So when it came time for my trial, because I refused to take a plea, came time for my trial, I said to my lawyer, you know what? We never received any discovery from them. And he said, what discovery? And I said, any discovery. He said, what did you say to the cops? I said, I told them I'm represented by counsel and I don't talk to cops. He said, exactly. There is no discovery. You didn't say anything. And the charges ended up being thrown out. So that's what you do. Don't talk to cops.
No matter what. And if if ICE comes to your door, you don't have to open it.
That's right.
If they slide a judge's warrant under your door, you do have to open it.
Yes, then you do. But if they don't have a warrant, like they'll say, can you come on out here real quick? They always use the words real quick. Come on out here real quick, just so we can have a conversation. No.
Right.
No, I won't.
Not at all. I respectfully decline.
That's right.
Same thing with when they pull you over.
That is exactly right.
Hey, do you mind if I take a look in your trunk?
I do mind.
I mind, and the answer is no.
Yeah, I do mind very much. You can't go in my trunk.
Yeah. You don't.
Here's another thing. You have any ID?
It's like, no.
You could only ask for my ID if you believe I have committed a crime, I am in the process of committing a crime, or I am planning the commission of a crime. So, no, I'm not giving you my ID.
Yeah, in other countries, that's not true.
Right.
Like in France, you're obligated to carry ID with you when you leave
In
your
most
house.
European countries, yes, you have to turn it over. Not here. Now, there are several states, almost exclusively in the Deep South, where they are stop and ID states. But for most of the country, no, sir. You don't have any need to see my ID. With all due respect.
With all due respect, indeed. Oh my God. Yeah, no, I can't believe that we're in this state where when we travel, we have to worry about that. And part of the, this also makes me nervous is when you re-enter the United States, they want you to use your phone, right, through global entry or whatever to scan. So then the opportunity is your phone's open.
Mobile customs, MC something. I forget what it's called. Yeah, right. Your phone's open. That's how you do it.
Maybe it's better to just wait in that line and use old-fashioned dead tree paper passport.
That's right.
For someone like you and me.
Exactly right.
These days, I think.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely.
How much worse is it going to get?
I think it's going to get significantly worse. I really do. As the administration realizes that they're not going to get pushback from the courts, I think they're going to keep pushing the
or from the streets,
or from the streets, or from Capitol Hill.
We can argue that or the press. We can or certainly the big law firms or the universities. So Saturday there were these major protests around the country, 1 million people, maybe up to 1 million people, 50 states, big cities. They were big marches organized by sort of Democrat aligned groups like Move On.
Right.
People always forget how, what the Move On is for, moving on past the Clinton impeachment.
Yes.
On the one hand, I think it's always good when Americans get mad and go out into the street and express themselves. But on the other hand, it's not a sustained thing, right? It's like go out on a Saturday, then back to brunch, and that's it. It doesn't seem like that's not something that's going to make Trump and his goons quake in their boots.
No, I agree with you. Paul J., who used to do Reality Asserts Itself. It was quite a popular YouTube podcast. He asked me once what the impact was inside the CIA of what at the time were the largest demonstrations ever recorded in human history on the eve of the invasion of Iraq. And I said, truthfully, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, okay, take a look at this footage. And he showed me clips from, New York, Washington, London, Paris, Berlin, all over the world, millions and millions of people in the streets. I said, I wasn't even aware that these took place. And he said, so you're telling me there was no impact inside the CIA? And I said, no. The CIA did not want to invade Iraq. That's been well documented.
Right.
It was, Dick Cheney and George W. Bush and Donald Rumsfeld. But I said, if you're at the CIA, once you get the order, you do as you're told.
Mm-hmm.
And we did as we were told. There was no impact of global demonstrations inside the CIA.
No, I
think we're seeing that again now.
I think it would be different if those if the protests were sustained, if they were bigger, if
that
they were
would
more
be
disruptive.
like during the Vietnam War era. Yes. Remember the post October 7th demonstrations. I remember Brian Becker organizing the one here in DC, and on his application to the Department of Interior, he said that he expected 15,000 to 20,000 demonstrators, and 300,000 people showed up. The crowd went all the way from the White House to the Capitol building, and then it went away. And look what's happened in Gaza ever since.
Yeah, if that were every day, 7 days a week, Tahrir Square.
That's what we need. Tahrir Square every day. Yes.
Yeah, but we can't. And the last time we had anything that came close to that was Black Lives Matter. I ran into
Yes.
a guy. I was parking my car near a BLM protest, and a guy, I think I may have told you this, comes up to me and he's like, "Yeah, I'm only here because there's no games, because it was during the pandemic. I'd be at the Yankees now if it wasn't for but this is the only thing going on. The movie theaters are closed." He was laughing about it, but he was right.
God. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, Americans have short attention spans.
Yeah,
They just want to move on.
yeah. So we'll keep watching here. We'll keep deprogramming.
Indeed.
And yes. Oh, by the way, Michelle Whitty, we should say, is off this week. Unfortunately, she's had to get into the land of proper, suitable employment, sadly, and that's interfering. Her day job's getting in the way of the more important work that we do here. But
Talking about the issues. Yeah.
But hopefully I'm sure she'll be back soon, next week. So we'll keep you posted on that.
That's right.
All right, John. Thanks you so
Ted.
much. All right.
Good to see you. And thanks to our viewers.
Thank you
See
so
next
much.
time.
Hello, good afternoon, depending on where you live. We're assuming you're living somewhere in the afternoon, but if it's morning where you are, good morning. I'm Ted
Hi,
Rall.
Ted.
John Kiriakou is here too. We're the Deprogram show. Michelle Whitty's out this week. She'll be back next week, we hope and trust, although these days no one can trust or hope really in anything. Anyway, it's Thursday, April 10th, 2025. Thanks for joining us here as we try to deprogram you from all the propaganda and assorted BS that we're all subject to these days increasingly. There was breaking news even like 3 minutes ago, right before we came on, concerning Columbia University, which is just a stone's throw from where I'm speaking to you, John. I can walk on my hands and knees and get there. And it's where I graduated from. The federal government, appears to be entertaining the possibility of subjecting it to federal oversight, effectively seizing Columbia University, an Ivy League school. The details are not quite known yet, but the Wall Street Journal is reporting it. It's obviously something the administration is at least toying with. So
I'm gonna look at that piece right now. There are very few things that sound crazier to me than seizing a university because you don't like some of the political positions that some of the students have taken. That's really what it comes down to. Here it is. Exclusive. Trump administration wants to install federal oversight of Columbia University. In an unusual move, the government is aiming to legally bind the school to changes as they negotiate over federal funding. So what the Trump administration apparently is proposing is if you still want the, what was it, Ted, $400 million in federal funding or some amount like that?
That's right. That's exactly right.
Then there will be no freedom of speech, whether it's among students or faculty. That's what this is coming down to. Stunning. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either. It's another story we're going to talk about. This lawyer who was interdicted at the Detroit airport.
At the Detroit airport. Yes.
To me, I think of America. We think we're a democracy, but all societies have a caste system.
Yes.
And the homeless are at the the untouchables at the bottom of the caste system, but attorneys are usually a protected class. Multi-billion-dollar endowed Ivy League universities are at the absolute apex of the protected classes. Let's talk about Columbia. To me, the grotesque irony here is, aside from the fact that there's still yet to be proven one single anti-Semitic incident that happened at that school, which is actually kind of shocking. You would just think, considering that it's about the Israel-Palestine conflict, that there probably would have been some asshole kid who would have said something anti-Semitic. It may have happened, but it's sort of like the returning veterans from the Vietnam War having been spit upon by hippies.
Mhm.
Maybe it happened, but there's zero evidence that it ever happened.
Right.
And there's no evidence. So maybe, I'm not saying it didn't, but it's kind of like, there's no evidence that the Easter Bunny doesn't exist either. But the irony here is that the university has been so one-sided on the pro-Israel side and so mean to the pro-Palestinian side that it's like, that's what's so weird. It's like, so the university had these protests. It was definitely ground zero for the pro-Gaza protests, and it inspired the rest. There were this big encampment in the Central Quad. By all accounts, mostly peaceful. The university asserted that there was some damage to Hamilton Hall when some of the students broke in. That's a proud tradition at Columbia, breaking into Hamilton Hall. Goes back to the divestiture protests that I was part of in the 80s, and also back to 1968. It's just sort of like what you do, and it's not that big a deal. $30,000 of damage. Basically, it came down to some broken doors and some chairs, and some few windows got broken. They shouldn't have done that, granted.
Sure.
And punishment, I think, probably, maybe some. But anyway, the university came down like a ton of bricks on the Palestinian protesters. Jewish Voice for Peace and other. Think about it, Jewish Voice for Peace and other pro-Palestinian voices. These groups were banned by the university administration. Students were expelled. They were suspended. Graduated students had their diplomas freshly printed revoked by the dozens. There were a lot of incidents of violence on the part of pro-Israeli students who attacked these. No, there was no sanction whatsoever against them. The university president at the time, Claudine Gay, was that? No, that was Harvard. I keep forgetting. This was Minouche. That's right, Minouche.
That's right. Yes, I remember.
She went up there to Capitol Hill, went to the McCarthyite hearing and she was asked to fire a specific professor for being too pro-Palestinian. She said, okay. And she did. Nevertheless, that wasn't enough for them. She got pushed out. But what's so baffling is, what do they want this university to do? Shoot these students? They called in the police not once, but twice on them to brutalize them and drag them out. They expelled them. They fired professors, not just one, several have been pushed out. Free speech has been obliterated. Basically, you can't speak about the Palestinian cause on the Columbia campus, or you're going to be in deep shit. They've even hired a new 30-person goon squad to supplement the normal campus security guards to crack down on pro-Palestinian protesters. This was one of the conditions of the Trump administration. It's kind of like, why are you punishing the university? The university is doing your bidding. That's the part that's so mysterious to me.
Ted, last night I went to this annual banquet party hosted by the Arab American Foundation, Arab American Heritage Foundation. It's in celebration of Arab American Heritage Month, which is the month of April. And every year they have this beautiful dinner and speakers, and then music and folk dancing. It's a wonderful event. So this year it was scheduled to be held in the auditorium at Amazon headquarters, Amazon 2, it's called, here in Arlington, Virginia.
Yeah, isn't that where that was originally supposed to be located in Queens, and then AOC said no, thank you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and doggone AOC, I wish it had stayed in Queens. So 48 hours before the event, Amazon sent a letter to the Arab American Heritage Foundation canceling the event. You can't come here. So when they called and said, "What's up? We booked this a year ago. We paid for it." They said, "Nope, no discussion, no explanation. You can't come here." So in 48 hours, they had to find another venue for 600 people and then get all the word out that it's been moved. They ended up moving it to the banquet hall at the Saints Peter and Paul Antiochian Orthodox Cathedral in Potomac, Maryland, which was a magnificent venue, but it's nowhere near a subway station. And so about 100 students from DC area universities who had bought tickets could not go. We had Rashida Tlaib. She came and gave a talk, and Andy Shalal, who's this beloved restaurateur here in the Washington area. He's got 8 restaurants called Bus Boys and Poets, which are progressive combination bookstores. Yeah, it's a wonderful venue, and Andy's just a wonderful human being. He spoke, and a couple of other people spoke, and there was a tribute to Kulthum, and then there was Syrian folk dancing, which was wonderful. But the point is, they were canceled and they were censored only because they're Arab, not for any other reason. Now, this organization has been around for 40 years, and it's made up of doctors and lawyers and engineers and bankers and all professional people, all wearing suits. They're all like, from 40 upward in terms of age. And they were just canceled only because they're Arabs. There were a couple of brief mentions of Gaza, but really the night was about, the contributions to American culture that Arab Americans have made, and that we've got to stick together and work together. And I say we. I'm not an Arab, but I'm certainly a supporter. And it was like any other black tie or semi-black tie event that you might go to. There was nothing controversial about it in any way, but they were canceled just because they're Arabs. Now, that was last night. Today, Columbia University, we're going to see a lot more of this in the coming weeks and months as the Trump administration gains more solid footing and comes to realize that there's no significant pushback.
That last part is the part that I wanted to focus on, right? I mean, this is a story we've seen before. I mean, like you, I love history, and I'm a student of World War II. My mother grew up in Nazi-occupied France, and
wow.
Cowardice is we saw that back then, although not nearly as much as here. I think about when Hitler came to power, he still had to contend with the socialist and communist parties.
That's right.
They had armed wings. They marched, and they were militant. They had street battles with the Nazis in the streets. People would die. Obviously American politics doesn't do that. I would argue for the better, except maybe at times like this. But we don't do that. Where it's like, I was also reading about another law firm that just coughed up another $100 million in free, in pro bono work that Trump could pretty much cash in like a coupon for any of him or any of his friends who needs free legal work done. I mean, they basically just become wholly owned subsidiaries of the Trump administration. Was this like built? Is this a structural problem in American politics that we're not built for resistance? I mean, is that sort of, we just don't have...
I think it is, Ted. Mm-hmm. I think it is. And then, when you've got, for example, protesters exercising their rights to free speech at Cop City outside of Atlanta being charged with, RICO charges and facing sentences of life without parole, you've got a problem. When you've got a couple of eco activists in Oklahoma City going up to the balcony of an oil company's headquarters and throwing glitter to protest, shale oil exploration, and then being charged with terrorism, which carries a life sentence. yeah, we've got a serious structural problem in this country.
I mean, so yeah, well, that's the oppressive side. That's the oppression side, which is way over the top.
Yeah.
And then, but then, okay, so last Saturday there were some beautiful rallies organized by some Democrats.
The most beautiful rallies that have ever been seen.
Gorgeous rallies. I mean, honestly, it's good for people to protest. It's good for people to get to know each other, get some fresh air, get some, get out there and walk around, maybe get your 10,000 steps in.
Yeah.
But really, what good is it? I mean, there's, those same people today, people are just like, oh man, even people who are well informed, they're going to hear this story and they're going to be like, wow, that's weird. And then it'll be like sort of like 1936 with the Nuremberg laws. Wow, Jews aren't allowed to go to the park anymore. That's weird. Yeah, Jews can't own radios anymore. Huh.
Yeah, and then they say, well, it doesn't affect me. So that's a they problem, not a me problem.
Right.
And next thing you know,
it's
all of society. Problem. That's right.
It's an everybody
yes,
problem.
Sir.
I mean,
that's right.
I mean, I used to fantasize about these scenarios, and I think I always thought the only power that could ultimately bring a fascist U.S. to heel would be the EU through armed intervention. That's probably it.
But then you've got these elements of fascism within the EU as well. Look at Hungary and Poland and
France?
Is it Slovenia? France has an enormous far right.
Yeah, the problem is in France, the center left under Macron is acting like fascists by not allowing the free election of a possible fascist.
That's right.
So
that's right. You look back to at the 1930s and 40s United States, we had far right elements that were involved in politics. We had Huey Long, for example, or Father Coughlin. And you and I have talked about Father Coughlin in the past. And they were allowed to just sort of, go on the air and hang themselves with their own words. Yeah. There was no move by the Roosevelt White House or by the Supreme Court or the Justice Department to try to silence these people. Why now? Why do we try to silence alternative voices now, whether from the left or from the right?
Well, that shows the insecurity of the powers of the ruling elites. They don't think they're worried, right? I mean, they weren't scared about. I was the most reprinted cartoonist in the New York Times all throughout the 90s. I know this because my editor, John Landman, he told me, and I said, "Oh, how do you know that?" And he said, "Oh, well, we did an internal audit and we counted all the paychecks in an Excel spreadsheet, and you had the most of them, one paycheck per cartoon." I was like, "Oh, that's nice." Like now, there's no way I can get into the New York Times. I mean, maybe if I'm arrested, I'll make it into the New York Times.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
But I mean, the spaces have shrunk. So, I mean, if I'm a trustee of Columbia University, I mean, a lot of those trustees they've had a conservative. People think Columbia University is like a hotbed of radicalism,
right? And it's not.
The students are sort of, some of them, a quarter, but the administration, they're right wing, corporatist, a lot of them very Zionist, and they've been pressuring people. But if you're a trustee of this university, if you have the smallest IQ, you've got to see that this is an existential threat to your university. I mean, to the brand. Like if you consent to federal oversight, already college recruiters are saying that people who were accepted to Columbia University are choosing to go to like smaller name schools because they don't want to be attached to the brand. Not because they're worried about being viewed as anti-Semitic, but because they just think the place is falling apart. It's becoming chaotic. I mean, normally when the Department of Education subjects a school, like typically it's an inner city school that's in deep crisis. Typically a high school or a junior high school.
Yeah, people graduate and they can't read, they can't do basic math. That's right.
Right. Yeah, it's a as Trump would say, it's a shithole school.
Yes.
So so granted, I haven't set foot in a classroom there since 1991, but Columbia University is not a shithole school. It's one of the premier educational institutions in the world. a major research university that just added a whole brand new science campus very recently. They have to resist, yeah, but they won't. They'll probably say like, well, we want to cooperate. We don't like anti-Semitism. I mean, it's literally like they've declared war on like the Tooth Fairy or something. There's no anti-Semitism at these protests, and these protests are no more. There are no protests for there to be anti-Semitism that wasn't there, and now you're going to go. So what are you subjecting them to oversight for? Why?
Do you think that that's a question that a federal judge is going to ask in the coming days? It has to be.
Well, I mean, assuming that there's a plaintiff in the form of Columbia University's trustees, they have to fight this, right?
Yes.
And they may not. I'm not sure that they will.
Oh my God! Can you imagine the precedent that would set if they didn't fight it?
Well, that's
federal takeover.
That's one advantage of the Ivy League, right? Because the purpose of the Ivy League is they do talk, right? They have it's an actual organization.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's not like just sort of like a term. Like if it was like a term for like, elite schools, then say, Stanford would be in it, but it's not. And so
right. That's a good point.
So like, it's an organization. They cooperate on things like they try not to admit too many of the same kids. Like, oh, here at Cornell, we're going to admit John, but maybe UPenn, you don't admit him, like that. So they collude, and so they've got to be on the phone. These presidents have to be. The presidents don't have any power though, as we've discovered recently. They used to. But it's all the trustees and the donors who are running everything. So there's got to be a deep division there between sort of the money people and the academic oriented people. That's what Marx called like a division in the ruling class. That's the crisis that we're seeing, and I don't know how it plays out because I don't know what. I'm very worried. I could see them not resisting. I could definitely see them resisting lamely, like sort of filing, a request for an emergency injunction. But then I could see the judge saying, it's the Department of Education. They have the right to do this.
But I mean, this is so short-sighted. Don't you think that would then open the door for a president, Pete Buttigieg or whomever, to try to federalize Liberty University, let's say?
Absolutely.
Man, this is dangerous territory.
It's not good. And so I have to know, I would go like in Star Trek, when it's like, when Kirk is like, okay, you want to take over the ship? Fuck off. I'm self-destructing the ship. Yeah. What if Columbia University did the same? You want to take us over? Fine, we'll shut down. We'll just close the doors. We're out of business. Anyone want to buy some desks? We're out. And I think it would be so shocking it couldn't be ignored. I think that's actually the only proper answer.
Wow.
It's like we don't have federal control of universities in this country.
No, we don't. Ted, is this all about federal funds?
Well, it's about Columbia University didn't even get the $400 million back, even though they sucked up to the administration so badly. They all they're getting is a seat at the table, which apparently is not a good seat. The way it looks from here, it's looking like a seat with like bird droppings on it, way up high behind the Jumbotron with no view at all. It's a seat you probably don't even want. But yeah, it's about the $400 million. And that's confusing to me. Okay, so as an alum, I know a lot of alums, and a lot of them, like my ex-girlfriend when I was in college, she's rich as shit. She's the head of aviation finance at one of the 3 biggest mega banks in the world. Wow. She and her husband donate tens of millions of dollars to Columbia.
Oh my God.
And Barnard. Now, I know that if she got a call and they said, the Trumpies have fucked us, we're out $400 million. are you good for $20 million? She and her husband would just write a check. And she's one of tens of thousands like that. What I'm trying to get at is they probably could get the $400 million and more back just by playing the victim. I mean, even I've never donated to Columbia. I have my issues with them. I'm much more likely to donate money to my son's college because they've been very generous to him. And like I'm a single father. I've struggled. They were really understanding and cool, generous financial aid package. But still, if Columbia called me and said that, I'd be like, as underemployed as I am right now, I'll cut you a check. I mean, so I think they would have so much sympathy. So the fact that and do they need it really? I mean,
right.
They have a $15 billion. I'm trying to make sure I get this right. Yeah, $15 billion endowment. Now they can't spend that like a piggy bank, granted, but they have it. They can borrow against it. There's all sorts of things they can do. They get a revolving line of credit. That $400 million wasn't going to all come in at once.
Right.
So, you know what I mean? They're not like that. They could hike tuition a little bit. There's things they could do. They could cut the budget, lay off some adjuncts, whatever. They could cut the fat. There is fat there. So why are they not? They're choosing not to. They're choosing to roll here, and this is because there's some of the trustees really believe this anti-Semitism garbage.
Mm-hmm. That's sad, actually. That's sad. People. It's so many people
is coming from inside the house. That's the problem here.
So many supporters of Israel in this country have been successful at publicly equating support for Palestinian human rights as support for Hamas. It's stunning to me.
I wrote a piece for the Wall Street Journal, which they killed, but whatever, it's indicated, about this, the ADL, which is basically in the hands of this maniac pro-Israel. The ADL was a very respectable organization.
Oh, yeah, it was.
And then this guy, Jonathan Greenblatt, took over. He's the CEO. And even within the ADL, there's been a lot of anger. He redefined all criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism. So if you look at the stat, there's this stat that he put out after October 7th, 2023, where he said, like maybe about 6 months later, there's been a 700% increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. over the last year. Okay, that's, obviously that's catnip for editors. And it's a big story, and it's shocking if true. The problem is that starting on October 7th, he redefined anytime someone called in and said, oh, I saw a sign that said from the river to the sea.
Right.
That's an anti-Semitic incident. All of those have been counted that way. There's no discrete, and they were not counted like that previously. Well, so obviously so obviously you're going to get that spike. If I start counting Blue Jays as terrorists in spring, well, there's going to be a spike in the spring because there's more Blue Jays in the spring. That was just, it was on purpose. Every media organization, stretched thin, but always lazy to begin with. They're just like, they dutifully cut and pasted. Oh, the ADL, they're legit. And it's like, but it's not like these numbers are not real. I don't know if there's been an increase in anti-Semitism overall. I would suspect probably, but it's not been 700%. And, we don't know what it is because nobody's keeping reliable statistics. The FBI's hate crimes numbers take a few years to come out, so we don't really know. So that's much more reliable, but that's only about violence. That's not about like someone feeling sad because they see a picture they don't like. So
it reminds me of when you're a little kid and you're like, Mom, he looked at me. That's what this is.
He hurt me. Yeah. It is like that. And look, I think I've read the arguments for why, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And look, we can and should have that debate, but they don't want that debate. What they want is the Zionist side wants to bully and get their side. They don't want to get buy-in. They don't want to convince anyone. They just want to, there's an argument to be made, and they should probably make it, but they're not. or maybe they feel like they made it and they lost. But
Mhm.
whatever, they're resorting to bullying, and oddly, Trump, with his personal history of racism and housing and everything, is like trying to present himself as the hero of the Jewish people. It's all so bizarre.
It is. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. And, I'd like to transition just a little bit if we could.
Yeah.
You can't criticize Israel for anything or you're labeled as being anti-Semitic. But then the Israelis attack these ambulance workers, EMTs. They have lied about this attack at literally every step of the way. And there's video of the attack.
Right.
And it's the Israeli press that has been breaking the story and the story's developments.
The Israeli press does yeoman's work. Haaretz does
amazing,
great work in a very insular society. Yes. Very brave. Yeah.
So there are these ambulances driving down the road. Lights are on. They're marked with big red crosses on the.
There's video.
Yeah, there's video, and the Israelis stop the ambulances, pull everybody out. It was 14 or 15 people, line them up, and execute them, just like the Germans used to do.
Mm-hmm.
As an aside, one of my closest friends in the world is also my cousin, Mark Kiriakou. Shout out to Mark. And Mark's dad died recently. He was in his early 90s, but he was shot by the Nazis and had a terrible scar on his gut from when a Nazi soldier shot him. Mark is in the process right now of translating letters that his dad wrote during the period, and just to read about the Nazi occupation of Greece, it's sickening. It's sickening to me. Anyway, much of what
the brutality
these letters describe, the brutality, it's what's happening in Gaza today. You can't line ambulance workers up on the side of the road and execute them. That's what the Nazis did. And then not only did they execute them, but they then dug holes, put the bodies in the holes.
That's what Nazis
and buried the ambulances so nobody would know.
Yeah,
and word got out.
They were in a hurry, and it's really sad, but also kind of awesome that they didn't search the bodies, because that's how we have the video. One of the cell phones belonging to one of the workers was on the body, and I guess it was night, and they were probably in a hurry to cover things
up their genocidal war crime.
Yes, but that's where we know we have where the Israelis claimed there were the vehicles weren't marked, that they had no emergency lights on, but this person, the victim, he was taping, he was videoing his the convoy moving through Gaza, and you can very clearly see everything is not the way the Israelis said, and that's the evidence that has proven. I mean, what do you think the Israelis were? Why'd they do it? I mean, you mentioned the Nazis, and I don't like to give credit to them, but I don't really. And I've read a lot of. I mean, I've read. If I had to carry all the books about Nazism I've read, I couldn't. It's like I don't remember them really targeting, health workers. Kind of. That's not really their. That wasn't really their thing.
That was not a thing for the Nazis. No, you're right.
So why? What are the Israelis? What are they trying to accomplish here? They just didn't want them to respond. They could have just blocked the road and detained them and said, "Get the fuck out of here," or shot.
Yeah.
What was this about?
And to murder them in cold blood like that. And I'd like to know who sanctioned this. How high up does this go?
Right.
Was this a governmental decision? Was this a rogue military unit?
Right. Was this like what was his name in Cali?
Yeah. That's right.
The My Lai
massacre. Yeah. I don't know. It's clearly a war crime.
And the Israelis clearly don't want to they don't want to hold anyone accountable for it. I mean, so the conversation one would hope that would be occurring inside the IDF would be sort of like an argument, right? Like, would there at least be someone at the table, some general, hopefully, who would say, yeah, I know these are our guys, and they're fighting these horrible Arabs whom we hate, but still, I mean, this is like, we can't have this. We've got to court-martial them. And it's like, no, everyone, that'll discredit, someone else saying that'll discredit the entire war. The world will hate us even more. The Americans will get pissed. It'll be bad in the media. I mean, but I don't even know if they're having that kind of debate. I mean, you got to judge people by their actions, and their actions are that they're not even throwing even the little fish who usually get court-martialed in situations like this. Nothing's happening.
No, even the fall guy that you would expect. That's right.
The stupid grunt.
That's right. I just don't get this at all. But there's also no outrage from the American government. I'm not aware of any statement that has come from the government. We're seeing coverage in the Washington Post, the New York Times, and elsewhere. But we haven't heard Donald Trump, for example, condemn this war crime. Not a word. I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
I don't get it either. What about and also I'm not really seeing the American media hold, during the Nixon years, whenever, Ron Ziegler was the press secretary for part of the Nixon administration. He was so famous for stonewalling that to Ziegler became a verb in the American Heritage Dictionary. That's right. I think it's been retired, but to Ziegler, someone was just basically to keep dodging and just not answering the question. But the reporters used to, let's say we were both in the White House press corps, and you asked a question that Ziegler refused to answer, then I would ask the same question, even if I had a different question, because we'd all watch each other's back. And then if they didn't answer it when I asked it, then it would go to Michelle, and Michelle would ask it, and it would just keep going like that, right? That doesn't seem to have that same. There's no one really holding the feet, the White House feet to the fire. They could go in there in every single briefing, just ask about this.
Yes,
but they don't. They don't.
Nobody will do that. Nobody.
Yeah.
Just awful, shocking.
So
and not shocking at the same time.
Well, yes, it's shocking that it's not shocking. What are we gonna? Is there help? We have the ICC, we have the UN, but basically, nothing will happen, right?
No, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen.
By the way, the audio is absolutely chilling. Where you can the cell phone, you can hear him at one point saying, "Dad, please help me. The Israelis have targeted us."
Oh my God!
And and then you hear the hail of bullets. They go on for 5 minutes on the audio tape, and then and finally the phone goes dead.
Oh my God!
So so in other words, the phone was probably in his pocket.
Yeah.
He hit record, or he just left it recording. And then while the whole thing unfolded, the Israelis, what can I even say? There's nothing.
There's got to be some kind of justice, and there likely won't be.
I know. I also I can't even imagine that this is being widely reported in Israel, because liberal Israelis, they read Haaretz, and they're already against the war. But there aren't, and that's probably nowadays. It used to be half and half. Nowadays, it's maybe 1 out of 4 Israelis is liberal, I would say. The other 3 out of 4, they're militant. They're so hardened, they just don't care.
No, they don't. They don't care. The last time I was in Israel, I asked an Israeli reporter that I was visiting about that. And he attributed that to the gigantic influx of migrants from Russia and Ukraine, that they were so conservative to the point of irrationality when they moved to Israel, and they moved in such numbers that they were essentially able to take over the electorate and then by extension take over the government. That's amazing to me.
That's actually fascinating.
In part, that's why there's no viable labor party anymore. Socialism is dead in Israel. You know, when I was in college, so many of my Jewish friends had spent a summer at a kibbutz, for example. It was like this rite of passage that so many people did.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody even talks about kibbutzes anymore. It's all done. All done.
It's crazy. That's an interesting theory. Demographics is destiny, I think. We should talk a little bit about this attorney in Detroit.
Yeah, this is bad.
It's bad, yeah. So this guy, his name is Amir Makled. Yeah. He was traveling. He went to the Dominican Republic for a spring vacation with his wife and 2 daughters, 7 years old. Family man, comes back from the DR. He's a local attorney there in Detroit. He has one somewhat high-profile case. It's this white college girl at University of Michigan at Ann Arbor who was part of the Gaza protests, and he's defending her against presumably whatever charges she's facing related to her role in the protests. He's pulled out of, he presents his passport. He's then told, oh, you're going to have to go with this special anti-terrorist task squad. They pull him into an interrogation room, and they hand him a piece of paper that says, oh, they say, we know you're a high-profile attorney. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm a local attorney. It's like, well, we need to see your phone. We need to go into your phone and get everything. So at first he says he refuses. He says there's privileged information in there. I'm not giving you the phone. And then they hand him a piece of paper that says, oh, we have the right to take your phone, which I know that's, well, they say that.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they basically do have that right. And it's important for people who are watching this and wondering what they should do to know that if your phone is like password protected and like, let's say an iPhone, fairly recent vintage, pretty much they're not going to be able to get in there. So they can take it, but they can't get into it.
And they can keep it.
They can keep, well, I guess they have to return it eventually. I saw a report recently that they kept one guy's phone. He refused to open it up like biometrically, and they kept it for 6 weeks. Yeah, I'd be like, bye phone.
Yep.
I mean, these days with the tariffs, the new one's going to be $3,000.
Right.
But okay, fine. Maybe I'll get a flip phone. It'll probably be good for me. But it'd probably be the best thing that ever happened to me. Thank you, ICE. Or in this case, BCE, Border.
I'm going to get one of these unplugged phones that I mentioned in the last podcast. Okay. They're $1,000 or $900. They're being marketed by Eric Prince, whom I loathe, but that's okay because they've got this feature where if the feds demand that you turn over your phone, you could hit a button and it just zaps everything.
I love that.
I'm doing it.
So I guess the whole thing is like, if you get detained while you're being marched to the detention center, power down your phone.
Yep.
And then you have some power because otherwise they can hold the phone up to your face and force you.
That's right.
Although you can always deactivate that. You can. Yeah. You don't have to have that on. People don't realize that.
That's
like you can redo it later. It'll take probably be more accurate in case it changes.
Right. Exactly.
So anyway, so it's good to be prepared. Anyway. They take this guy in, they detain him for a couple of hours, and then finally he negotiates and says, okay, how about if you just look at my contacts? And they say, okay, but then they disappear with his phone. He signs on a legal piece of paper, okay, you have the right to look at my contact. I'm not going to tell you who they are, but they take off with the phone. They took everything. They drained it.
Of course they did. Because the courts allowed them to. This has not yet gone to the Supreme Court, but there have been 2 separate circuit courts of appeals who have said they can take your phone or your laptop or both. Mm-hmm. So the final word isn't in, but as the law stands right now.
That could happen to you anywhere within 100 miles of a
border
with the U.S., right?
That's right.
And that's like 80% of the country lives within that range, right? Because people live on coasts.
Right.
So you could be driving on Interstate 95 in the Northeast, pulled over in like New Haven by and be like, what the fuck is this? New Haven. It's like, are these Connecticut state troopers? No, this could be BC Border and Customs Enforcement.
That's right.
And they could do this to you. They could do that. And there have been some cases like that.
Yes.
Where they've done these checkpoints. So I felt like the undertone when I saw the lawyer being interviewed was he kind of knew he'd been had. You know, he had that sheepish tone.
I got the same impression.
Like, shit.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, look.
I think he was so taken by surprise that he didn't have a minute to get his thoughts together.
That's right. They take advantage of that. And, you know, but I think it's kind of like you have to be like, all right, you know, I'm just not going to give it to you. You know, you got to go. You have to go with the Kiriakou rule.
Yeah.
I'm represented by counsel, and I don't
talk to cops.
Yeah, that is
exactly right.
That's going to be my rule whenever I encounter those assholes.
They eventually give 90% of the time. They just like, fuck you, and then they walk away.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And you don't have to be a dick about it. You just, say, look, with all due respect, I'm represented by counsel and I don't talk to cops. And you just repeat it. It might make them a little bit angry, or they'll pretend to be confused. Like, what's this crazy position this person's taking? And then they just walk away.
Yeah.
Because they all think they're the good guys. But yeah, that's what I do. And it works.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay. So we're seeing a very rapid escalation here. Lawyers have always been a protected class in this country. The administration lied and said, we didn't target him. It was like random. That's clearly not true based on what they told him. They told him that he had been targeted. So that's not true. And so, but obviously this is to send a message. My friends say, oh, you don't have to worry. They're only interested in these Gaza protests and and the people related to them. And I'm like, okay, for now, but you can see the escalation, right? I mean, we're in the Martin Niemöller poem. I just don't know what verse we're at. But the question is not which verse I'm at, but I'm in the poem, and I'm not at the end of the poem. I'm closer to I'm between the end of the poem and where the poem is right now.
That's right.
So where do we? I mean, the question is what happens next? Basically, the administration is dipping their toe in to see how cold the water is. So far, it's been bath water. So they can keep doing this, and they will. I mean, they've already gotten major law firms to take the knee. Mm-hmm. So now what? I mean, what do you think their next targets are going to be? Journalists?
Probably, yeah. I would say definitely, actually, not even probably. Journalists and lawyers. If you can cow the lawyers, then you can cow anybody. Mm-hmm. And you know how much journalism is corporate now. I mean, so few Americans read alternative media, so they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, and let's face it, the corporate journalists, it's not Jimmy Breslin anymore, right?
No, it's not.
These aren't hard-bitten, working class.
Jack Anderson, yeah.
Fuck you, I don't give a shit about you. They're not those people.
Nixon talked about assassinating Jack Anderson. Wow. That's how much he hated Jack Anderson's muckraking. But we don't have journalists like that anymore.
I should take pride. What was his name? Oh my God, Alan Keyes. Alan Keyes.
Oh, I remember Alan Keyes. He went on
he was a nut. And he said that I should be executed by the U.S. government.
Oh, Senator Kit Bond said that I should be hanged from a tree when I blew the whistle on his torture program. Yeah, I wear that as a badge of honor.
Well, it's all good times until until it's dawn.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah. So I mean, So I guess the question is, do they go after? I mean, going with the universities, they didn't go after fucking Reed College. They're going after
Columbia,
the big boys, Harvard, Columbia, Yale. With these law firms, they didn't go after
they went after Perkins Coie. Yeah, they went after the biggest law firms in the world.
Right. So I mean, it seems to me like if you kill the king, you own the castle. Mm-hmm. It's probably their philosophy here. So it seems like maybe you and I are in a little bit less danger than if you're, say, an op-ed writer at the New York Times.
I have to agree. Yeah, I think that's right. Hey, we're running a little bit short on time, but we've got to talk about talks day after tomorrow in Muscat, Oman, between the United States and Iran. Now, Donald Trump said that the talks were going to be direct face-to-face talks. The Iranians said that is not true. They're going to be indirect talks. The U.S. delegation will be in one room, the Iranian delegation will be in another room, and the Omanis are going to be shuttling between the two rooms. I mentioned a couple of days ago, I'm 100% sure that the Iranians are right on this. There won't be direct talks, but talks of any kind are good. Here's the problem. The problem is the Iranians have a demand, and the demand is that they be treated with respect. And Donald Trump doesn't.
How can anyone with respect?
I know, right? And Donald Trump doesn't treat anybody with respect.
Yeah.
He's going to go in there.
You're asking for something. You're asking for a product I don't have to sell. We're all out.
He's bombastic. He's threatening. He's bullying. And he said that if there is progress, then all's good. If there's not progress, we're going to bomb the shit out of the Iranians, or we may bomb the shit out of the Yemenis, the Houthis, because they're generally viewed as an Iranian cutout. Where do you think this is going?
Or why not bomb Hezbollah again?
For what that's worth, if there even is a Hezbollah that still exists for all intents and purposes. The reason I ask what you think is going to be accomplished is because we've not seen any indication in any media that there's an agenda.
Right.
So what are we going to just stare at each other?
That's a good question, right? It's sort of like, it's like a date where there's no agenda. It's like we're doing 6-minute dating. We'll see if we like the cut of each other's jib. Maybe we'll go home together. Maybe not. Whatever. Maybe there is a secret agenda. Maybe it's just, or maybe it's to meet in order just to feel each other out and just sort of see. I mean, look, I'm sure the Iranians are serious. They're serious people, and they're always, and their government's always serious. And
they don't agree to talks lightly. Mm-hmm. They held off the Biden administration seemingly forever because they were burned by Trump 1 in that he immediately withdrew from the JCPOA, and the Biden people weren't offering automatic reentry into the JCPOA.
I mean, the problem with Trump and his ADD presidency is that even if his heart's in the right place and he's like, I really want to normalize relations with Iran. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's dealing with Russia. He's trying to take over Columbia University. He's got so much on his plate. How does he focus? And this Iran thing, there's a lot of components, a lot of moving parts. And Iran is, as you know, the ultimate country with a Byzantine governmental structure, with overlapping structures, several, like 4 to 5 discrete overlapping sort of all of them. And it's kind of hard. You can't just make a handshake deal like with the dictator of Turkmenistan. Like if he says it, it's done. It's not like that with the Iranians. No. So it's not a dictatorship at all.
It's not. And Hillary Clinton once famously called it not a theocracy, but a military dictatorship, that the IRGC, the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, controls every aspect of the Iranian government and economy. And that is not true.
Not even a little bit true.
Not even a little bit.
Right.
It's a democracy, whether we like it or not.
It's disturbing that I always like to say there's more political cartoonists working at newspapers in Tehran in their very vibrant press than in the entire United States of America. So, my personal canary in the coal mine. So it disturbs me that she was ever Secretary of State, but I can say that about so many of them recently. I'd like something good to come out of it. I mean, should we read anything into, is it related, the fact that Russia and the United States were able to have a prisoner swap recently? I mean, and that apparently the talk is that the U.S. State Department and their Russian counterparts are, in the foreign ministry are trying to normalize relations with Russia. I'm not really sure normalization is really the right word, because we never severed diplomatic relations. And normally when you normalize, you de-sever them. but this would be like, I guess, about getting rid of sanctions and that kind of. I think I need.
Hey,
Okay.
sorry,
That was bizarre.
my computer went down just on its own. I don't know what the heck happened.
That can happen. Okay, let me. So it's really funny. There's you're in the little square now. Let's see if I can fix this. All right, that's because I think you're on the phone.
Yeah, I'm on a phone.
All right, there's nothing much I can do. So you're skinny.
Sorry about that.
It's like, remember in TV when they used to show the 70 millimeter movies and they were squished and everyone was like, really tall?
Right. I do.
So anyway, all right. So I guess you probably didn't hear what I was saying, but should we read? I mean, is there reason for optimism for the U.S.-Iran talks in the fact that Russia and the U.S. are apparently trying to normalize relations? These talks that resulted in the recent prisoner swaps, basically, and normalize relations. I don't think is the right word because we'd never severed them, but
the Iranians did though.
But I'm talking
about Russia.
Russians.
Yeah. You're right. Improving.
I literally biked by the U.S. consulate today before the show, and it's
the Russian embassy here in Washington is up and running every single day.
Yeah, there's some weird protesters out in front. I didn't even know what they were. I zipped by. But anyway, I guess the question is, if they're if the Trump administration's posture is basically like, generally speaking, we're open for business. Marco Rubio, we'll send little Marco over to talk to you guys or his people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that seems to be where they're at, right?
Yeah.
For the time,
I think it is, and I have to
talk to anyone but Columbia University.
Yeah, that's right. And I have to think that Steve Wyckoff is not stupid. No. That these talks, U.S.-Russia talks and U.S.-Iran talks, are not exclusive of one another. That there has to be a bigger idea behind it. And so,
what is that idea?
That we really can normalize relations with countries that have been deemed to be enemy countries, even if that normalization is solely related to trade. We can end the war between Russia and Ukraine. We can lower the temperature in U.S.-Iran relations, and everybody ends up being happy or semi-happy and maybe making some money. And remember, I said this day before yesterday, but I'll say it again.
It's all about money.
And Donald Trump is obsessed with winning the Nobel Peace Prize.
Mm-hmm.
The North Korea thing didn't work out for him. You notice we're not even pretending to try to talk to the North Koreans. Despite the love letters from 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering if this is about Donald Trump's legacy.
Yeah, because if it's just like with North Korea, there'd be something for him to win Nobel-wise if there were a crisis, but there isn't.
Yes, there isn't. No.
So yeah, it's not just about like making things good again. It's got to be about fixing a war. I would think that the Russian thing would be low-hanging fruit for him.
Yeah, that's an easy one. I agree. You just beat up on Zelensky until he finally agrees. He finally agrees to give up territory in exchange for peace.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Peace in our time.
Yeah, I think that's it. But Iran, I mean, this could turn into something big if Donald Trump is actually serious about pursuing some sort of normalization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, the Iran thing is long overdue. The whole thing is stupid. There's a lot of money to be made with, but apparently at the same time, our relationship with China is obviously shit.
It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Definitely.
The Chinese are really pissed.
Yeah.
This isn't posturing for them anymore.
No, definitely not.
And, I think they feel picked on. I mean, I think from their point of view,
singled out.
They haven't been militarily expansionist. They have been playing by all the rules. They've converted over to capitalism just the way we always said we wanted them to. We're probably regretting that now. We outsourced. They did what we wanted. We're like, please take our dirty industries, which we don't want anymore. We're deindustrializing. You take them. We're going to outsource them. They were like, okay. We did everything that was out. And it's like, they did everything that was asked of them. They made some money in the process. And now that their economy's a little weak, we're beating up on them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, exactly right.
We're kicking them when they're down. And they're not liking it. I wouldn't either.
No, I wouldn't either. But, I wonder, too, if the Chinese have calculated that they can handle this kind of conflict longer than we can.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the Treasury Department.
They only need to wait 3 years.
Yeah, right. They would have to wait.
I don't think President Vance would continue this policy.
I don't either. I don't think anybody would.
No.
125%, 140% tariffs. Come on, man.
It's
They could absolutely cripple our economy if they wanted to. They're the second or third largest holder of government bonds, treasury bonds.
Yeah, and let's face it, we have the trifecta of financial misery right now. Never have I seen, I used to work on Wall Street. Never have I seen stock market go down at the same time as treasury bonds and notes.
You're exactly right.
At the same time as the dollar collapsed.
Yes,
Those last two are where you go when equities go tits up.
that's right. That's exactly right.
So and what's that about? It's because everyone thinks that we're run by a madman, and so they're running away screaming. The euro is doing surprisingly well, despite all of their problems over there.
The Greek prime minister made a statement yesterday that Donald Trump seized on. The prime minister, Kiriakos Mitsotakis, he's a conservative. He's been prime minister for a long time, since 2019. And he's in his second term right now. But he told Kathimerini, which is the New York Times partner newspaper in Athens, that this situation with the tariffs, this is not the crisis that many people think it is. This was Donald Trump's demand that everybody sit down, literally everybody in the world sit down and negotiate better trade deals. He said, look, Donald Trump is right. There has been a trade imbalance. If I were the American president, I wouldn't want these imbalances, in favor of China or in favor of South Korea or in favor of Japan, for example, or Germany. I would want something that was fairer to my people. And Trump said, well, I know him. He's a very wise man, and he's right. And so the Greeks are kind of perplexed, like, well, what do we make of this? Donald Trump just complimented the prime minister. We're not sure we like that. but I think he's probably right.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting thing, right? It's sort of like, I don't know if you had this feeling when you first took economics, probably like me in high school the first time, forcibly. Definitely one of my favorite subjects. So boring. And I was a very avid student. But like when the idea of the trade deficit, I was like, what is it? Like, why is it a concern? I understand why.
Why are we worried about this?
I understand why national debt is a problem, but why do you care? I mean, it's like I have a trade deficit in my favor with the New York Times. They buy my things sometimes. I never, I don't pay that much for the paper. Are they being screwed? I don't really think so. That's not really, or, Lesotho, whose name I mispronounced, and I know you pronounce correctly.
Lesotho.
Lesotho.
Only because I knew a woman from Lesotho. That's the only reason I know how to say it.
You knew the woman from Lesotho.
Yeah, the one woman.
So Lesotho is like, okay, so it's not like the U.S. suffered from the fact that we bought probably handicrafts primarily from there.
I heard it was raw textiles.
Textiles, right?
Yeah.
So we're buying a lot of textiles, raw material, but that's all. I mean, they don't have the money to buy stuff from us, so we can't sell them Lexuses or whatever. Not that those are ours. So, like, I mean, how does that harm us? So it's sort of like, I mean, a trade imbalance. I guess writ large, if you're always have a trade, you don't produce anything,
Yeah.
then your GDP ultimately is going to drop, and then it'll be a problem. But sort of country by country, it doesn't really matter, right? Is that basically right?
Right. Yeah, right. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't.
I don't even know if they should have ever talked about it. It's one of those metrics that it's sort of like, it's sort of like the cholesterol numbers that they made too much of. It's like, actually, cholesterol's not for most people really a big deal. You can just eat some eggs if you can afford them. It doesn't really matter.
Right. Exactly.
So probably we should have just been told, like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No,
it's no big deal.
So we're going to be watching all these stories. We'll see. This is our last show for this week. We'll do one. We'll be back next week with a couple of shows, I'm sure. We're going to be doing. We're going to look at see what happened in Muscat over the weekend with the Iranians.
Yep.
That's a process. That's going to be.
It sure is.
It's going to be. Yeah, it'll take some time. The Russians might be a little faster, maybe.
I suspect they will be. Yes.
And I mean, when can we start seeing? I guess the next step will be sanctions coming down, right?
Mm-hmm. Fingers crossed. Trump has twice spoken about reducing or eliminating sanctions, but he always ties it to progress, at least with regard to a ceasefire.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
the proposal's out there. It's on the table.
Right. And I guess I don't know if anyone's telling Putin, like, I'm sure he has smart advisors that are, but I think he has smarter advisors than Trump does, telling him, like, the American president's getting impatient and you have an opportunity here with him that you might not have in the future. If I were the Russians, I'd jump on this.
Yeah. Agreed.
So, and, Trump is battling the neocons in his own party.
Mm-hmm.
So he is, I do give him credit for that. And then we'll see what happens with this, the Columbia University thing that just started at the beginning of the show. And I mean, I'm so ashamed, I'm class of 91, roar, lion, roar. Fuck those guys.
Yeah. It's just crazy.
Wow. All right.
I hope they don't buckle.
Yeah. I think the only way out is the poison pill.
Yeah.
Like, we'll close.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you can't do that. Watch us. I mean, and a school can close and reopen. Antioch College in my hometown of Dayton, Ohio, just Yellow Springs, just east of Dayton, they closed and reopened.
Wow.
And you can.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
okay, good. That's a strategy then.
There would be an outcry, massive. Maybe just like, well, we're going to graduate our kids May 15th. That's graduation day. If you don't have your diploma yet, you might want to transfer somewhere else. We're closing our doors. I mean, the political. I mean, can you imagine Mayor Adams here in New York? It would be like, what? I mean, New York, Columbia University is the second largest landowner in New York City. I mean, it's a massive contributor to the economy. I mean, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. All right.
Good luck to them.
With that, I guess we will consider everyone to have been sufficiently deprogrammed for now. But
thanks for joining us, everybody.
So much that you have to be deprogrammed for. You have to come back. Thanks everyone for checking us out. Follow us on the socials and all that. Please subscribe. Please share. Please promote it. We're independent. We're trying to make this work financially. Maybe we'll have a big backer in the future, but for the time being, we really need your help, or we can't do it forever. So thanks everyone.
Indeed. Thank you.
Bye.